Yes. Because that's what I've been taught in school, and outside of school,
that would make.
I see that for myself.
You're interrupting me. Can you please answer this one question?
I thought you asked me a question.
Can you please answer this question for me? Is it conceivable that there is one piece of knowledge that I would have that would make the fact that 2 + 2 = 4 is false?
Is it conceivable that there's one piece of knowledge? I don't know.
I don't either, but is it conceivable?
I'm being honest. I don't know. If there's another universe,
means that is it possible?
If there's another universe out there where 2 + 2 can equal something else, I don't know about it.
Cool. So excellent. So it is conceivable. Thank you. So that means that my knowledge is not absolute now, is it? Because it is conceivable, and we don't know if it's true or not.
So Dex, are you claiming that there is no God?
Veckel, you're changing the subject.
No. I'm not changing the subject.
Okay?
No.
Yes, you are. Let's
Dex, don't do that. Dex, stop. Dex, don't try to play this. Don't try to play this game with me, Dex. Dex, I'm not falling for it. Dex, I'm not falling for it. Dex, keep it simple. Dex, keep it simple. Does God exist? Yes or no? Dex, does God exist?
Oh, I love your dodge. I'm sorry. Do I have
does God exist? Yes or no?
Hurt?
You see what he's doing, folks?
God. Okay.
See?
So, anyways,
you've admitted
that
folks,
your own knowledge.
I'm a simple guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the use of fancy jargon like some of these atheists here try to do. Okay. I like to keep it simple. I'm a simple guy. I'm not a smart guy. Okay.
Maybe you can give
all I'm asking is a very simple question: does God exist? Yes or no? Do you know that God exists? Do you know that God does not exist?
I do know that God. Let's see. So you're changing the subject. I really want to stick with absolutes. Yes, we're talking about absolutes.
We're talking about knowledge. We're talking about absolute claims.
Absolute knowledge. Thank you. Let's stick on that subject. Now.
No. I told you I'm not a smart guy. I'm keeping it simple.
Clearly.
Okay.
Anyways, so can you?
All right. So you agree with that? So Dex, obviously you agreed that I'm not a smart guy. So let's keep it simple for me then, for a simpleton like me. Yes or no?
Well,
does God exist?
You're the one who seems to assert
yes
that
or no? Does God exist?
So maybe you can give me another example.
This is the last. I'm not going to say anything more after this for a while.
I know you won't.
Every time Dex talks about the existence of God, I'm going to interrupt and sing the song.
Really?
Mr. Bojangles.
The funny thing is, I actually never talked about that. You're the one who brought it up as a deflection. Thank you,
Mr. Bojangles. That's what I'm going to do because you know why? Because Dex wants to Sammy Davis Jr. around the question. He wants to tap dance around the question instead of giving me an absolute claim.
I think you were saying something about
the subject, which I didn't. I didn't change the subject. I'm asking a very simple question for a layman like me. I am not a smart guy. You agree with that? So just keep it simple with me then. Keep it simple. Treat me like I'm a retard then. Okay.
I accept your concession to this argument.
Great. So then answer the simple question.
I pat you on your back for your valiant.
So answer the simple question then for a dummy like me. He can't do it, and he doesn't want to. Okay, I'm going to know.
It is plausible but unlikely. Dex, is that a good answer?
Hey, this theistic simpleton is leaving the. Not leaving, but I'm done.
I'm back from.
I know you're done, Beckel. You're definitely done. So what's up, Nate?
The other day, what's his name? Mark brought up that eunuch as well, and it comes right after Paul's talking, Jesus is talking about who should be married, and like they're talking divorce and stuff like that. It's quite obviously related to getting married to a woman.
So yeah, Nate, you want to chime in on the subject?
What's that?
I think Nate wanted to chime in on the subject here.
I wanted to answer for both sides because it just seems so stupid. It's like how this is not immediately answerable is just beyond me. It's like we spent 10 minutes. So Dex, am I misconstruing this? I'm going to answer for you. So Dex, are you saying there is no God? I'm Dex. I'm saying it is plausible but highly unlikely. Is everyone good with that, Dex?
Nope, because that's not what he said. I don't.
Well, if he says that's there, then that's what he can say.
Well, Nate, I was not talking about that question at all. Veckel brought it up as a deflection because we were talking about absolute knowledge the whole time, and whether
that's
it's
nonsense.
Deflection averted.
That's nonsense.
that's
because the
what I
conversation
challenge him on.
segued into that topic, into that area.
I don't want that segue. I don't accept it. I want to stay on topic.
I don't care. I mean, there's no absolutes, right? So the fact of the matter is, I was talking to Art about how does he know that there is no evidence of God or that there is no God. And then we started talking about, having knowledge and absolute knowledge and stuff like that.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I didn't change the subject. I didn't change the subject.
You can keep talking to Art about that subject, but to me, I just have one subject to talk.
You jumped in. All right, go ahead.
That is fair. So you can go back to talking to Art.
Okay, great. Maybe we could talk about absolute knowledge another time. But again, I'm not
doubt
convinced.
it because you're the one who jumped off it.
Well, let me just put it this way, folks.
And you're the one who admitted that you don't have it.
Based off of my personal experience and based off the experience of millions of other people before any of us even existed, and many millions of experiences that will come afterwards, there is no evidence to support the atheistic claim that there is no God. Sorry.
You're changing the subject again.
No, I did not change the subject. I'm talking about what I talk with Art. Okay?
Am I Art? I'm sorry.
I'm not talking.
I do drink vodka.
I'm talking about Art. My conversation.
This is Art. This is proof I'm not Art. I'm drinking beer rather than vodka.
Beer. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm not convinced of Art's argument. Okay, there we go.
I'm not convinced of your argument, and I've actually proven it wrong.
Great, and that's proving Nate's point. That's proving Nate's point. Thank you for proving Nate's point.
I have a question for you, Art.
Sure, shoot.
So you say there's no evidence for God, right? That's your claim?
No, my claim is that I have not seen sufficient, or I have not been presented or encountered sufficient evidence or reason to justify the claim that God exists.
Would you say that religion shouldn't be taught in schools because there's no evidence for God, or because there isn't good evidence for God?
Religion should not be taught as fact, should be taught as part of literature classes, or basically culture classes. You're free to believe it, sure. I don't have absolute knowledge, so I might be wrong. So yeah.
What if Kent Hovind said the exact same thing about evolutionary theory?
Sure.
He said, sure, you can believe it if you want, and you can teach about it in school, but don't teach it as fact.
He does say that.
The difference is that evolution is actually demonstrable, unlike God is.
Well, I don't know. I think there's actually quite a bit more evidence for God than there is for evolution. I'm in favor of evolution, but I would say that pretty much everybody that's ever lived has had a belief in God. And a lot of people have had some sort of a relationship with him. I have a relationship with him, so I don't have a personal relationship with evolution.
Right, that would be appeal to popularity, not evidence.
No, I'm just appealing to consensus, really.
Not consensus of experts. You're appealing to consensus of laymen, which are relevant because laymen believe all sorts of crazy wrong
to be the experts.
Mystics? You mean like Muslim mystics or Hindu mystics or?
Yes, religious mystics. Yes.
Right, which disagree with you, which contradict you.
Well, they agree with me that there is the divine and that they can experience it.
Even still, if you just talk about the existence of God, you're still appealing to laymen, not experts.
What makes them laymen?
The fact that they're not professionally educated by people in a relevant field, like let's say physics, science, in general.
Do you think the Dalai Lama is trained in the relevant field of mysticism?
No. Mysticism, sure, yeah, sure. Just like a psychic is trained in, the psychic field, but I don't accept that as.
Oh, but I don't respect them as experts. No.
Right. Same reason.
So is it a problem for me to rely on mystics, religious mystics?
Yeah, sure, because mystics do not have a methodology that can distinguish between fact or fiction. Essentially, scientists do, which they have demonstrated for centuries.
But mystics disagree. They seem to think that they can demonstrate something.
Well, when they can prove that, I will gladly accept your claim.
Oh, so is that a challenge for me as a religious mystic to prove to you that my mystic experiences are real?
Sure, yeah, that they're actually reflecting reality. Yeah, sure. Until
Excellent.
then, I'm gonna
I will
actually
take that challenge, but I won't
Okay.
take it today. I'll put that one in my pocket, and I'll take that challenge another day.
Awesome. Okay. Until then, I'm gonna be trusting, scientists, people, who subscribe to a
Oh,
methodology that has
yeah,
actually led
definitely.
to
Trust
results.
them as well. Trust me, no matter what I'm telling you, it's going to
You broke up, Nicholas.
Oh, I said, trust me, nothing I'm going to tell you is going to make you trust scientists any less.
Okay, fair enough.
Is it okay if we go back to the problem of, I guess, quantifying knowledge and, because I think this whole issue of likely and unlikely, when Veckel was asking, does God exist, yes or no, it's not really a yes or no answer, because obviously everyone who believes in God would say yes, and everyone who doesn't would say no, but that's not really the intricacies of it. So I think it'd be interesting to go back to this, what Nate was trying to allude to, of saying probably unlikely, and rather than these, binary, yes or no. It's like saying, is sport dangerous? You could say, well, there are sports that are dangerous, but does that mean all sports are equally, as dangerous to each other? That's sort of the implied thing. So if we can get back onto the likely or unlikely sort of maybe dichotomy almost, I think that's more an interesting topic rather than this binary position of God exists or God does not exist. So for example, Veckel was saying he knows atheists who say God does not exist, and it would depend on how you define God, because he confuses the analytic-synthetic distinction, which I was going to pull up on, but it was about half an hour ago now. So we can prove things don't exist by just sitting in our armchair and thinking about them, essentially. But I think when we're talking about particularly theistic gods, we can say it's likely or unlikely. I would much rather do that than the slagging match of, are you absolutely sure that absolutely exists, and so on. But that's just me. I'm just one voice in this conversation.
Yeah, I can accept that when Art says there's, regarding the situation with my dad, I can accept that Art says, well, there's probably a naturalistic explanation for it, and the best that he came up with is a faulty memory. Okay, I can understand that because that's provable. I mean, we people do have faulty memories, and then it becomes it's played over and over again so much that it actually becomes a truth in our mind. However,
sorry.
No,
I was going to quickly jump in and say I was actually a false memory researcher for about 4 years, so I'm probably one of the people to talk to about how reliable memory is. But it's one explanation. We could also give you an explanation of his because of endorphins. We could say the pain was less severe, for example, and this experience was just he.
Yeah, right. And I can respect that. However, the man had this experience personally. Okay, I wasn't there. Neither was Art. Okay, so and this happened like well over 4 years ago. Okay, he was a child when it happened. Okay, this is what he experienced. Okay, to say that did not happen is very and without any substantial means to prove that it didn't happen is awfully arrogant in my opinion, because you weren't there. You didn't see you didn't experience it yourself. So just because you didn't experience it yourself doesn't mean that it didn't happen or that it cannot ever happen.
I don't think he was saying it didn't happen. He was saying the explanation given of this miraculous hand, gently lifting.
Okay.
He's not saying it didn't happen. He's saying the explanation of this divine.
Okay. Even if he says it's most likely that it didn't happen, okay, fine. But he's still speaking subjectively here. He doesn't have any proof that it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, what I was going to refer to was, are you aware of Bayesian statistics and Bayesian epistemology?
No.
Yeah, but that is roughly what I was actually kind of referring. Yeah, although I would use objective reasoning just a bit more simply.
Yeah, what Bayesian epistemology is basically saying, it's a relative claim, so it's sort of saying how many times would we expect this to happen given our prior knowledge. So given no specific information, how often when people fall off swings, do they fall off and just break their arm or whatever they do? How often does that happen? And then you add that up with the explanatory power of the given hypothesis, and then how often does that hypothesis is false, and then you can actually quantify, albeit relativistically, how likely the hypothesis is. For example, I've done that with the resurrection. If we want to go in a more concrete example, an example we're probably more aware of. And we can say how often is the resurrection the most likely explanation, given our background knowledge, and then given the specific evidence, and then given the negation of the evidence. And we can quantify that in a sort of, you know, hand-wavy.
I've heard the silly. I've heard the silly arguments that some atheists had said that there was a mass hallucination of.
Wait, why are you saying that's silly?
What?
A mass hallucination? Well, so
yeah,
you mean
people tend to have mass hallucinations and then go to their bloody deaths?
Yeah, I know, right? So right. So you mean to tell me that the disciples, the apostles, and all 500 other witnesses were all smoking some sort of opium? Or they all lost sleep or something?
I'm asking you why you're saying it's silly. You're saying it's silly
because number one, the context says that he walked the earth for 40 days after his resurrection. Okay, 40 days.
That's some serious peyote.
Yeah, I know, right? So you mean to tell me that 500 people for 40 days straight were hopped up on some sort of ancient catnip or something?
I don't think he said. He just asked you, why do you think it's silly?
Yeah,
because I think it's silly. Because the same way that you guys think that it's more plausible that my dad had a false memory.
Well, no. I didn't. Well, I didn't say that. I'm just quantifying.
Well, the artist saying.
What
I can't believe that 500 people were hallucinating.
Max, did you just say ancient catnip?
Yeah.
You out of line, you know.
Well, Dave, you said something that I actually don't have a problem with about probability and likelihood. My only contention with that isn't in that itself, because I think that's good. Usually, things that are most likely happen most likely. That's why they're most likely. But some things, as we know, go against the rule. It's kind of like salmon swimming upstream. So I mean, while I consider the likelihood and the probability of different things happening, ultimately I want to know what is true. So we can't always pin down what is true by what is most likely. And since that's really the best we can do. I make some sort of leap of faith because of my subjective experience. But I feel the only other honest side is withhold judgment. Like, all you have is likelihood. All I have is likelihood, but I take a step of faith because I have subjective data that you don't have, which makes me feel justified in my claim and taking that leap. But for someone else, it's not like they have anti-evidence. So I feel like either you should go and put your faith somewhere based on reasonable evidence, or you should withhold judgment.
Well, no, because what we're basically arguing about is about prior probability. How likely do miracles occur given what we know about the universe? And I'm prepared to put a number on that. I'm not a metaphysical naturalist, because if you do Bayes' equation you start off with a naught, you end up with a naught. It's timesing by naught, essentially. So it's still 0%. So it's basically timesing by naught, so you don't get anything. In the same way, if you start off with 1, that it definitely happened, you do the math or maths, and you end up with 1. So it doesn't matter what evidence you present, it'll always be 1, it'll always be naught. So the problem is the priors. So how often do miracles occur? And we can say,
no way to know that.
Well, that's the point. We can add in numbers. We can add in subtract numbers. So we can say, let's say 0.1. So let's say 1 time out of 10 something happens, then it's a miracle. We can say that. We can quantify that and say how likely does this happen out of 10, or we could say out of 1,000. So we can say 0.01. 100, and so on and so on. So we can add that into the equation and say, given what we know about the universe, we could say it happens 2 times out of 10 or 5 times out of 10. The problem is, and then you also add in the evidence and so on, and you can quantify this. So we can throw some numbers in there, and we can see whether your position is reasonable or not, if you want to take the challenge.
Well, some people would say the Big Bang is a miracle. So I mean, if I won't go that far, but there are plenty of people that make that claim. Completely secular people who decide they want to term the Big Bang a miracle. But still, even if that were qualified as a miracle, and that is the only miracle, air quotes, that ever happened in existence. Well, that right there is enough to say miracles happen. They're highly irregular. They're highly unlikely to happen to you. But based on this, there's a miracle. So they exist.
And I believe that if God fully withdrew from us, we'd cease to exist. So I believe that we have every moment is a miracle.
Well, the problem with that then is that you're one of the people with the position of the beginning of 1. So you're an unreasonable person by Bayesian standard, because you're saying
you just need proper tools, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe so.
Well, the problem is, if you say miracles happen all the time or happen once, then your prior probability is either 0. However many trillion decimal places of one event in history was a miracle, and everything else subsequently hasn't been. In that case, the resurrection would be monumentally unlikely.
So does that also make Thor unreasonable, because he asserts that no miracles happen?
Yeah, anyone who's making a claim, a dogmatic metaphysical claim, is unreasonable. I'm happy to accept that. That's why I'm not a metaphysical naturalist.
To be fair, though, I didn't say
absolutely
didn't happen.
Now that's fair right there. I mean, you can have a fair conversation or a disagreement with somebody that understands that if you have no proof, you can't make claims just as well as you're saying that the other person who has no proof can't make claims.
Amen. Amen.
To be fair, though, I wasn't saying there isn't absolutely any miracle, right? I'm saying so far there is still evidence for any.
Well, we can make the number as small as we want.
He just did it again, folks. He just did it again.
Thor,
I mean, I'm right with you until
probability
zilch
would you
evidence.
put on miracles?
Okay. Give me the best evidence for a miracle. Okay, give me your best evidence for a miracle.
Before I give you evidence, just right now, the evidence you've heard in the past, how many miracles do you think have happened?
Say what?
How many miracles, based on the knowledge you have, living the life you have, how many miracles do you think have happened in the world since the beginning?
None. I haven't seen any evidence.
Okay. So then Dave says you're unreasonable, just like me.
I believe it. I don't claim it to be a fact, right? I don't claim this is supported by evidence. I'm saying so far we haven't seen any evidence to support that there is miracles. I'm open to.
You haven't seen any.
You're right. Yeah, yes, but I'm still
not being. Don't say we because you're speaking for everybody.
I am speaking as we, as in the
You
fine.
have.
Okay, sure.
We as in only me.
Find this actual.
Yeah, turn that W upside down. Okay.
Sure. Well, explain to me why, for example, scholars, intellectuals are less likely to actually believe in miracles.
Well,
why is it the case that scientists do not tend to believe in the Bible literally?
It's because they're so much smarter than religious people, Art. So much. That's why.
I would say more informed, not smarter. But okay, if you want to go smarter.
Let's use a more, I guess, mundane example than a resurrection. Let's say I have my camera pointing at the sky and we saw this weird shape up in the sky, and we can call it a UFO because it's an unidentified flying object. We don't have to know how many times aliens have visited planet Earth. We can say it's one time out of 100,000. So let's point 0.0000 etc. 1. So we could say, okay, I don't believe aliens have visited the planet, but we could say it's pretty unlikely. Okay, we would expect to see more. Our prior knowledge of aliens is incredibly unlikely. We don't have to say naught, because obviously if you put naught in, you get naught out. So whatever evidence even if you present an evidence in front of you, because it's naught, it's timesing by naught. So we can say it's incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, but I'm not starting with a naught. Just want to clarify.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm not starting with a naught, if by any chance you're talking about me.
I'm trying to sort of clarify what you're saying. Saying, even though you don't think miracles have ever occurred, we can still put a number to it, as long as it's a non-naught or non-1 number. Sorry, it's quite hard to say. As long as it's anywhere between 0 and 1, non-inclusive, then we can make a probability statement that makes sense. Because you can say that miracles have never occurred, but we could say, let's just say, for the sake of this argument, for the sake of this Bayesian method, it happened one time in 100,000. That's a number. That's a non-naught number. So you'll get a proper number at the end of it.
Like assigning probabilities to objective truth is kind of ridiculous. I mean, like if I roll a die, a 6-sided die, and I ask you what the number is, then you have a 1 in 6 chance of believing it's a 6. If I ask you if it's a 6. But the thing is, it's either a 6 or it's not a 6. There's no probability there, so it's a little silly to try to establish objective facts with the Bayesian method. Like, I understand it's a good epistemological tool, but it doesn't really say anything about facts.
Exactly. Well, you kind of missed the point of it, though. I completely agree. It doesn't tell you what happened. It said what might most likely happen, given what we know and given our prior probability. It's a numbers game. We could say, as Potholer did in his video, we could prove that 4,400 years ago there were 8 people by using maths. We could say if the population doubles every 152 years, then there was 8 people for 4,400 years ago. If you contain no actual information about how that is the case, if you don't look at the actual data about when populations increase and decrease, you can prove via maths, because maths is blind. As Ozzy says, it's garbage in, garbage out. So the point of the epistemology is to say we can throw numbers in there and say what most likely happened. And if we're talking about historical claims, it's kind of useful in the sense that we can say the amount of times X happens is 1 in 100, the amount of times Y given X happens is 1 in 50, so it's pretty unlikely that it happened. But it doesn't say whether it happened or not. It just means we should believe it or not. And if your probability is less than 0.5, we can say it most likely didn't happen, or varying degrees of probably maybe didn't happen, or you know, if you can quantify maybe and likely and so on. And if it's above 0.5, we can say, yeah, we can be pretty confident that it happened, or more confident as the number increases. So I agree it doesn't tell you what happened in the same way a one-time event is a one-time event.
Could you say again what was that Bayesian? What is it called again?
It's called Bayes' theorem, but it's not really a theorem. It's called Bayes' rule, as in Bayes, named after Thomas Bayes.
Okay, I never heard of Thomas Bayes before. So and what is the Bayes theory or whatever you said?
Screen share the actual equation because I was going to say it's self-explanatory. It's really not. But it's based. I'll try and get a screen share. You can talk amongst yourselves again. You can argue again if you want.
Well, I'd like to argue with Peripheral there because you said that the law of biogenesis is a proven fact. So we have absolute proof that life only comes from life. So we are gods now. We know for a fact there's nowhere any, bits of the universe that actually produce life from non-life.
Yes, life comes from life.
That's not a fact.
When your parents gave birth to you, that proved biogenesis.
That's not a proven fact, though, right? Because we don't know that it's absolutely everywhere.
I'm sorry.
That was a really good addition there. That wasn't chilling at all.
I think
your law of biogenesis. Law of biogenesis.
Peripheral, you're not saying that abiogenesis is false. You're saying biogenesis is proven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Biogenesis, right?
So, like,
every living organism, unless it's been fabricated somehow, is the product of another life. It's biogenesis is true. Absolutely.
So what about organic materials that's been found on comets where there wouldn't be life?
Are they alive?
Organic materials?
Are they alive?
In a sense, you could say that's building blocks of life, but no, it's not reproducible in and of itself.
Well, that's not biogenesis.
Well, I don't see how saying that since we found instances of biogenesis, that is somehow a law now, and that it negates abiogenesis in any way.
It's an inductive.
That's not what I'm saying. You're misrepresenting my position. I'm not saying that abiogenesis can't be true. I'm just saying show me how it is true. Which we can't.
Well, there's lots of papers in which we have evidence that it can happen.
What evidence can you show me that it can happen? Have we ever tested it and had a result?
Have you ever gone to Google Scholar?
No.
Have you ever gone to Google Scholar or a database with scientific journals and searched for abiogenesis?
Abiogenesis has never happened before, as far as we know. It's a theory. Right. It's a guess.
And
right?
star formation. No, it's not. It's not just a guess. We've never seen a star ignite, but we know that it happens. Are you saying?
You're saying you know abiogenesis happens? That's
star
interesting.
formation.
We're actually
talking about stars. We're talking about.
Right. We're talking about
non-life.
We don't have abiogenesis.
And just because you haven't observed the individual thing does not mean that you can't have evidence for it happening.
Oh, sure, you can have evidence for it. Does that evidence lead us to the conclusion that it's happened?
Of it down.
What evidence do you have that abiogenesis actually happened? You can't use. You say, well, okay, well, there's life, therefore.
Yes.
I mean, sure. I guess
we have evidence that is plausible. We have evidence that is plausible.
Like what? Name one thing.
Like studies in which you can show that there is a likelihood of organic materials forming, and then step-by-step processes of how it can come about.
Show me one.
Have you ever gone to Google Scholar and actually searched for this stuff, or are you just not actually looking into?
I don't think you've actually searched this out. There's only a few experiments where we tried to get chemicals to come together to form a life.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not. No. First off, no, they didn't. Second off, that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. Abiogenesis is a hypothesis.
Yes.
You understand? That's not scientifically. It's not scientific to say it happened. We don't know if it's happened. You don't know.
Right. Is there evidence that it can happen? That's a different question, Peripheral. The question of whether it's plausible of happening is different from whether it happened or not.
Is it plausible? Given what we know of the complexity of life, not really.
Okay, you have not gone. You have not actually looked up studies on this. You have not actually looked up studies on this. Then
Smokey sounds like a theist.
Vekel sounds like a troll.
Go ahead and prove him wrong. Post the study.
Show
me where abiogenesis is happening.
Is this a case where Vekel just tried to jump into the conversation?
No, I'm just saying that I agree with your logic here.
All right, Vekel, go back on mute. Go back on mute. You're
using
the conversation again.
You're using the same argument that
I heard Nicholas say something. What was the question, Nick?
You just hate people, don't you? Go ahead.
Vekel, you can go back to mute. We're having a conversation.
I said go ahead and prove peripheral wrong. If there are all these papers proving abiogenesis is viable, then I would love to see
what
them.
I said. That's not
what I
said.
Google Scholar. You said Google Scholar. You said, have you not even researched this?
Right.
So
but
I would like you to provide a single paper.
Before that, what you said, what you're asking me to prove, is not what I said.
Okay, so you're saying there are no papers that you're aware of that prove abiogenesis is viable.
Who was talking about proving things here? I'm not. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I didn't say anything about proving.
So what are you attacking peripheral for not having read?
For like the 5th time, I'm saying that there is evidence for the plausibility of abiogenesis as an explanation.
Provide it.
Okay, wait. I'm going to say this again. Are you saying that you've never gone to Google Scholar and typed in abiogenesis or evidence for abiogenesis or cases of abiogenesis in lab?
I've researched today abiogenesis. I've never seen it happen before. I only know of tests where we've tried to make it happen and they failed.
We've also never seen stars ignite. Are you saying
we're not talking about stars?
Are you saying that stars cannot ignite then?
We're not talking about stars.
Right, follow the bouncing ball. Follow the bouncing ball. You're saying because I've never seen it, there's no evidence of it happening. We've never seen.
Show me evidence. Show me the evidence. You say we have
Pluto is orbiting the sun.
Or shut up.
Do you think? I'm going to, but I want to establish. I want to establish the theory before this force. Oh,
can
Vekel.
I point out the obvious real quick?
Stop trolling, Vekel. We're trying to have a conversation.
Mr. Ball.
Vekel, this is really annoying. You're not helping. Really, come on.
Well, somewhere along the way we've switched sides. So now it's like, you know, the atheists are defending abiogenesis like Christians defend, you know, God. And what I think we're failing to realize is, you know, like the people talking about abiogenesis, like the Miller experiment, right? So we know this stuff is plausible.
That's evidence.
It's not necessarily highly likely that the Miller experiment is what happened, but it is plausible.
The Miller-Urey experiment is irrelevant.
Yeah, it wasn't trying
to
create.
What were they testing for in that experiment?
It doesn't matter. It's
abiogenesis. Were they not?
Testing dogmatic about abiogenesis.
Once again, it's irrelevant.
Oh, how is that experiment irrelevant?
Let's go back to the point before Vekel decided to sing, because that apparently added to the conversation. Wasn't that trolling? So you're saying because I've never seen it happen, there isn't evidence for it. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
So then why do you keep talking about I haven't seen it happen?
Well, because you haven't. You haven't seen no one's seen abiogenesis happen. It's a hypothesis.
So what? No. Well, gravity's a theory.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about abiogenesis.
Peripheral sentence. Trying to make one. We have a theory of gravity, right? It's not a hypothesis that Pluto will orbit the sun. We've never seen it happen, though.
Why do you have to switch the topic? Why not just?
Because when we apply what you're, if it sounds stupid when we apply what you're thinking and how you're going about this.
That's because we have a theory of how idiotic and destruction. Like we have a theory.
I'm going to go to Google Scholar, right? So Google Scholar. Right. Let me just get into screen share for this.
What I'm saying is absolutely true. Abiogenesis is a hypothesis.
Abiogenesis.
Someone tell me I'm wrong, please.
Right. Okay. Do you know what a hypothesis is? Do you know what a hypothesis is? Do we need to go back to kindergarten now?
Oh boy, there he is.
Sure, let me just put the straw man over here with the ad on. Let's keep on going.
Well, wait, no. I'm only doing it because Vekel likes to jump in and do that. But really, are you going to you're doing a misequating of terms. Vekel, I'm going to keep muting you every time you try and troll the conversation. Right, you're saying that when I'm trying to look up evidence for them in papers, you go, well, it's still a hypothesis.
It is a hypothesis.
What relevance does that have to anything?
Well, it's not a proven fact.
Can I just clarify something?
Wait a second.
We don't know. You don't know
there are no proven facts in science.
It's not
there
that
are no
hard.
proven facts in science.
I agree.
Right? And hypotheses are composed of what? Peripheral.
Scientific guesses.
Facts.
What?
Yes.
No, what?
Yes.
Okay, so a hypothesis. Let's go back to kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
A hypothesis is something you form hoping that the result is going to be realized, and then it will go from the hypotheses of abiogenesis
you have to
to
test
the
evidence.
theory of evolution.
You have to test evidence against the hypothesis to see if it's valid or not.
What's the explanation based on?
Opinion, hope, evidence.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's not right. Your idea of hypothesis when they try and teach you in like kindergarten, right? Yes, I brought up kindergarten because he didn't understand what it was in the first place. But sorry, let's go to 7th grade, I guess. Hypothesis is not just any random guess. It is not.
So I mean, let's try to get on the same page, right? So I'm going. This
I
is
would say that a random guess would be a bad hypothesis.
This is an explanation.
No, it wouldn't be a hypothesis.
Huh?
Oh, it wouldn't.
No.
It would be a guess.
It's a
That's what a
proposed.
hypothesis is.
Okay, so if we're good with like Google definition, right? So we're not going to Webster or anything.
No.
We're doing
go to like a scientific journal or scientific.
Yeah.
Why would you go to Webster's? Why not go to like a scientific?
Yeah, Nate,
source?
going to a colloquial, dictionary that lists,
Wow,
common
guys,
usage
you missed everything I
is
just
not
said.
a good source for
Don't even
scientific.
finish. Art, don't even finish. I said I'm not going to Webster's. Somebody
okay.
mentioned Google Scholar, so is that cool? That's what I said.
Sorry, I missed that.
No problem. I accept your apology. So I was saying, if you just type in hypothesis, this does not differ from science. Okay, anyways, a supposition or proposed explanation made of the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
What's that part about limited evidence?
That means you take the evidence. That doesn't mean evidence is fact. If it was fact, it would say you would take
does not.
Okay, so evidence does not mean fact.
I know.
Evidence does not mean fact.
Right.
I
It
know.
doesn't presuppose truth.
So like saying that like
Set up hypothesis is a bunch
so
of
like
facts
saying that I think that
no,
this
it's not.
plant, if I take a seed, right, and I put it in water, the hypothesis that it will be able to sprout because we have evidence that the only the mechanisms which will start a seed to sprout only requires water and oxygen. That's not at all any kind of facts there. There's no facts that's based on.
In that case, you're doing something that's already been done, so you wouldn't be hired anywhere. So if you're trying to come up with abiogenesis or something that has not been proven,
understanding mechanism.
You know, I've been really patient. Should I just wait until you're done?
Right, yeah, because you didn't understand what I said. Understanding the mechanism for how sprouting can happen does not tell you whether in certain circumstances it would work. I know, sorry, Peripheral, you have like an echo. It's hard to, yeah.
If we take the facts we know about gravity and try to form a hypothesis to make another theory of gravity, then yes, you are taking a group of facts and you're trying to make a theorem, but you're doing something that's already been done. In science, as far as I know, hypotheses are things that are usually uncharted territory, things that you're on the precipice of, not that you're rehashing, which means you're not going to have a lot of facts to work with. You're going to have limited evidence. You're going to take this limited evidence, orchestrate it in a way that you can run a test, and your idea, your hope, is that based on this limited evidence, you're basically guess that all these dots will connect and it will work, and now you'll be able to prove it, test it, demonstrate it, redo it, and now those opinions, well, now they're facts. And now you have a theory.
No, I think that's a bit...
I lost you at form a hypothesis of the theory of gravity.
Oh, you got to rewind. I don't think I can handle this.
Well, no, I think the problem we're making is we're thinking a hypothesis is just a stab in the dark. A hypothesis is just where another theory fails, and you're trying to account for that data and some other explanation. So, for example, what I'm working on at the moment is task switching. So how do I, for example, I'm checking my phone at the moment, and I'm also listening to the conversation. So how can I swap between these tasks? And one of the things is whether do memories decay or are they interfered? And basically we have two competing models, and then we're proposing a third one. So the decay model explains, let's say, 50% of the data. The interference one explains 80% of the data. We want to explain 100% of the data. So we've got 80% of the data, and we're going to say, well, what extra bit of information, what extra model, what extra something can we add to make it 100%? So a hypothesis isn't just, well, I'm just going to start my own thing, on something completely different. It's we need to explain as much of the data as we can, and make testable, falsifiable predictions. So, we can make a new theory of gravity if we combine gravity with quantum mechanics. That's what physicists are trying to do at the moment. So, it's not as if making this new theory of gravity must be, well, we're just going to say gravity doesn't exist and we're going to do something completely off the wall and left field. It's saying we're missing a key component that doesn't explain everything. So I think this view that hypothesis is just someone guessing, saying, oh, this thing could happen, I don't have any idea, is incredibly naive, I'm going to say.
Well, I don't know who said that. If you're trying to say I said that, that's certainly not my position. My position's in the middle. If you just take a bunch of guesses, well, keep guessing, and maybe one day you'll have enough evidence to make a hypothesis properly. If you take a bunch of facts, that does not seem standard operating procedure. It seems that unless you're trying to redo something that's been done, like expound on the theory of gravity or something, then yes, it makes sense. You would take some facts. But it seems like the overwhelming majority of new scientific breakthroughs are hypotheses that are not necessarily a bunch of facts that you put together. It may have some facts, but it seems a lot is just evidence that you think maybe is, maybe isn't. You don't know until you make the hypothesis and test it.
Where are you getting your understanding of the scientific community in modern times?
You know, that's a good question. If you have something to prove me wrong, and the overwhelming majority of new scientific hypotheses are based on the majority of facts, and there's very, very little information that is not factually proven, then I'll correct my position. But I've never seen anything. Like, this is the first time I've even really, heard someone be so heavy-handed on, it's all about facts, it's all about facts. I'm like, it's all about evidence. Maybe some of it's true, but a large part, I mean, the idea of a hypothesis is that stuff is not proven fact. So there may be some element of facts to it.
The content of the hypothesis.
So there is a fact of, the mechanisms within a seed which causes it to sprout require water and oxygen. That's a fact, right? If we want to make a hypothesis that therefore, if we sent seeds to, Europa, whether it would sprout or not, that's still based on facts, correct? Well, those facts do not change whether the seeds will actually sprout or not. That's the point of a hypothesis. Well, the point of a hypothesis is getting all of the facts that we have together and then trying to come up with a yes or no or any kind of measurable test that we can do. And then going through that. The point is that we don't have the facts necessary at the time to decide whether that would be correct or not.
Well, let's use an example that most of us probably did in like primary school or kindergarten or however old you are. But if you do a science fair, I always see this on TV programs with science fairs. That do plants grow better with classical music or with rock music? I've seen that on television so many times. It's bordering on cliche. So we make a hypothesis based on all the facts. So we know that plants grow in certain conditions, and we can say these are the facts, and we have to say our hypothesis combines all these and then tries to make an explanation or tries to make a prediction or a testable way of conducting some sort of empirical research in order to confirm or, to reject the null hypothesis, if we're being a frequentist about this. So I think this is a quibble about whether evidence is facts or not, and if basically I think we're all kind of in agreement that, well, hopefully we're in agreement that hypothesis isn't just this wild stab in the dark of this may be the case, no one has any idea. It's a case of model A explains so much, or we don't have a model, in which case we draw upon the facts that we do have, and then, because otherwise where would we start if we didn't start with fact/evidence? If the quibble is about whether facts are evidence, then you're going to be arguing about semantics about whether facts are evidence or whether they're synonymous. So I don't really know what the argument is unless it's one about semantics, about whether fact is evidence or not.
I think it originally started with him constantly that my proposition was abiogenesis has enough studies on it to be shown as plausible, and then him constantly responding with, well, it's a hypothesis, as if that negated it somehow.
Well, the problem with that is abiogenesis is a collective term for just life coming from non-life. That's not a hypothesis. That's just an overarching theme. The hypothesis that I think is the prevailing one is the Haldane. What's the guy's name? It's basically there's this mechanism. That's the hypothesis. It's not whether life came from non-life, because I think we all agree that life isn't eternal. Life hasn't always existed. Christians believe that we started out as dust and then was breathed the breath of life in Genesis 1, whatever it is, I can't remember. And then the Eve came from the rib.
Life comes from life there, though.
What, dust is alive?
No, God is alive.
No, but that's not biologically alive, is it? Unless God is biologically alive.
Isn't bio mean life in Greek or whatever?
Right, but we have a definition for what biological life is.
Yeah, okay, if God...
So if it comes from God, it's not from life.
Well, no, that's the point.
Does God reproduce, excrete, waste?
Metabolize?
Does he metabolize? Does he do any of that?
Who are you asking? What?
Well, the point I'm making is I don't think anyone thinks that life is eternal, because if you define God as being alive, then when it says made in our image, it's very clear, it's very sort of a bit, spookily, very human, I guess, rather than being divine. If you're saying
that's totally fine, because again, as I always say, we are finite beings trying to explain the attributes of an infinite being. So it's okay for us to use anthropomorphism to explain.
It's a bit. I don't want to get on the tangent of the attributes of God. All I'm asking is, do we think life is eternal? And if we think life is not eternal, then by definition, life must have come from a non-living thing. You can say that's God. You can say some sort of...
I think consciousness is eternal. I do not necessarily think biological life is eternal. I think this natural life, this natural world, it's got an expiration date. I think our consciousness, for at least my opinion, as far as I have one, is I think the humans that live decide what constitutes human. The humans among us that have a consciousness, I believe that will exist eternally. I do not believe our biological self will exist eternally.
I can understand not calling it biogenesis if it's from God, but I don't think it's accurate to call it abiogenesis if it's God. I think abiogenesis means something else.
It's life from
abiogenesis just means what's the starting point. Whether God did it, how God did it could mean different things, or if it's evolution, or if it's a hydrothermic vent. It's all abiogenesis. It's where do we get our start.
That's kind of the point I'm making, so I'm glad Nate's confirmed it. None of us think that life is eternal, that either there was this God thing that moved the chemicals around, or if you think God actively, breathed on some on the dust of the earth, as it says in, I think that's not in Genesis, actually, and then Eve was made from a rib. That is not life from life. That is life from this God thing that isn't biologically alive, that God doesn't do the biological things that we do. So regardless of whether
abiogenesis, I don't think. I think that would be an incorrect use of that term. I think abiogenesis specifically means life from non-life.
Right. Is God living?
Yes.
Okay, he metabolizes, he poops, he eats.
He's not living in the same way.
Not all things that are living have to
okay, well then we don't classify that as biological, do we?
Well, hang on, those are two different things, right? So what if like theistic evolution is true and God, is responsible for the rock, but then something completely unrelated to God is responsible for life? You could say God had a hand in it, or if God actually literally took a man's rib and made a woman, well then that's God doing a very different thing.
Well, no, the point I'm making is that whichever side we're arguing, it's how life came to be from non-living material. That because God isn't made out of the same stuff we are, God isn't made out of carbon, God isn't made out of oxygen, God isn't made out of nitrogen, God isn't made out of ammonia, ad nauseum, and then so on and so on and so on. What I don't get this distinction that theists make of, well, you believe that life came from non-life. It's like, have you read Genesis? Have you read how life came to be? It's not from this already existing life thing. It's from God. And if you want to say God is biologically alive, then I don't know how you can say that God is also timeless, spaceless, and immaterial.
I don't think any Christian I've ever heard would ever say God is biologically alive. The closest they would come is like Jesus during his 30-something years on Earth is the closest they would say, and still that's Jesus representing himself as a human. So I don't think I've ever heard any theist.
I'm not saying
this is literally the argument that's going on right now.
I'm not saying necessarily it should be called biogenesis. I think it might be a false dilemma saying biogenesis or abiogenesis.
No, it's either life came from living material or non-living material. It is a true dichotomy.
Okay, you went back to the living definition, and I'm telling you, I believe in the living God, so...
Yeah, but
we have
if the definition of biogenesis is from living, then it's biogenesis.
We have a scientific definition for what we say is life. If you want to change it, then go in the field and change it, or propose something which would include it's timeless, spaceless, immaterial, infinite.
But let's look up the word life.
Super duper dude you want.
Well, I think we're asking the wrong question. I mean, maybe a better question was, hey, what Christians think God poops? No one? Why not? Well, he's not one of us. He's a spirit, but he's alive. Yes, but he's a living spirit. So spirit is not biological life. Yes. Glad that's solved.
Okay, cool. Well, when you apply living to that, it's not the biological definition of it. So why would you apply it when we're talking about a biological dispute?
And you've got one theist.
It's like saying that, well, the Spinozians, they think that the universe is, this living entity in and of itself. So I guess everything's biogenesis.
Exactly. I mean, this is the problem that I hear Christians so often say that, oh, well, you believe that life came from non-life. And like Nate, I hope accurately portrays the Christians in here, that Christians are in the same position. It's how life came from non-life. Was it directed? Now, we could say, is it directed by God, or an independent mind thing, if that's even a coherent idea?
I hope the Christians in the room hear them equivocating between abiogenesis, biogenesis, and life and non-life, because I'm making a point about life and non-life.
Wait, are you saying we're falsely equivocating?
Yeah, because on the one hand, you're saying it's abiogenesis because God isn't biological, and then you keep on talking about life from non-life.
Right.
Yeah, I hear that as well, Nicholas. I do.
I brought this up actually earlier when I was talking.
So what?
We were talking, me and Nadia were talking earlier, and she presented the idea. Essentially what it does is, regardless of which answer you pick, abiogenesis is the likely answer, and it's meant to obscure, but in reality, I always specify abiogenesis absent a creator, okay? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about God. We're talking about we're not talking about God having a hand in this. We're talking about abiogenesis in a purely naturalistic universe with no creator behind it involved. And we're talking about chemicals randomly bumping into each other to form a simple life form.
No, it's not false.
The complexity of that alone is almost unfathomable. But
it's not falsely equivocating, because I've never gone to the point of, well, it's abiogenesis either way, so we're still right. I don't see how anyone can interpret what I've been saying as going that, I'm for either of these sides. I'm specifically for naturalistic abiogenesis.
Well, no, it's even worse than that, because if you say, well, we'll just take God out of the equation, then the probability of life coming from non-life is 1, because you're saying that God, okay, we all agree, hopefully, that life exists now, and if God didn't have a hand in it, then something must have caused it, and we just want to know how. Now, if you're going to take God out of the equation, then we're left with anything else that's not God. We can say it's aliens, we could say it's, transdimensional, whatever. We can say it's anything but God, and it's still non-life becoming life. And we keep throwing around this term, but you're saying if it's not God, then it's something else. It's how it happened, not whether it happened. I don't understand how you don't understand the difference between whether something happened. For example, if we see a car in the ditch, you're arguing that it's not in the ditch. Whether we should be saying, how did it get in the ditch? You're saying, no, it's not in the ditch. That is analogous to what you're doing. You're saying it didn't go in it's not in the ditch. It's like, no, it is in the ditch. We are looking at it now. We are looking at life now. And we're saying, how did it happen?
I don't know if I agree with that.
And I'd like to add to regarding probability, guys. This whole idea is that essentially the odds are astronomical of protein molecules forming by chance. However, biochemistry, it's not chance. So if a certain protein can form under certain conditions, then under those conditions, the chance of it forming are exactly 1 in 1.
That's right? Kind of my point. Yeah.
So when it comes to these probabilities, we have to understand that what we're actually looking for is the specific condition and the specific circumstance on how these proteins can combine and form together. If they exist, then life can happen. If they don't exist, then life can't happen abiogenically.
So the question is how taking astronomical odds regarding the chance that life formed without a creator.
I just said the odds would be 1 in 1.
Right, and we're reducing it to 1 in 1, which is essentially it'll happen every time, making abiogenesis sound like some rational explanation
no,
for
just
something that we have never seen before. That's
okay. I'll give you an analogy. I'll give you an analogy. If I drop this pen now, what's the probability it'll land exactly below where I'm going to drop it? We could say, well, it could land literally anywhere in the universe. So let's say it's 1 in a quadrillion, trillion, square miles. So it could land literally anywhere. So what's the probability it's going to land directly on the floor? The answer is, well, it's 1 in 1, because that's where it will land when I drop it. So
that's not taking into account every conceivable place it could drop. If we're looking at it from a statistical point of view, then that's incorrect. You're saying that every time it would land where, that's like what you guys are saying, that basically, my name is Justin, and the chances of me existing are 1 in 1 because I exist.
Perfect.
Right. No,
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
this point where there are certain filters which you need to put on the statistics. It's not like his pen is going to fall and then do a loop-de-loop and then end up on the other side of that. Right, there's filters called physics for why that won't happen. And therefore the statistics is reduced. So saying, you know, well, what's the odds that at any given point, you know, there's just going to be the exact thing that's going to, you know, lead to abiogenesis in that exact moment, given no parameters whatsoever? Yeah, of course it's going to be astronomically high. Just like it'd be astronomically high to expect to find, you know, amino acids on a comet. But we do find it because that's how physics works.
You know, I'm not saying you know, I exist, therefore, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. We don't know how it happened.
No,
we can't say that, okay, well, yes, if it did happen, then it is a 1 in 1 odds chance that it happened. It happened, right? But we don't know if it happened.
This isn't the point he's making.
No, yeah, okay. Let's use a different example. What's the probability that all of us here right now would be in this hangout? Well, we could say that it's astronomically unlikely. So every single event for the last however many years you think the universe has been going, whether it's 6,000 or 14 billion.
But we're talking about now, which we know. We don't know what happened then. That's the whole.
No. Again, take this as a cumulative argument that I've been making. So the point I was making before, that we all agree that life exists now and biological life hasn't always existed. So at some point, non-life must have come alive. The argument about how is the argument that I hope we're going to get onto at some point, because that's kind of the point. But the point I'm making is, what's the probability of everyone here in this hangout? For example, we all need to be born. So we all need to be born the exact people we are, the exact same sperm, the exact same egg, the exact same time. We all had to do every single event that led up to this moment right now to do this hangout. So what's the probability of this happening? And the answer is 1, because it's happening. Right?
Right, but we're talking about something that we don't know if it happened or not. We can easily say that this happened, but we don't know if that happened or not.
No, we do know it happened. We don't know how it happened.
Yeah, well, we know life happened at some point. We don't know. That's the whole point of what we're talking about regarding abiogenesis. Abiogenesis is a process absent the creator, and it's a naturalistic explanation. That's what I'm referring to. But we don't know if that's the mechanism for how life came to be or not.
No. You're confusing abiogenesis with the explanation of abiogenesis. Okay, it's like saying you keep.
I'm explaining it. I'm explaining it perfectly. Okay.
No, you're saying if it happened, and you're not. The question isn't if it happened.
There was a series of events that had to take place in order for a life form to first form. Correct.
No, okay. Again, I was going to say this as simply as possible. The explanation for abiogenesis is not abiogenesis. In the same way, the explanation for
I get that. We're trying to explain how it happened. That's what I'm talking about.
And then you keep talking back to if it happened, which is the problem.
We don't know, though.
We do know it happened. We keep
so you know that it wasn't God that did it.
I think there's actually a simple illustration.
You're essentially hold on, teacher, because he's essentially saying he knows that abiogenesis absent a creator is exactly what happened. That's not knowable.
No. You said absent of a creator. I'm saying if you're saying absent of creator, we know life exists now, so something must have happened. And the point is, you keep saying if it happened. We all agree life exists now when it hasn't always existed. Something happened.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. If it happened according to abiogenesis absent a creator, does that work for you?
Let's go back to the point I was just making. Abiogenesis is the collective term of life from non-life. Abiogenesis isn't an explanation. It's the bigger picture. It's like saying evolution did it. Okay, evolution.
Right, I understand that.
No, you don't, because you keep saying if abiogenesis is a hypothesis. No, it's not. Abiogenesis is the label that we give to a collection.
I hold that God creating life is by biogenesis, not abiogenesis. I consider God to be a life form.
He's not living. He's not living. You can't attribute that.
Well, I think that the problem here is the fact that you're saying that God is not living. But the problem is
that's a presupposition, though. He doesn't know that.
Yeah,
literally, let's get down to the definition. Does God shit? Does God need to burn calories? Is God made of atoms?
Okay, no. Hold on a minute. It's not whether or not God is living or not. That's not the issue.
No, it is.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish my thought. Okay.
It's whether you feel him.
It's just like no. Please. Let's not throw the ad hominem. Let's really be serious here. And have a good conversation, okay? Here's the situation. Let me give you the illustration first, okay? Light, okay? We had light day 1, day 2, and day 3, but the sun wasn't made until day 4. So the question is, what was the light prior to that? Well, that light was God, okay? Because God is light, okay? And we have...
I thought he was light.
Hang on a minute. hang on a minute, light as in L-I-G-H-T.
Right, but when you say his life?
Now, when we talk about L-I-F-E, God is also life.
How?
That's an equivocation.
How?
God is life. The Bible says he is life.
So what?
L-I-F-E.
So what?
So hang on a minute. The fact that he is life, okay, in another dimension of where that we don't understand, being God in the eternal realm, he was able to take that life and put it in the temporal realm and give us the life that we know in the bio in this what we call life.
Sounds like the fucking summary to like.
You can say anything you want.
Sounds like the plot to Interstellar.
Well, you can say it.
Right, when we say life, in biology,
this is all one big diversion from
if you want to say that, you know, if you want to say that instead of life, we're gonna call it light, or we're gonna call it Bob, or you want to say that the characteristics that we attribute to biology, we're gonna call.
No. I know.
We're gonna call purple. It doesn't matter.
First of all, what we weren't talking about was God having a role in this. We were approaching this from the strictly naturalistic perspective.
From a naturalistic, but the problem is you can't approach it from a naturalistic because that's Darwinian. It's all naturalistic.
No, I know that. Teacher, I know that. Listen, that's not what I'm advocating. What I'm saying is without a creator, the only other option is life from non-life through a series of causes, okay? That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
That's the naturalistic explanation. The problem is there's no way to show that that's happened. We don't know if that's happened.
I agree.
You'd have to presuppose God does not exist, and that's not a knowable thing.
Even if it was natural, it would still be abiogenesis. I think that Dave's made that point countless times.
Say what now?
Even if it was supernatural, it would still be.
Well, then we're simply disagreeing on definitions and
the
problem is life or non-life, for example. I believe that God is, while maybe not a temporal life form, he is in fact a life form, right?
No,
a pure life form and an eternal life form. We're not even talking about that.
It's equivocation.
Disagrees with you. And if we're talking about biological hypothesis, why wouldn't you use the definition that they use?
We're not talking. We were never even talking about God. We were talking about not having a creator and life coming from non-life. That's what we were talking about. I don't know how God brought into this conversation.
You kept referring to it if it happened, and we're saying it must have happened if God is not in the picture. And you saying, well, independent of God, then something must have happened, and we agree. And then you kept swapping back to if it happened.
Obviously, I believe God is the cause. What I'm saying is that there's no way, there's no proof that it happened without a creator. There's no way to know that.
Well, no, there are ways.
Yes, there is.
Oh, there is?
Yes.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm going to make a call, okay, so you can get your Nobel Prize, because I want to hear this.
Yeah, peripheral. We're going to go back to the original demonstration, right? Nobody knows if Pluto's going to orbit the sun. We've never seen it orbit before.
You keep strawmanning or going to something else.
That's not strawmanning. Your faulty logic being applied in a different scenario, which shows how it's deliberately false.
Because you don't want to confront the fact that we don't know where life came from a natural...
Peripheral, tell me what's wrong with saying.
You don't want to
equating. What's wrong with saying that because we've never seen Pluto orbit around doesn't mean that we can't say that it will? What's the problem with that?
We're not talking about Pluto. We're talking about abiogenesis, which we've never seen happen before.
We're talking about the reasoning behind
it. The problem is
you're avoiding this because you know that your logic is faulty.
Well, my logic is perfect. All I'm saying is we've never seen it happen.
We've never seen Pluto orbit either.
No,
okay, I haven't investigated Pluto. I'm not worried about Pluto. I'm talking about.
Are you saying Pluto will not orbit?
Dude, why won't you address what we're talking about? Why are you running into?
Understand that evidence doesn't always mean observation of the actual thing.
I'm going to try.
We knew atoms existed before scanning electron microscope.
That's great. What does that have to do with the price eggs in China, bro? Do we know how life got here? No, you don't.
Right. Saying okay doesn't actually mean you understand the point, and the fact that you keep reiterating yourself shows that you don't understand the point.
You're trying to distract from the fact that you don't know where life came from, and you don't have an answer for where life came from.
We have evidence for how it could have came.
Evidence doesn't presuppose truth. I thought you were a scientist.
Okay, evidence doesn't presuppose truth.
It doesn't.
Fucking what?
Okay, then you don't have an absolute claim to make or any proof that it happened.
And maybe the sun's not going to come up tomorrow, and maybe Pluto's actually and maybe Mars just
we're not talking about that. We're only addressing the issue of where life came from, which you cannot say you know because you don't. It's an end story.
We're addressing your logic. The fact that you don't like your logic being applied anywhere else just shows your bias.
Listen,
We have
talking
the
about
theory of
life.
star formation.
We're
We
talking
have the
about where
theory
life
of
came from. I can do the same thing with the universe.
No, Peripheral, we're not talking about that.
Oh, now we're not talking about anybody.
We're talking
run
about
from
you
this because you
saying.
have.
We're talking about you saying.
You have faith.
We're talking about you saying.
Abiogenesis.
We're talking about you saying. I can keep doing this. We're talking about you saying that because we've never.
You're making this about me. That the topic of discussion is abiogenesis, not me, not my logic. Okay.
Peripheral, take a breath. We're talking about the logic you're using, which is that because we never observed the exact thing in question, we don't have any evidence for it, and we can never know. And that is completely false, which is why when I bring up the whole
words in my mouth. When did I
Pluto,
say that? I never
okay, then what are you saying? Then what are you saying, Peripheral?
What I'm saying is very simple. We don't know how life started on planet Earth. Get it? Got it?
You're
Good.
saying we can't
End
know.
of story. Done. If you believe it happened some way that we don't know, you have faith. End of story. Get it? Got it? Good. Throw the bridge. Get over it, bro.
You were saying we can't know.
I didn't. No. What the? When did I say that? Name me.
He's obviously not listening.
Where I said we can't know.
He's not listening.
Right.
That's
Rewind
ridiculous.
the hangout.
You're so adamant to try to disprove me on a point. You're not even listening to what I'm saying, bro.
He's not listening.
You're not listening at all. You're just like trying to find a flaw in my logic. All I'm saying is we've never seen it happen. We don't know how it happened. If you believe it happened in a particular way that we haven't demonstrated, you have faith. End of story.
So like if we have
how you like it.
But if we Veckel, I'm actually trying to have the conversation. You just wanted to detract and derail and pop in and throw out homonyms. So that's why I put you on mute because you were trolling.
That's like saying because I don't know if there's a planet somewhere outside of our solar system, it doesn't exist. How would I know that?
No,
right. Proof or evidence. Come on, bro.
Okay, is this correct? That you're saying that because we can't, that we haven't observed how life began in the first place, that we cannot have any evidence for how it may have started?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Okay, please reiterate what you said.
I'll for the 17th time. Okay, we don't know how life began. If I was to ask you, how did life begin? You would have to say, I don't know, we're still working on it. If I said, if you were to tell me that life began, there was no creator, there was some cosmic collision of chemicals that brought about the first life form, you would have to use faith for that because you don't know.
Wait. How is it faith to say that based on the evidence we currently have, the best hypothesis is
because there's not a conclusion. There's a hypothesis in play. It hasn't been tested to been repeated or verified.
Right.
That's not
so
scientific.
You think that because
the hypothesis
what had to be tested and verified? What had to be tested and verified?
It hasn't been tested or verified. No, we don't know how life got here.
What wasn't tested and verified?
Hang on. Dave's been trying to say something. You guys keep cutting him off. Go ahead, Dave.
Well, the problem is you keep swapping between how it happened to I would kind of agree that you said my hypothesis is the best, that it was hydrothermal vents 3.5 billion years ago, and you say, how do you know that? It's like, well, I've got no evidence. I would say that's probably faith, but the problem is that's not. You keep flopping from that to saying therefore abiogenesis is based on faith.
Well, there's only two possible answers for where life came from. Either there was a creator, or there's a naturalistic explanation.
No, not necessarily. Well, it depends if you define creator as anything that's not natural. But the problem is
supernatural creator, or a supernatural mind, transcendent of our reality, right? I think we can all kind of understand what I'm saying, a god, okay? So there was either a creator or there is a naturalistic explanation. We don't have the naturalistic explanation. We don't have it. We don't know how it happened.
We have evidence for it.
Well,
okay, evidence doesn't presuppose a conclusion. You don't right now. If I was to ask you, how did it happen? You wouldn't know. You couldn't give me an answer.
No, and so what? Right,
that's all I'm saying.
Again, that
I went through all of that for you to say that you agree with me. Thank you.
For the last time, right? Let me try and do this again.
Okay, start. You guys, please let Dave finish the thought. You guys keep interrupting him.
Well, I'm just sort of.
He already agreed with me. I don't really see the point to continue. He doesn't know where life came from. I get it. Cool.
Right, not knowing something doesn't mean you don't have evidence for it.
I never said that.
Well, fuck me. Sorry. Apparently, I just don't know English.
Well,
timestamp me saying what you think you thought you heard me say.
For real, I remember a long time ago that you used to complain about Hangouts, that you'd rather have a one-on-one conversation because people keep jumping in and cutting other people off. You've been doing that a lot lately.
I've done that twice in 2 days, your name, and both times you've been involved to add your voice to the conversation as if you're relevant to what we're talking about.
You know what? Because I
really just cut him off to tell him that you don't cut people off.
I know. Listen, I've been.
I know you're not talking about cutting people off.
Go back to
your name's like the first guy to jump into a conversation, cut people off, to tell him to stop cutting people off. Come on, bro. Me and Star are having a conversation.
Seriously.
Yeah, I figured it between Peripheral and him.
Beckle comes in to again jump into the
Hey, I just wanted to commend Smokey for using the same line of argumentation that I did with Art. I mean, so Art, I would say.
Sorry, are you going back to your troll cave?
See, this is all he does, folks.
Yeah, no, because you just jump in, like, just throw little attacks in there, and then go back to the point where you're muted.
But I just wanted to thank you for using the same line
Put the troll in the cage. Put the troll in the cage, Beckle.
So,
what it seems.
Shut up.
Oh, and now he's muting again. Look at that. Go back to the troll
because
cage.
you're talking over me. I'm saying something. You don't want to hear what I have to say. All right, hey, I can play this troll game too, buddy. You want to?
Stop jumping into the conversation, because you're derailing it. So first of all, I was saying the problem that I feel like the problem of disconnect. The problem of disconnect.
I have every right to say.
Michael, no one gives a shit what you're saying right now. You're just derailing the conversation.
If you want to play the troll game, we can do that, buddy. We can do that.
Peripheral.
Go ahead.
The problem that I'm trying to connect with is that it sounds like you're trying to say that because we have not. I don't know how you'd even test it. Because we have not gone through processes which have in and of themselves resulted in life, that therefore it must be blind faith.
Well, no, I think it's worse than that, because he started off by saying the law of biogenesis. That's why we got onto the topic. He was saying that life only comes from life. And then we got into the issue whether God is alive, and then we got into the issue of how do we know that life came from non-life. That was sort of the progression of the argument. So it was, I think it was
abiogenesis could be true, and biogenesis could both be true. We could both say that they're both laws if we observe both of them take place. We know biogenesis happens. Nobody's contending that. Nobody's offering a contention that says, you know what, it may not be true somehow, and you know that if animals, whatever, that makes no sense. We know life comes from other life, but that doesn't mean that there can't be another explanation too, right?
Okay, perfect. That's all you need to say from the beginning.
So what's the problem?
These aren't laws.
Yeah.
Dude, this is a semantics thing with the whole law thing. Whatever. Screw the law thing. Let's talk about what we see. We see biogenesis happen.
That you think that it's one or the other, but it's not one or the other.
I never said it was one or the other.
Definitions of terms.
Coming in to throw an attack, which is going to derail the conversation. Go back to Troll Cave.
Shut up. Shut up. I have no right to
What were you saying?
If that's the case, Smokey.
Peripheral, what were you saying? Peripheral.
I'm trying to hear you.
You know what, Smokey? If you want to use that accusation on me, you can say the same thing. Oh, shut up.
So what
not your hangout. You know, I have every right to say something I want to as well. Okay. Don't act like this. Is this your hangout? Is this your hangout, sir? Is this your hangout? No, it's not. So you know what? I want you to show the same respect when Dave comes in and says something. Okay.
Before you troll the conversation.
Do the same thing. I want you to do the same thing for when Dave comes in and speaks. All right. That's what I want you to do. Okay. Let's see if you do that.
Please respond to what part I missed.
Go ahead and respond to this troll, Peripheral.
Right. Please go ahead. I'll mute myself too.
Smokey?
Yes?
I have a simple question for you.
Sure, but I want to know what Peripheral. I want to know what Peripheral. I want to know what Peripheral said I was getting wrong in the first place.
We'll get to Peripheral.
Well, no, because that's derailing the conversation.
We'll get to Peripheral.
Almost,
we'll get to Peripheral in a minute. Okay, I'm sure you and him can go back into it.
This is a line of conversation.
Well, you said you wanted to mute yourself. So go ahead.
Here's the problem.
Destroy the conversation. He's trolling. Please tell me what point I missed before this gets off onto a tangent.
Here's what you missed. Are you ready?
You can talk, but I'm not going to listen to anything you say. I'm just going to say Peripheral. Please.
Oh, he only interrupts the Christian. That's it. He doesn't interrupt the atheist.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just keep talking then. See, the person whose room this actually is said to take turns. That means that somebody has to be quiet while somebody else talks, okay? So here's the situation. Peripheral has been saying, okay, that there is no evidence to abiogenesis.
That's not what I'm saying, teacher.
Okay?
Maybe if you let him finish. and let him address that point.
Or at least he's saying there's no. It's never been proven, I think, is what you've been saying, isn't it?
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of
Never
things haven't been proven.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
No, here's the deal. Here's the deal. What I hear Smokey saying is that even though it's never been proven, it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
No. Teacher, why would you jump into the conversation if you didn't understand what was going on?
Well, because what are you saying? Because that's what he's saying.
Right. Going back to 45 minutes.
Without
Minutes ago.
Talking for 45 minutes and getting nowhere and spinning your wheels, why don't you just say one solid, complete sentence that actually means something?
That's what I'm saying, because 45 minutes ago, before that, right, you didn't
the problem is you're doing a lot of talking, but you're not saying anything.
Right, no, because what I said 45 minutes ago, before you came into the room, right, that was the point that I didn't get cut off on, the point where you weren't in the room.
I was listening.
That my whole entire position, right, has been that there is evidence for abiogenesis happens.
Okay, wait.
Teacher, no, stop. My point has, because if you don't understand what I was just saying, right, if I said, no, you got my position wrong, I don't know why you would cut me off before I got to the position. My position is that there is evidence for abiogenesis happening through naturalistic ways. Right?
Are you done?
Well, I don't know. Actually, I'm done, but I'm not ceding it to you. I'm ceding it to peripheral, because you said that once you were done, it would go back to peripheral.
But hang on.
You're derailing the conversation now.
No, I'm not. Because you said that you just got done saying there's evidence to do what?
Peripheral. What part?
What's
when
the
I was
purpose
explaining
of
why
the
I thought
evidence?
Peripheral. What part did I misunderstand when I explained to you what I thought you were saying?
All of it.
What was the not really?
Peripheral. What part did I misunderstand?
I think we have already we agreed like 5 minutes ago, and everything you just said I agree with. I don't know what the problem is or why we're still going back and forth over this.
Because I don't understand if you're saying that. Are you saying that it is blind faith to say that, despite having evidence for how it could have?
Nobody did that, right? That was him.
That was unexpected. Okay.
So what it seems is that you're saying that even though there's evidence to point to plausibility of a naturalistic abiogenesis, it's still blind faith to believe that is the best explanation.
If you said it happened exactly that, however you're proposing it happened, without a creator, right, that would require blind faith.
Well, wait, because that's the point. No, I wouldn't say that anyone currently has a working hypothesis for all the processes which would have had to occur.
I agree.
However, we have evidence for how individual processes, which would be necessary for abiogenesis, would have occurred.
I think just to...
Wait. So like you would have had amino acids to form, because everything has DNA, so the original common ancestor would have had to have DNA too, or, well, RNA, because once you get back to that far, there's working ways that bacteria can live on just RNA, so you'd have to say, well, how can RNA and DNA come in through abiogenic means? Well, we have evidence for how the nucleotides, the building blocks of DNA, form naturally in and of themselves. So that'd be evidence for how that could occur, right?
But the evidence doesn't presuppose a conclusion.
Right. That's not what I'm asking.
It has to be tested.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, then what are we talking about?
Where nucleotides.
Okay. We're already. So what you're saying is you have faith that that's exactly what happened, because you obviously don't believe it.
No. This is why I said let me finish. This is why I said let me finish.
You that faith.
They hate that word faith.
This is why I said let me finish, and this is why Veckel jumped in again to troll. So what I'm asking is that
this is an open hangout.
What I'm saying, yes, it is, and you're open to troll it and derail it, because that's the best thing you can do in here. So it sounds like, right. So I'm not talking about conclusions or evidence presupposing conclusion. I don't even know what you're trying to get at with that. What I'm trying to say is, do you agree that we have examples where the building blocks of DNA, RNA, have been formed through naturalistic ways, just in nature?
Yes, but where does that equal abiogenesis is true?
Okay, would it be a necessary step in abiogenesis for the building blocks of DNA or RNA to come about in nature?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you not think that adds to plausibility for that hypothesis?
add to the plausibility. How plausible? Sure.
Okay.
How plausible? I don't know that that's.
So if we can find out that it's plausible, how is it blind faith?
Well, because if you're making an absolute statement, like that's how it happened, and you believe that's how.
I never did that.
Okay.
So
well,
if that's
sounds like we're arguing over nothing, man.
Well, if that's the point of contention,
you agree on my initial premise is that you don't know where life came from. I think we agree on that.
Well, no,
you have reasons for believing in abiogenesis. I think we agree on that.
Well, that's loaded.
How is that loaded?
It's like saying that because we don't know exactly how gravity works, we don't know how gravity works, right?
Well, that's kind of given. I mean,
there's different ways. Like, there's different variances of knowing.
We don't know. If
you don't know how gravity works.
You don't know how
it
happened.
saying?
Sorry?
Are you saying we don't know how gravity works?
That's not what I'm saying. We're not talking about gravity. You basically
I know, but applying it to the situation, because like it sounds like you're saying that because we don't have a working. The problem with saying that we don't know is that PhD scientist, right, doesn't know how gravity works because they don't know how it works. It doesn't know.
There isn't a biologist.
We don't have a working theory of quantum
right
gravity. We don't have a working theory of how gravity works in and of
itself. There isn't a biologist alive who knows how life got here.
Peripheral.
That's
why it's loaded, peripheral. But you didn't understand why I'm telling you why it's loaded because you didn't let me get to the part where I'm actually telling you why it's loaded.
Taking a long time to get
right. So right, Beck. Well, maybe if you stopped interrupting, it would have gone there farther. But you like.
Oh, shut up, Jingle.
So, a PhD scientist still doesn't know how gravity works. You know who else doesn't know how gravity works? A dog or a kid in 7th grade who just learned that these are 3 formulas. You plug in X, you plug in H, and then you get an answer. And then a college student who knows, more complex calculus of how to get gravity, right? None of them you can say knows how gravity works, but it's loaded because some of them know a lot more than others. Some of them are a lot closer to understanding how it works than others.
Well,
so my problem is that you keep saying we don't know. That negates the fact that we have evidence.
Let me clarify my statement.
That negates the fact that we have evidence for how it may have happened.
Hang on. How about I'm going to make an assertion or a statement, okay, and I want you to attack that. There isn't a biologist alive on planet Earth that knows how life got here.
Sure.
You agree with that?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think people know things. I don't think people know things.
So
wait, what did you just say?
I don't think people know things.
Well, I think that's going to derail a bit more. I guess if we're going to use the gravity example...
Do you want me to elaborate on that?
Well, as long as it doesn't derail, but I was going to use your gravity example to try and...
Well, because I think it's the whole entire point, because my position is that it would be impossible for anyone to know anything 100%, because I don't see how that could even logically be feasible. And so the only thing we have to rely on is evidence. So when you go, yeah, well, we don't know 100% true. I don't know 100% that, my computer is actually working with electricity. Maybe there's just fairies in there, but I have ample evidence to suppose otherwise. I don't know it. I haven't proven it. But so what? The preponderance of the evidence points to that.
So what's the point of arguing with anybody when Peripheral makes the conclusion that there is no evidence of abiogenesis?
That's not what I said.
Or something like that.
all I'm proposing...
You're derailing there.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'll even go one step further. There is not a human on planet Earth who has a naturalistic explanation for how life got here. There's a big question mark there.
Sure.
Okay?
And I would also say that no person on the Earth who has ever lived knows how life got here, period. Supernatural or supernaturalistically or naturalistically.
Well, whether or not you think we're right or wrong, though, we do have an explanation. We do believe it's God. But I understand that you're going to take that subjectively. That's not the case. I'm saying that I have an answer, whereas scientists don't.
Right, and the Buddhists have the answer too, and the Muslims have the answer too, and the Hindus have the answer too.
That's not the contention, though.
Just because you say that you know something doesn't actually mean you know it.
Ooh,
I don't care if you can claim it.
You're entitled to that.
All that is just honesty.
I'm not trying to prove God to you. What I'm saying is that, okay, if I take a naturalistic route, there is no explanation right now for where life came from. We don't know how it happened. We're not there yet, right? So that's a fact. Okay, now if you ask a Christian, where did life come from? We're going to give you an answer. We're going to say it was God. Whether you agree with that is not important. We still have an answer. Is all I'm saying.
So how did it happen?
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to tell you?
Yeah. Well, how did it happen?
Yeah, read Genesis. Yep.
Well, God created us from the material that we're made from, which is from the dirt.
How?
Not a troll, sir. I'm giving you an answer. You asked for a question.
How? Peripheral how?
Oh, if you want like a snapshot of God, like, you know, molding the earth into the different shapes of animals and humans with his hands and then breathing life into it, I wasn't there for that.
How does breathing life into thing, like what right, so we got to the point now where you said, well, God's responsible, and we could say, well, nature was just responsible. But when you actually get to the processes, you don't know either. You don't have a process either. You don't have a process either. You can say that, well, he did do it. That's not a process.
It's an explanation, though. It's not.
Nobody. So what?
So what? Have an explanation to say that when I got here, I claimed to have one.
And it's an explanation to say that happened naturally.
That seems to be the problem. See, he wants an explanation.
He wants
details on how in the process.
I know. I understand what he's asking.
Trying to get your head in the conversation.
He wants details on the process rather than.
Just like you don't think that it. Just like you don't think. Sorry, there's like a slight echo with Peripheral's mic.
Sorry.
Just because there is, right, so I could say, well, nature caused life to come into existence, right? And you would say, well, how? That's not a working explanation. And I'd say, well, you know, we know that, you know, RNA must have formed, and we know that, you know, the cell membrane must have formed. And you say, well, how did that happen? And you say, well, I don't know. Well, that's not an explanation. But then when I say, well, how did God breathe life in? How does breathing in life cause life to start? You would say, well, we don't know. So we're in the same part. That's because you want to say that you think you know it. Doesn't mean it's an actual viable explanation. It just means that you don't have the credulity to understand that you don't actually understand how it happened.
Okay, you know what, Smokey? I'm going to concede to something. Okay, I'm going to concede to the fact that neither I nor I really believe this with all my heart, okay, and you can throw this in whatever basket you want to put it in, okay, I really believe with all my heart that there's not a human being alive that understands how it happened or could. And see, that's the point, because I think the reason God said that he did it the way he did it is because if he tried to explain it to us, we would just stand there with our mouth hanging open.
Well, it wouldn't make sense to us ultimately. We have a summary of how he did it.
That's cool.
We really, I'm seriously speaking though, Peripheral. I mean, I believe that it's so complicated of what God has actually done. You know, when you look at this DNA that I've been listening to some of these debates going on in there, talking about all this little machinery going on inside these cells and all this. I mean, life is so much more organized, complex than we could ever imagine. And I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to make a prediction that they're going to make even better microscopes, and they're going to find out that it's even more complex than what they're looking at now. Okay?
Yeah, I would like to.
And the more, I believe, the more they magnify it, the more complexity, the more organized complexity they're going to find. The bigger the telescope they build, the bigger they're going to find out that Christ made. No, you laugh. You laugh. But the problem is, but hang on a minute. Here's the problem.
That's great.
The more you look, the more you put it under a magnifying glass, the more God is going to confound the scientist. See that? Because it's wisdom.
I think I lost the care when we started talking about.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. I wasn't really
finished.
I wasn't really finished explaining my position to Star.
Yeah, well, I'll drop out here in a second. But Smokey, I was talking right past you to the audience.
You were, and that's why I didn't care to listen to you, because you're preaching.
Okay, listen. When you said, how did God do it, right? The only explanation that we have in Scripture is that God formed us from the dust of the earth. Now, if I was to say, okay, is that even feasible? Could God take the dirt that we walk on, which is essentially all the stuff that we are made of, okay, could he use that to create a human? And when you look at what humans are comprised of, we're comprised of mineral nutrients. Calcium, nitrogen, phosphorus, all these different things that our bodies are made out of is literally the dust of the earth. It's the dirt that we walk on.
No.
Okay, so
is that consistent? Is our anatomy consistent with that claim? Yes, it is. Now, did God say, hold on, I'm not finished. The mechanism for God breathing out like a spirit into us, for example, making us autonomous, right? I don't know exactly how that the supernatural and the natural interface to create that that first living life form in that regard, right? But I do believe the account of God creating us literally from what His creation is made out of, because we are, what do people say in science? We're stardust, we're physical matter, that's what we are, right? That's consistent with what the scriptures teach. Okay, that would be my explanation based on how I'm told it is how it happened. Now, if the Bible said this, God imagined a human being and He appeared before him, and then God said, "Be alive," and he was alive, that would be the explanation I would give you. But
That's not an explanation, though.
Huh?
That's not an explanation, though.
It's not an explanation.
No.
It's a response.
Because it's just like us saying that it formed naturally. That nature, to personify it, that nature formed it.
It's like you want me to detail every atom and molecule.
It's what you're asking for abiogenesis.
I'm not saying get nitty gritty with it. I'm saying that it's like you say, it's like you saying, how did that building get there? And I said, an architect built it. That's not an explanation.
But the Bible doesn't say God just created man and leave it at that. It says that He formed us from the dust of the earth. He created us out of the mineral nutrients that we know we are in fact created from. Your mother, when you were in the womb,
the composition is completely different.
Your body was being built by the food that your mother ate. That's what you got. That's what turned you into a person. That's what manifested you into reality. Okay, is the actual mineral nutrients that she consumed to build your flesh and your bones. Your bones are calcium, for example. So she ingested calcium. That's where your bones came from. She ingested all of these things, and that's what built your body. That's what God did according to Scripture. He took the dust of the earth, the actual material the earth contains, and He used that as a platform for building a person.
Okay, would you accept?
In nature is all I'm saying.
Composition is completely different.
I get that. Listen. All I'm saying is that we are made out of matter. Right. And that matter comes from planet Earth.
So
God
an architect
His creation.
Used minerals from the earth to build that building. Does that get you any closer to actually understanding how it's built?
First of all, we're not talking about a building. We're talking about something pretty specific.
It doesn't matter.
What?
That's how metaphor works. If you like to say that there's metaphors in the Bible, and there's symbolism, right? Follow the bouncing ball.
Listen, the correct metaphor would be like God. Okay, there's this building. Where did it come from? And I said, well, God took some materials and put it together. If I just said God, that would not be a very good explanation, would it?
So if a kid asks you, how did that building get there, Daddy? And they say, well, an architect got building blocks from a quarry and built it, do you actually understand how it was built there? No.
The problem is, this whole conversation's gone on a very bizarre sort of twist and turn, because you start off by talking about biogenesis, and then it's just engaged in metaphysical cherry picking of, well, you came from your mother and your mother came from your mother's mother, and so on and so on and so on. So you're taking something that we know happens, that people come from people and so on and so on and so on, and then saying therefore we can't account for life coming from non-life, and then
you guys couldn't misrepresent my position any more than you are right now. I'm not saying that.
No, you start off by talking about the law of biogenesis, correct?
We do observe biogenesis, do we not?
Okay, perfect. That's all I need to correct. Okay. And then you said, hang on. And then, so this is just an example of metaphysical cherry picking. So it's like, Coulomb cosmological argument of we see effects having causes, therefore we apply that to the universe. That's just saying every single example of something coming into existence has an efficient and material cause. And then you're trying to apply that to something without a material cause. And that's all you're doing. You're saying every single example of life coming from something is coming from life, apart from the one instance that we're actually talking about.
Right. They're without a creator. From your perspective, if there is no creator, okay, then we have to come to a starting point. There would have to be a beginning for all of life. Before it could evolve and we could have diversity, there would have to be one point where there was a life form that somehow sprang into existence. That mechanism right now is unknown. We're working on it, but right now we don't know how it happened.
Okay, and that's where we were about 15 minutes ago, and then we started...
This has happened. We've actually gone full circle a couple times now, which is why I don't understand why we're continuing this.
Well, no, because then you said the explanation is God breathed on some dust, and that dust is made out of the same things that we are, so that is your explanation. God breathing...
No. That's... If you were to say, okay, you've got two people standing in front of you, okay? One's a Christian, one's not a Christian, one's a non-believer, and they believe in a naturalistic explanation. If I'm walking up to these two people and I say, do you know where life came from or how life... first manifested? Do you know what the origins of life are and how it happened? The one who doesn't believe in God's going to say, we're not there yet, I don't know. And I'm going to look at him and I'm going to say, okay, well, because you don't know how it happened, I'm not saying that you will never know. I'm just saying you're telling me you don't know. I'm going to move over to this other guy and say, do you know? And he's going to say, well, as a matter of fact, I do. Here's what I know.
Don't.
Is that really how you live your life? Do you really live your life saying that because someone doesn't know something, you'll take anybody who says they think they know?
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is a very unique situation. There's two problems in science that are unaccounted for: the origins of life and the universe.
There's a lot more than that
right now.
Yeah,
hold on. These questions are not
less unfounded than you think.
I'm sorry?
You let him finish?
Yeah, all I'm saying is that if I'm looking for answers, right, I'm not going to go to the scientists who currently have a question mark in front of them right now. When they have an answer, I'll come talk to you, and I'll say, okay, wow, that's really compelling. But right now, that doesn't exist. So I'm going to forego talking to the people who don't know, and I'm going to want to talk to the people who claim to know. Doesn't mean I'm going to believe them.
Then why don't,
I'm going to listen to what they have to say because they're claiming to know. Okay?
Yeah,
so claiming to know is a good quality for you. That's like a quality that supersedes other people.
No. Claiming to know is a good place to start because I can say, okay, well, maybe this guy knows something that I don't, and he's claiming to know this. I need to investigate. But I'm definitely not going to go to a scientist who doesn't know.
Wait, because the Muslims came to know. The Muslims came to know. The Hindus came to know.
Start. You can't even disprove God because you don't know if He exists. Why would I come to you?
I don't try to disprove Him. Why would you even bring that up?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You couldn't disprove God. Why would I come to you? You don't even know if He exists or not.
Wait, your name. You're just buzzing in. What are you trying to say? Your name. I think that however you
there are also lots of
Zekel, for fuck's sake. Your
There's
name.
other people in his hangout. If your name wants to talk, man.
And that's why I'm trying to let him talk. Your name. When you try to jump in, it's very cool, Zekel. You're 13 years old.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
Oh my God! For a second, please. Your name. When you try to jump in, your mic is really buzzy. I think it sounds like that you have your mic on along with like speakers or something. So if you want to say something, like try and type something in chat because we can't understand anything. It's just like radio buzzing.
Yeah, Smokey. Hey, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. My wife's home. I gotta go watch a movie with her, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Good hearing your peripheral. Smokey, I do have a question for you.
Well, wait, because peripheral, or because
well, he's got to go, but
no, your name. Your name was trying to jump in there, so I'd rather let your name go because your name can't actually jump in. So wait, your name. Now go.
Yeah, I don't know if it's working. I'm in a cell phone in my truck, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the peripheral thing, I was just saying, there are lots of Christians out there who believe in abiogenesis too. So, but he puts it in two categories: Christians and non-believers. But there are Christians who believe in abiogenesis. So how would he explain that if he's going to go to the one that knows? Because the believers in God believe in abiogenesis also.
I guess to sum up the conversation, it sort of started off with him talking about the law of biogenesis, and then we got into the fact that we all kind of are on the same page. Well, Nate openly admitted that we're all on the same page, that life had to start from something that's not what we consider to be biologically living, and that we need to explain how that happened. And then Peripheral started talking about, well, God breathed onto dust, and that's how it happened, and we were I was trying to explain that that's not an explanation. And then
the only thing I was going to say here about what Smokey was saying was that when Peripheral said, if I walk up to some people and one guy's got a question mark on him, you know, basically saying, I don't know, and the other guy says, well, I do know, he says, well, why would you go to that other guy? Because basically, if he's not a scientist, anything he has to say wouldn't be worth hearing.
No.
Well, then what was your point? No, you didn't say that verbally.
I know.
But you insinuated that.
No, that wasn't my point either.
But you did insinuate it.
No, I wasn't insinuating it either.
Well, I sure
you read into that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Because
you read into
that. You said, why would you go to those people when they don't know anything?
No, I didn't.
But they do.
No, I said I was specifically making clear that I was saying what factor of confidence, right? How does being confident supersede somebody else, right? The fact that you claim to know something, Why would that ever supersede somebody else?
But wait a minute.
Wait.
I understand your question. I understand your question, but here's the thing. I think you missed what Peripheral said. Okay, hear me out. This will take just a little bit. If person 1 says, "I do not know the answer," and person 2 says, "I think I do know the answer," okay?
Yeah.
Now, that means person 1 doesn't have anything to tell me.
Nope.
So why not?
Nope.
No, wait.
No, that's false.
Said I don't know. No, wait a minute. Hang on, let me finish.
That's the exact reason why we went over in the conversation about how it's loaded to say no.
Let me finish.
Fine, I'll let you finish, and I'll correct you afterwards again. If you want to use a faulty metaphor, fine. Waste people's time. Are you going to continue? Because you're doing the faulty thing. This is what we established earlier. It's loaded to say they don't know.
If they said they can't know, if you're saying it's impossible to know, then I'd say, yeah, don't waste your time with them. But if they're saying they don't know, that doesn't mean they can't contribute anything. And someone saying that they do claim to know something doesn't mean they can contribute anything useful either. So I don't understand why we're drawn.
Well, I think what he's saying is, considering the specific
question.
Hang
on.
Hold on.
Hang on. Person 2 says, "I do have an answer." Well, you're saying
that's not the analogy. You're saying you do not know or you do know. Not I have an answer. I have an answer. Do I know it's right? No.
Well, I'm not saying you know it's right or not. I didn't say that.
You just said I've got.
No.
No, you said I've got an answer.
I know what I said. If the person says I don't know or I don't have an answer, if you ask me a question, okay, all I'm saying is if you ask me a question and I really don't know the answer, I'm going to say these words to you. I don't know. I'm going to say I don't have an answer. Why? Because I don't know. Okay.
They're not the same thing, though.
So then I'll say if this person knows, okay, for example, you ask me something about the Bible and I see, what's his name? Nicholas is in here, okay, and I say Nicholas.
Okay, I'll just respond to that. And if he picks it up later, then so be it.
I just want to say real quick, guys. I just want to say real quick. I don't like the muting each other and stuff, so try to keep that down.
Right, I didn't, which is, I mean, I also didn't like Veckel constantly jumping in to throw insults, which is why I was doing it in the first place.
I haven't actually ever seen Veckel talk too much in a hangout, but maybe you had a different experience. But let's just try to keep that out of that.
I mean, it wouldn't even matter. It was the whole point that he was literally jumping in just to throw like an insult, like a monkey wrench, basically. But again, I think it's.
Well, Smokey, you were talking about 75% of the time. Just so you know, you were talking about 75% of the time. Just so you know.
Well,
what was I talking about 75% of the time?
Let's just draw a line under it and say, okay, what's done is done, and Veckel and everyone's left now, so we don't need to keep pointing.
Sounds good.
The point I was going to make was saying I don't know is not the same thing as I don't have an answer. For example, I could say what's 72,417 times 68 million, whatever. I could say I don't know, but I could have an answer. My answer might be 4. It's almost certainly wrong. We can probably say that. But saying I don't know is not the same thing as I don't have an answer. People studying abiogenesis have answers. Have said, well, this thing might have happened and then this is the cause of that and that and that. That's not the same thing as saying I don't know, because we talked about knowledge before about and then someone who claims to know. They also have an answer. They both have an answer, but one claims to know, whereas one is a bit more reserved, we might say. So this trying to equate not having an answer with not knowing, I think is faulty. So if we say one person knows or one person claims to know, one person doesn't know, that's not the same thing as saying they both have an answer, but one is more confident. That's basically all we're arguing about. So I don't really know what his point was.
Yeah, that'd be like going up to an electrician and a plumber and asking an electrician, do you know how to do heart surgery? And he goes, no. And you go ask the plumber, do you know how to do heart surgery? He goes, yeah, I do. Are you just going to believe him because he says he claims to know?
Exactly, and that's kind of the problem of they can probably both have a shot at it. I know a lot of car mechanics who think I asked them, can you fix this in my car? He says, I'll give it a shot. It's like, well, just because you're confident in your ability to do whatever this is, it doesn't mean that their answer is any better than that. They could both be wrong. For example, someone who has an answer that doesn't claim to know, and someone who has an answer who who does claim to know. So I think the problem is this either sloppy or inconsistent use of language of saying that God is alive, but then defining God as being, non-biologically alive. It's just equivocation. It's like saying, feathers are light, and so therefore they're not are not heavy when you're talking about light as in the color, as in lighter and dark. So it was just this. Well, God is alive, but he's not living, sort of thing.
Well, all comparisons are that way. They're all these equivalencies that you're trying to make between two things. And if you're trying to talk about something that someone else doesn't have knowledge of, you're left using equivalencies to try to compare certain things. Well, that's exactly precisely what you're left with. Because if you're talking about light and a feather, you're talking about two things that people are pretty familiar with. But if you're trying to talk about someone with a feather who's never seen a feather, doesn't understand a feather, then you have to start comparing things. Well, if a feather's very light, so you'd have to say, well, it's light like a leaf. Well, then they know a leaf. But I mean, you kind of, I think that even your analogies aren't so holding very. Okay, what's that?
The whole entire point that he was trying to make was that it's a false equivalency.
Well, no, it's even worse.
All equivalencies are false.
No.
Well, no. We were talking about definitions.
Actually, at its core, all equivalencies are false.
No.
Well, no, identical, the law of identity would break down if all equivalencies were false. A thing is identical to itself, but let's not get into that. The point I was making is, I was trying to say, is God alive in what we consider as being biologically alive? And Nate was happy to say that God isn't living in the way that we define it biologically. So then abiogenesis would, by definition, apply even if God is in the picture. That's the only point I was trying to make, and that took probably about half an hour to get to the point of God isn't biologically alive like we refer to as humans being biologically alive, and plants and animals and all the flora and fauna.
Thank you. I've been trying to make that point for ages.
Yeah, but intelligence is kind of the hallmark of life. For example, if we were to find something that wasn't biologically alive in the same way based out of carbon, or even what we consider to be biologically alive, however, it exhibited intelligence, and it wasn't created by something else, like, for example, it wasn't a computer program. It was actually an intelligent thing that was sourced from somewhere. I'm certain that our definition of life would encompass that, because it's just...
Well, not biological life.
I mean, we have a point that we can point to. We don't classify viruses as alive, and so something even as close to life as viruses, we are still hard and fast to our definition. So no, I don't think that we would look at something that's eternal, whatever that means, and infinite, whatever that means, and go, that might classify as life too. It's not an insult. It's not like, oh, it's a bad quality to not have. It's just that it's simply not what the definition is.
Yeah, the point.
I would disagree. I think that actual intelligent, coherent, communicative life, or not life form, but this form of existence would definitely encompass what we consider life. For example,
that describes supercomputers.
So there's something called the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, right?
Study, yes.
Yeah, and so what they're searching for is precisely that. They're searching for they're searching for intelligent communication, which is precisely what God would be capable of. It might not be alive. They wouldn't know in SETI whether that thing was alive. They would know that it could intelligently communicate.
Right.
Yeah, but how would they define it as life?
So what? But, right, supercomputers can also communicate and are intelligent. So what?
Yeah, a computer recently passed the Turing test.
Yeah, but a computer was made, and I specifically fit that out of my analogy. And when I said it wasn't created by something else. Can you stop saying "so what"? Can you just stop saying?
Are we saying that non-made things aren't life now? Are we saying non-made things aren't life now?
No, I'm saying precisely what I just said.
Well,
so you're saying non-made things aren't life?
I don't even know what that means.
Right, me neither, which is why I'm asking you to clarify.
What I'm saying is, you're trying to slip in some definition that, look, a computer has this type of intelligence, when we don't have this artificial intelligence, even at its highest degree, isn't even it's precluded from the category that I'm specifically talking about.
Why?
Well, because we don't have this artificial intelligence to the level that the sentience intelligence is what I'm speaking of.
So what? He just told you that computers are passing Turing tests now.
Computers aren't sentient, and the AI hasn't reached that level.
And they appear to be. So just like SETI might, SETI might find life out there, and it might find, intelligence, and it might be able to have a conversation with it, but it could actually just be an alien computer that's capable of passing the Turing test. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. That's exactly what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, but if it was an alien computer, then it would have been built by something.
So what?
The problem is, I want to bring this back to
let me just ask, why do you keep saying "so what"? Like in the
because
course
what
of
you said was irrelevant.
You just keep saying it over and over again. You need to say, "Look, hey, that point's irrelevant." By saying "so what," you're like, I mean, first of all, you're hard to talk to, but second of all, it's not very like.
Cool, I think you're hard to talk to also.
But it adds no. Oh Lord, I'm right.
Yeah, no, I'm saying so what because you're making these clarifiers of we're classifying this as this and that and this, and then you bring up an extra right. You said
you're talking 100 miles an hour.
You said an extra. Well, I mean, maybe you'd be able to listen more if you weren't trying to cut me off midway sentence.
Well, I'm trying to get to the root of this so what thing.
The point of why, right, and that's why I'm answering you.
No, you're not.
Maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know that I'm answering that because you're not listening.
I mean, I know you're a star splitter, and I know you're that jerky guy that comes in here and just
this type of thing. And everyone knows you as the person who cries. So what?
Okay, cool, but
so what? It doesn't actually matter. That's the point. I'm saying so what because it doesn't actually matter.
So what doesn't bring any substance to this conversation.
It doesn't actually matter to the conversation. So ad hominems. It doesn't actually matter to what you were saying, whether it's made or not. That's why I'm asking you. Why are you making a point that it's made? What does something being made have to deal with life? And then when I asked you, why does it matter if it's made that it doesn't become a life? Even you're confused by the question.
No, because you asked it in a way that's like retarded. What I'm trying to say is, if
retarded, cool.
I'm precluding a computer, right? Because
why?
What I'm talking about is because that is made by something. What you want something is that something that is not made by something, something that originates, right? Something
so does that mean that biological life is not made?
It certainly is.
Okay, so then would you exclude in vitro fertilized babies as being biological life because they were made?
I think you're getting kind of off topic now.
Right. Well, you're saying that because you don't want to answer that question.
No, I just think that really doesn't have much to do with what we're talking about.
Right. Everything that shows.
No, I'm talking about the definition of life.
Relevant. Why are you excluding that computers they're made, therefore they can't be life?
Babies made in vitro are already included in the common definition of life. They're already included in it. There's no need.
Yeah, but computers.
So now we're using the common definition of life.
No, listen. I'm telling you that the common definition of life is subject to change if we find something with a certain ontology that has sentient intelligence. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is precisely that. They're searching for intelligence, but it's really, is life out there? Is intelligent life forms out there? And what they're looking for is precisely that. Now, you made a valid point. If they did find some super alien computer, that necessarily wouldn't be life. However, that begs the question that something made that computer. What did life? Do computers grow on trees? That's what I've been trying to make the whole time, but you just keep saying, what?
My point is that we wouldn't change it. I brought the whole idea about viruses. Right?
Actually...
And then we brought up the point of computers passing Turing tests.
Are viruses not part of the...
No, we don't change the definition just because... Well, I mean, it kind of appears to be life because of what we'd colloquially mean as life, or because we want it to mean life.
Yeah, but what biologists, how they define life. I mean, if we ever would find life out there in space, it would have to be similar to the conditions we find here on Earth. And how they define life is a self-sustained chemical system capable of undergoing Darwinian evolution. So,
well,
it's not necessarily disproving like the possibility of intelligence probably undergoing that influence, but it would have to have those qualities if it's similar to the life here on Earth. But Dave, you were saying something.
I was just going to say the bigger point was this wasn't the sort of metaphysical conversation about what is life. All we were saying, the point I was trying to make is that what I was trying to say is God included in the definition of life or not. We weren't talking about whether sapience is part of life or whether computers can be part of life. All the point I was trying to make was God breathing into dust and then making Eve from a rib is abiogenesis. It's just directed abiogenesis, like we talk about directed panspermia. So that was the only point I was making. I wasn't making the point that, about the definition of life. The point I was making was when we talk about abiogenesis, we're talking about life from non-living things, okay, non-living whatever, interactions, processes, whatever you want to call it. The point I was making was whether that's directed by God or an alien or whatever, is still non-life coming from life coming from non-life.
That's when I came in and was disputing the definition of life form, saying that intelligence is a hallmark of what we look for, and that's when I was broadening that.
Look for.
I said it specifically in response to you saying God is not a life form. God is not.
No. I'm not saying life form. I said this about 14 times. I'm not saying life form. You can say God's a life form, but God is not biologically alive. Okay.
That's I don't think any Christian's running around saying that.
Perfect. So my point was that abiogenesis still doesn't exclude God. It doesn't include God. It doesn't exclude God. So whether God exists or not, abiogenesis is still life coming from non-life because God is not biologically alive. A process still needed to occur, whether it was directed or non-directed. That was the only point I was making. And your point is, well, God's a life force.
You're begging the question by saying biologically alive. We're talking about life. Okay, then you add in the modifiers. You're modifying that statement by saying
no, that's you. You're saying life force. I'm
talking about
biologically
life.
alive.
I'm talking about life.
Well, no, because the reason why, because it was peripheral brought up the point of the law of biogenesis.
I'm not going to accept that abiogenesis, life coming from non-life, is true even under Christianity because God is intelligence. He's considered life. He's the origin.
You're defining life as intelligence.
You're doing what's known as definitional bigotry. You're just using a definition.
Definitional bigotry. What the fuck is that?
He's cornering the definition so that he can work it to his advantage. He's saying, God can't fit this definition, therefore God can't do it.
That's exactly what you're doing. What abiogenesis describes, though, is precisely just regarding biological organisms and such, right?
Yeah, the point of the conversation was it started from the law of biogenesis, that we see life coming from life. And then we were saying, if we're saying that to ad infinitum, then life would have to be eternal. And then I was saying, well, if life is eternal, then, if life is eternal, then life has always had to have existed. And the thing is, none of us actually agree that life has always existed. That it was either directed by something or someone, and we can say it's God, we can say it's aliens, we can say whatever, or it was non-directional and just nature doing its thing. So the point, you're the one committing this definitional bigotry of saying, well, intelligence is classed as life, and that's not the point I'm making.
You specifically tried to frame abiogenesis in a way that precludes, that incorporates that with God, and then that's obviously not true. They're first of all, they're competing theories.
No, they're not.
Yeah, naturalism versus creationism are not competing theories.
Right. Because naturalism actually have utility.
Abiogenesis is a naturalistic explanation.
One of them literally isn't even a theory.
Why can't God create a natural world that creates, through causal mechanisms, life? So in other words, he puts the laws into motion, and life spawns on Earth due to these laws.
It doesn't violate the laws of logic or anything, but that's not...
Exactly. It doesn't violate the laws of logic, and it doesn't really... I mean, maybe the only thing it violates is the Genesis story where, you're not made from dust, but, specifically by God, but, just like evolution, abiogenesis in no way contradicts the existence of a supreme being that you can have a relationship with. So... I don't understand what the contention even is. And sort of defining life as intelligent, okay, so bacteria are not alive, insects are not alive.
Dave is using definitional bigotry to sneak in the fact that he's trying to put God
You're the one having the definition.
God under the hood of abiogenesis, when actually creationism and abiogenesis, i.e. naturalism, are competing theories.
They're not.
He's trying to open an umbrella and say that no, it's under the same thing.
They're only competing theories under biblical literalism.
No, it's even worse than that. The point I was making was abiogenesis is life from biological life, because we were talking about the law of biogenesis, that life comes from life. The point I was making is life is not eternal, and God is not what we call as biologically living. And you're just arguing, well, I'm defining life as
because you keep using the modifier biological. You have to keep planting that seed in order for our argument to proceed forward.
Biogenesis means biological.
Biological. Yeah.
What other life that are we aware of that's not biological?
That's what I've been arguing the whole time. That's something that exhibits the hallmarks of sentient intelligence.
Are plants alive?
A plant is considered a life form, yes.
Does it have sentient intelligence?
No.
So it's not alive.
They're not mutually exclusive. I never claimed they were.
So then why would you say that?
So this is what I'm saying. We have the definition of life.
So just because God's also intelligence, we should throw him in, though.
No, what I'm saying is that a lot of scientists agree, especially people that in the SETI project, that if they were just to find a intelligent communication that was non-originating from Earth, that would signal that there's another life or intelligence, which used very, very interchangeably in this particular.
I don't care. Okay, so SETI uses different...
Okay, so now we got another guy.
No, they don't. That's exactly why they will always say it's indicative of biological life.
We got another guy saying I don't care. Did I just bring that out in you guys, or
because
just really don't give a
intelligence is indicative of life. You know what else is indicative of life? Methane. We search across the universe to find methane, and if we find it, we usually point to that there's a possibility that there might be life on there. But does that mean that all life that produces methane, or that anything that produces methane should therefore be life? No. The point is that when they're trying to find intelligence is that, you know, you're not going to find bacteria creating radio signals. So it's got to be very intelligent. And so because, you know, if you find intelligence, the only thing that we'd be able to know would produce radio waves in an intelligent, quote-unquote, manner would be life, because that's the only thing we know of it. So that'd be indicative of biological life. We wouldn't go there expecting to find that it's just rocks communicating intelligently. We'd go there expecting to find that it also has the other attributes of life. So you making this false equivocation is just BS.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to sort of get home as is you're claiming everyone else, or particularly me, is doing this definitional bigotry, when you're the one defining life as intelligence, apart from when it's not. So, for example, plants aren't intelligent, but they are alive, so they're not mutually exclusive. So basically, life is either life is biologically living or intelligent or both.
No, you're trying to do a bad reductio right now. And
I'm not.
Okay, then let me explain myself, and maybe you'll understand, and maybe you'll give some charity. Then listen, and maybe you'll give some charity and understand to what I'm speaking of. So we have the common definition of life, right? Which is all plants, all animals.
That's not a definition.
Everything under that heading.
That's not a definition. Okay? That's examples.
You can just wait till I finish.
No, what I'm saying is that's not a definition.
Okay, fine. Let's just say examples, but let me make my salient point before you keep cutting in. So you have all these things that currently are underneath the definition of life. Okay, they're examples of what falls under the definition of life. I'm proposing that we keep those in order. So don't ask me if a plant's alive, because I'm not changing anything. I'm just adding to the definition. I propose that if we found intelligent, sentient life that was communicable, that our definition for life would also include those things that I just mentioned, and then would open up and envelop that also new intelligence that we found. That's what I've been proposing the whole time. So I think what you were just doing a moment ago was a bad reductio of my position, and it was not very charitable.
My only question is why.
Shamus, that's not how definitions work. Okay, we don't start with sort of like this umbrella. Well, we don't start with this specific point and then go out to the umbrella point. You know,
absolutely, we do. No, at one point in time, African Americans weren't actually Homo sapiens. They thought there was a difference between African Americans and white people, and then we come to find out that they were wrong. The definition is the same. They are the same, and there it is. And it's all there. So what do you mean this doesn't happen?
The reason that we put them under the same umbrella as the rest of humanity is because we actually found out that there were no distinguishing factors. That there are no relative distinguishing factors. That is why. Okay. I mean, basically, you know, you're sort of saying that life is either intelligent or non-intelligent. That's what you're saying, which is ridiculous, because that's not a definition. That's not a usable definition. You know. That's sort of like saying, a car is either, it's either a two-dimensional or three-dimensional. But no.
Are you proposing that definitions are rock solid? No definition for anything has ever changed.
What I'm saying is that.
What is your main point? Because that's all I'm fighting.
My proposition is that you can't define something by two different, opposite aspects.
No, I've given an argument for it.
You can't go, hey, this is non-intelligent. Oh, well, that's life. And this is intelligent. Well, that's also life. No. What you do is first you say, for example, so you could say that a computer can be intelligent and a human being can be intelligent. So both of those fall into the umbrella of intelligent. That does not mean that both of them are life, right? So with life can be unintelligent or life can be intelligent. That means that if you find unintelligent things like rocks, that does not make them life. And if you find intelligent things like supercomputers, AIs, that does not make them life either. That's right. So,
right, but it begs the question that if you find that intelligent, that's a computer. It begs the question that someone built that computer. So what I'm
right, and that someone may be alive, but the computer is not. Therefore, intelligence is not equal life. Intelligence can be an aspect, an attribute.
See, I don't even think that.
I mean, Shamus, I don't even understand what you're trying to argue for at this point.
Well, I'm trying to argue against the ridiculous assertion that Christianity is compatible, that abiogenesis is compatible with Christianity, and
that's not what anyone hears. Jesus Christ is not what anyone hears said.
Well, but you can take the creation story as allegory, and have science be compatible because the Bible doesn't line up with current science.
That's not what I meant to say.
But it doesn't. But regardless of that, anyways, it doesn't matter. If someone wants to choose to not accept the creation story word for word because of what science has offered and shown, then that's up to them. But that doesn't.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just the definition he's using. He's saying the definition of abiogenesis means beginnings without life, some origins without life. Yeah, that's precisely what you said.
No, so you were
I never heard of that.
So abiogenesis doesn't mean origins.
No, it's basically.
Wolf. Just to let you know, you are right. People do have the choice to believe whatever it is they want to believe. However, the Bible was written to be taken in its normal, literal, grammatical, historical.
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
Well, if you just take it and you read it. Right. God, very specifically through the teachings, if you read it all the way through, you find out what the tone of God is. Okay? Right. So if you read it all the way from one cover to the other cover, and you understand where God's coming from and what he has to say, you'll find out that if God wants to be allegorical, he will tell you he's being more or less allegorical.
You don't even think Revelation you don't think Revelation is, honest to goodness, actual fact. And most of the Christians disagree with you at this point.
You know what? I'm going to tell you.
So instead of just throwing something out there, Dave, do you want to elaborate on what you meant by abiogenesis to actually get to the point of the matter here?
Yeah, I know Seamus put in the comments that you're defining abiogenesis of origin without life or whatever it was, which is not what I was arguing. And then you claimed that I was arguing that they're comparable because they both don't contain life at the beginning. The point I was making was life is not eternal. That is the soundbite that you can quote, that life is not eternal. And if life is not eternal, then something caused life to be bios. You could say it's directional, so you could say it's God, it's aliens, it's whatever. Or you could say it's non-directional, of just nature doing its thing, okay? That was the point I was making, and Nate agreed, and I think kind of Peripheral sort of got there in the end, and I don't know if anyone else was chiming in there. The only point I was making was that life is not eternal, okay? And then you trying to define life as intelligence being sufficient but not necessary for life, which is a very weird definition of that some things that are intelligent are not alive. Well, we've already been through this.
SETI doesn't agree, and a lot of top scientists that are searching.
You don't know shit about SETI. You don't know shit about SETI. You didn't know shit about the whole entire point of saying that black people.
You're not really adding a whole lot.
The terms.
Because you don't just get
Huxley.
So you're just being outbursting.
Yeah, I was saying the term came from Thomas Henry Huxley, and in his address where he defined it, discussed it in terms of living matter. Now, unless your God's made out of matter, well, you have what Thomas Henry Huxley would have deemed abiogenesis.
Etymology fallacy. Look it up. That was super easy to detect. It's etymological.
That means I'm allowed to classify any word as.
No. Just look
You're
at the etymology.
You're etymologically analyzing the word in a similar fashion.
Yeah, look at the etymology fallacy. It's trying to say that the same word has always meant the same thing ever since the beginning, and that'll be the crux of the argument. It's precisely what she was doing.
So why not just go to the actual field? Why not just go to the actual field, Shanos?
Let's go down here to these philosophical-minded people. Dave, was that the etymological fallacy right there or not? Because I think it was.
Well, no, you can't have it both ways.
No. Okay.
Wait. Someone
Has changed
have
since
that.
1870. How has it changed since 1870? When did it change?
It's when Seamus, like 5 minutes ago, defined it as intelligence sometimes. And everyone else's of.
You're saying that it must. You're saying that it must be that it has to be matter. That
No.
when he eventually came up, she said that's what she said when he eventually
No,
came
not
up
must
with
be.
it. Matter. Let me finish, man.
You
All right.
were using SETI as an example to prove your point. Nadia countered that, so there we go.
I still want evidence for
So here's the
saying
quote.
that
It was
black
created
people
by
weren't classified as.
somebody named Huxley, and it was referring to. She said matter, and then she said, so unless you're referring to matter, it's precluded by the definition.
Living
Then
matter.
I agree with her. She said that's how you came up with it. Okay.
Matter. No, that's not what I said.
The etymological fallacy is a genetic fallacy that holds erroneously the present day meaning of a word or phrase should necessarily be
Hello.
Hello, Nadia.
Seamus. Yeah, welcome, Rebecca. So, this living matter from Thomas Henry Huxley is how that etymology was derived. You are analyzing the etymology yourself. Bio referring to life as opposed to biological matter, right? Or biological organisms. So, in the category of the etymological analysis, the origin of the word was brought up to show that the way it was devised was otherwise. It was coined in a specific way to have bio refer to a specific thing, living matter.
The problem with claiming that it's a fallacy to use the same definition over time is you were accusing us, and again particularly me, of changing the definition. Well,
No, it's not a fallacy to use a definition over time. It's a fallacy to always think that a word is meant the same thing over time.
No, I'm not saying
that the creator or the originator of a word, he gets to choose exactly what it means. When over the time it's been used by society and it's come to mean what it means currently, and that's what a lot of words holds true for. But then when you try to roll it back and hinge the argument on what the word originally meant by the first person who coined it, that's an etymological fallacy. Where you should let's just talk. Who cares what Huxley said? Let's talk about what the current word means.
Which isn't what you say it means.
Yeah. So Seamus, you can see that
abiogenesis means origins without life.
No.
Does anyone dispute that?
No, I mean it wouldn't even mean that. Origins without life. Well, my car was built in a. Well, Seamus, right? You keep talking. Let someone else talk for once. My car was built in a factory. That's origins, and it didn't have life in it. So I guess my car is, abiogenic. And my pillow was made by people. So I guess it's not abiogenic. Like you're classifying as everything. Origins is vague. Origins is vague.
Origin life.
Oh, origins of life. Oh,
that's what it means.
There's lots of origins of life. I have an origin of my life. My brother had an origin to his life.
You're just a spaz, man.
Yeah, because you don't want to classify because you want to make the definition for whatever you want. I don't know if that's the etymological fallacy, but it's stupid.
Breathe. Take a breath. Calm down. Everyone's chill here. Just chill out a little bit.
Everyone's chill. You just completely shouted over Dave when he tried to give you an answer. I mean, you want to say that it's hard to converse with you. People in the comments are calling you tool bag, basically, for how you're acting.
It's fine, as long as I can get you to take a breath and slow down just a little bit.
Look, it's not my fault that you're stupid.
Okay, let's try and take this on track and not just resort to name calling. The point we'd argue, or you could argue that we're using a fallacy because we're using a definition from how it was originally coined, and we could argue that you're equivocating based on your own definition that life is sufficient, that it is intelligent but not necessary. So we could both argue that we're both using words incorrectly. The point I was making was.
It's not a fallacy to use words incorrectly. It's only a fallacy to use the origin of the word. No, okay, what is the fallacy called?
Equivocation.
Okay, show me where I'm equivocating.
Because you're saying life is sometimes intelligent, sometimes not intelligent, and so it's sufficient but not necessary. Okay?
Well, so far, the only thing that is produced intelligence is life. So far,
no, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. We're asking about the definition of life, and yours is something that is intelligent or not intelligent sometimes. So a plant isn't intelligent but is alive, but a computer is intelligent but isn't alive.
Yeah, do you understand mutual exclusivity? That's all it is. It's like I said, there's no need to dispute plants and animals. We all know, we all agree to that. I'm just trying to say that if we found a certain intelligence that was sentient and communicable, if we found something that existed of that nature, of that ontology, I would reckon, and I'm contending in this argument, that we would change the definition of life to suit that, because one of the hallmarks of life is sentient intelligence. Not meaning that every form of life must be sentient.
Life
or
is
every
not sentient.
life. I said it's a hallmark, which means that every single time we found intelligence, life has originated from it. Every single time.
That's not what we're talking about, though.
So that's my salient point.
No, that's the opposite of what we're talking about. That's like the conclusion of the argument of life must come from an intelligence. The point I'm trying to get at is that the way you're defining life is inconsistent, because you're saying they're not mutually exclusive, and by that you're saying that it's sufficient but not necessary. So we can have having a definition that's sufficient but not necessary results to inconsistencies in which we don't know what we're talking about. Now, I'm not trying to prescribe that there is a definition of life, there is a definition of abiogenesis, and so on and so on. We're describing how it is used, and the way you're using it is inconsistent because of the amount of people who are saying, hang on a minute, what you're saying isn't consistent with what I mean by life. Now, none of us are right. None of us have the right definition of abiogenesis or life or whatever, because that implies that there's some intrinsic right definition that we're all, we can't all be using the word wrong, because that's not how words work, as you were kind of alluding to, that words change over time. But the problem is they haven't changed over the last half an hour to include your definition of sometimes it's sapient, sometimes it's not. Plants are alive, but computers aren't, because plants aren't sapient, but computers are sapient, but one is alive, but one isn't. So the problem is the way you're defining it is, well, if we find this pattern somewhere in the universe and SETI picks it up, then it's intelligence, but we don't necessarily know it's biologically alive. I'll say, great, come back to me when that happens, and then we'll have a discussion about what life is. At the moment, we have no such example of that, so why would we have a definition of something that may or may not happen in the future?
No, we do have an example of that. That's why we're talking about God. That's how this all got brought up.
No, that was the conclusion of the argument of whether God existed or not. That is way down the line.
Well,
the point is,
you have to let me build onto what I'm saying here.
Well, if you're building on a foundation of, intelligence is sufficient for the definition of life.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is intelligence, sentient intelligence is always known to derive from life. And every example that we found.
That is not the argument.
Listen, buddy, stop. This is what I'm arguing. I'm tying it in. Listen, I get to form my arguments the way I wish and tie them into the points.
It's still not the argument. You've not got to the argument point yet.
You're really good and polite in most other chats. I don't know if I bring out the worst in people, and I know I'm hard to deal with, but I'm trying to work with you the best I can. And
you're not working with him. You're just trying to stop him from saying anything.
No, he can't.
You're not allowing him to bring up a point.
He can't force me to form an argument the way he wishes.
No, I'm not. I'm going to let you form your argument.
Promise me you won't do that anymore. Because I'll never ask you that of you.
You're hurting his feelings. Stop it.
No, I'm just saying, if I sat here and said, Dave, dude, I don't care about that part of your argument. I don't want to hear that part of your argument. I don't want you to tie that in.
How is that? So you're working with him by saying, I don't care about this part of your argument.
No, I'm trying to say that's what he's doing right now. You need to be a little more
Dave, just give whatever you're saying.
Okay. I'm not going to.
Let's just do that, because it would be shorter. It would be shorter if you just let me say what I want to say.
Well, okay. All I'm trying to say is we haven't got to the point of where life comes from. That wasn't
I'm not making
that
point. I'm not making that point.
You started off by saying life always comes from intelligence.
I got it typed down here. Sentient intelligence, as we know it, is always derived from life.
Except computers.
Listen, if that intelligence derives from life, humans create that. You're really you need to think before you speak. Oh my God! And your rebuttal was and.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm in the deep end.
You can't you include it in the damn definition. That's where you're not getting. Include if you're gonna say, well, I don't mean that. Include it in the definition.
No, you're.
Right. I mean, I could just say, well, if computers were made by people, who made people? Oh, now we're back at the beginning.
Listen.
What? It's bullshit.
I'm gonna say it one time. All sentient intelligence derives from life. If you put computers as sentient intelligence, which I don't, but let's say you do, computers derive from life. So that fits. It's not a counterexample. It's not anything. Just stop. You need to think before you talk. At least
all radio waves, which come in precise patterns, have been produced by life. Therefore, everything which produces
that's not true.
Which precise radio waves is life, and
No,
therefore we should
quasars-
classify, and therefore we should classify pulsars as life.
No, I already beat you to it. Actually, didn't you hear me just say that? So
No, I didn't, because you forgot the part where I was fucking talking. No, Seamus, I didn't hear what the fuck you were saying, because it was the part where I was talking.
Okay, well I beat you to it.
Okay, so you agree, pulsars should be life.
No, I disagree.
Why?
Look, wind makes a pattern on sand. That's not intelligent. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. Just in the way that
only intelligence that's the only part of the factors of life, which we're going to be negotiable on. The whole part's about like creating radio waves. That's non-negotiable.
Quasars make intermittent pulses that aren't really necessarily intelligence. Like an on-off binary is not.
I'm not talking about intelligence.
So your counter argument can't be.
So are you saying that intelligence is the only thing that everything which we find which would have intelligence? Wait. So people have right. So this is what it sounds like you're saying, right? People have intelligence, people life, and the only thing that we've been able to find with intelligence, like humans, have been life. And therefore, if we found something with a high amount of intelligence, we should classify as life. Well, I'm going to do the same thing, except replace everything with intelligence with, timed radio emissions.
Intelligence is what I'm talking about. Do you know what sentience is? Can you just stop? So what is not a counter rebuttal? Please just let me.
Yes, it is, because you're just throwing something in as if I'm throwing in a negated sentence. Therefore, you're wrong. What is wrong with saying that because the only things we've ever been find to give out
to moderate. Actually, Rebecca has volunteered, so I think it might help if like the two of you let her moderate, so you don't talk over each other, and maybe so other people can chime in too.
I just noticed a couple of things between Smokey and Seamus, and these are kind of behavioural things that are happening between you. Smokey, if you could try and I can sense that you're getting quite angry and frustrated with Seamus, and the reason you're getting angry and frustrated with him is because Seamus is occasionally patronising you. So it might be helpful to maybe try not to swear and stuff when you're and speak to Seamus in a kind of kinder way, and for Seamus not to patronise quite as much. So it's where you're Seamus, where you're saying that someone's stupid or that they're not getting it and stuff like that. The discussions are really, really good, and it's great to have the discussions. But I can see that there's a lot of different things going on at the same time. So maybe just focus down on one thing that you want to start talking about, and just unpick it and start again, and try and start from the basics again, even though it might be going over old ground, and then see where you get from there.
I mean, I guess I was like, fine, if we're looking for precision, why is it not right to classify pulsars as life? Because the only thing we've been able to find which gives timed radio emissions are sentient life, therefore we should classify pulsars as sentient life.
I'm talking about actual sentient life and communication. I'm not talking about the product that some sentient life can make a binary on-off, because a pulsar isn't like. And if you've ever seen the movie Contact, that reeled off prime numbers. A pulsar actually just reels off and on-off a binary 10 10 10 in a certain. Some will do it fast. Some will do it slow, okay, and some will build up and then burst, okay. But they're not reeling off what's like this hallmark of sentient intelligence would be like a string of nothing but prime numbers, which would signal they have some idea of mathematics. There's some intelligence behind this. So I'm specifically precluding that because I'm talking about sentient intelligence and not just so. The reason why they don't consider, even these people in SETI, they don't consider pulsars and quasars life is precisely for that reason. So here, I'm going to start off with, okay, if somebody wants to go in, go ahead, because that's probably a good break.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, what you're saying is that, well, it doesn't have, all the characteristics of it, basically. I mean, like, you're saying that, well, it's not the intelligent life that we're looking for. It's not resemblance of our sentience.
No one considers them life. No one.
So what? I don't care what most of the people
So what's not a rebuttal, sir? I've been telling you
right,
that
that's why I said so what, and then I included a sentence.
Okay, so what was that sentence?
So what? It doesn't matter what everybody else is saying.
okay, I'm not appealing to the fact that popularity. I'm appealing to the fact that everyone doesn't think it's life due to a good reasoning. And the reasons because of that is what I've listed. It doesn't give a hallmark of intelligence. It just reels off a binary on-off code. And that's not intelligence. It doesn't... Okay, look, let me just start off with the whole point I was trying to make. And I'll just either just shut up or just leave if no one really cares or wants to hear it. But I'm going to say this.
I wasn't patronizing.
All men are mortal. Okay? Socrates is mortal. I mean, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. This is like the most commonly found syllogism of a valid and sound syllogism within philosophy. Okay, but look, how do we know that all men are mortal? Okay, we just know that all men are mortal because every example that we've seen has been mortal. Okay, so what this is called is induction. So we can infer. Okay, so that's all we're doing here. The fact that sentient intelligence is derived from life. All sentient intelligence, that we've ever met is derived from life. It's always, in every example, okay? And that is good enough for induction. It's good enough for also deductive arguments within philosophy. So that's what I'm basing this off of.
It's not deductive.
That's what I'm basing off of. Induction, deduction.
It's not deduction.
Yeah, it's induction.
We've only found...
Who cares? Let him finish.
It's induction, but yet you can make a deductive argument. Okay, listen. So now that we know that all sentient all sentient intelligence derives from life. Now that's all I'm saying. If we found something that was sentient life, communicable and intelligent, not just a binary on-off from a pulsar, then what I'm saying is because in every example of this we've ever seen that's come from life, we would then, I'm proffering that we would expand the definition of life to include this thing. That's what I've been saying the whole time. So that's why I disagree with Dave's initial argument that abiogenesis would still be able to... Go ahead, guys.
Seamus, can you repeat that? So you're saying that all intelligence that we found has derived from life. Is that correct? That's what you were trying to do in the syllogism?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a circular argument. You realise that?
No, it's not.
This
is borrowed from a very famous argument. It's the one that Nephi always uses about coded information.
Yeah,
all coded information derives from life. Coded information comes from intelligence.
Okay.
Nephi is a good appeal to...
No, it's not even Nephi didn't make up that argument. Nephi regurgitates that argument. That's a well-known argument for Christian theism.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get back to that in a second, but that's the implication of the argument. So you're saying if we find something that's intelligent, then we'd include that in the definition of life that isn't attached to like biological stuff, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so that's a circular argument then. So all intelligence would then be incorporated in the life thing. So all life is life, right?
I don't understand why you formed that tautology there. What are you trying to...
Okay, we'll go back to step one. Okay, you're saying that all life derives from intelligence.
Yeah, that's what I believe, yes.
Okay, so all intelligence... so then we find something that's independent of any biological stuff, but it's still intelligent. So then we'd include that in the definition of life. Right?
Right.
Okay, so all life is life.
Well, it's a tautology, but all rhetorical tautologies are truisms. For example, that's one of the hallmarks of what a tautology is. It actually speaks of a truism. Life is a truism. So there's Is that not a truism?
No, the point I'm making is that if you define intelligence as being, intelligence aside from biological life is still life, then you're saying that life comes from life, and intelligence is just part of this this life thing. So it's just saying life comes from, life is life. Do you get where I'm coming from here?
Not completely.
Okay, where am I tripping you up? What's the step that I'm either glossing over or whatever?
I'm just not sure what comparison you're drawing to what I'm trying to say. You're likening my statement that I'm saying life is life, and I'm just basically making like a rhetorical statement. Okay.
We'll go with step one. Okay, you are saying that intelligence derives from life.
In every example that we've ever seen, yes.
Okay, I'm happy to go. Yeah, we can qualify with that. So, so life isn't dependent on a biological thing. That's not what we're. Okay, someone's writing an argument out. Maybe this is going to help. If I'll sort of do it in tandem.
No, I'm just writing it down so that everyone gets a nice little summary, so you can just say it again and again.
So yeah, I'll sort of summarize, and then if you can add to it, then by all means. So you're saying life it's not necessary for life to be biological. This life can be intelligence, just independent of anything biological. So a mind independent of any body. So just this floating around mind thing. Okay, with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would be classed as life then, because it doesn't have to be attached to a biological thing.
Well, no, that's my conclusion. That's what I'm trying to put forward. What I'm trying to say is that since intelligence always comes from life, right? And then we would find intelligence. So, and since intelligence is one of this main feature that we're searching for in the pursuits of finding life, so if we found this intelligence without this material backing that you say, what I would say is that most people wouldn't say that, okay, well, we found some sentient communicable intelligence, but that's not alive. We'll just make up a word called jambalaya Zulu and call it that. No, I think what would happen is it would then fit under the umbrella of life, and say that we would change that definition and say, well, look, life not only includes things that are biological and exhibit this intelligence and also certain other things, it also exhibit things that are it broadens the scope and just means that it also entails things that are intelligent that aren't matter per se, right? Because intelligence is more. See, what you're trying to say is we should put matter in precedence over intelligence in the pursuit of life. I'm saying I'm proffering. Well, I'm saying this. I'm saying no. Let's put intelligence ahead of material, ahead of matter in this pursuit of life, and that's all I'm putting forth. And I think that a lot of people, including SETI and including a lot of top scientists, kind of already realize that.
They don't. But regardless, so I mean, I feel like this is actually easier for you in that no one just noticed it. We already have a word for what this is. It's called deities or gods, and therefore, why would we include it in something else? I mean, we already have the word for it. That's the whole entire reason why you're arguing it for right now.
We already have a word for human, but what would we call somebody a girl? It's still, there's specifications. There's these things. So if we already have a word for a person, right, we call them a human. But then there's different specifications. She's a human. She's also a girl. Her name's also Rachel. There's a subspectrum of specifications, and that's what I'm proposing here. That you're trying to say, look, we've already got this name. Well, no, what we're saying is intelligent life also includes deities, okay? But what you're trying to say is the reverse, that they should not be inclusive, and that's
right, because we already have the word for them.
Right. What
we already have the word for things that are supposedly intelligent but lack anything biological.
Can I just ask a quick question, which isn't like related to moderating, but the second part of the argument was life can be intelligence separated from biology. Is that right? Does that mean it's separated from chemistry and physics as well? Can life be intelligence separated from biology, chemistry, and physics? So all matter. Is that what we're saying? Is that step two? Just to.
I'm not sure if he's still here, so you might have to repeat that when he comes back.
Oh, yeah, was that? Yeah. Did Seamus nip? Oh, he's nipped off.
Yeah.
Can you clarify? Is that Dave?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, the second part of the argument. So life can be separated from. Does he mean biology, chemistry, and physics? Because obviously, when you're getting down to the building blocks of life, you're talking about chemistry because it's RNA. It's RNA, isn't it? That's the building blocks of life. So.
Yeah, and I think his argument is if we have this mind independent of anything that we think of as material, so independent of atoms, so just
it's independent of mind
floating around.
So it doesn't matter. He doesn't mean biology. He means matter.
I think his argument is we can't. God is alive because he's intelligent, and we're including intelligence in the definition of life because he wants to, essentially. So he wants to argue that it's biogenesis that the origin of life is biogenesis, because God is intelligent because God is alive because he's intelligent, and life came from life because intelligence is part of life. That's kind of, if you think of it like a Venn diagram, God is alive and life always comes from something that is alive, and God is intelligent because he's alive. That's the sort of reason we're trying to employ, as far as I can tell.
I see. Is this what went on to the thing about pulsars and stuff, which seems a bit off the?
It does then. because they have a pattern to them, they transmit how many, I don't know how many frequency, what the frequency is, but because that's a pattern, would we class that as intelligent because it's a pattern? So for example, number of prime numbers is also a pattern. Fibonacci sequence is also a pattern. So why is on off on off on off? Why is that not also a pattern? Oh, I think he's back now. So do you want to reword the question to Seamus?
Are you back, Seamus?
Hello.
Hi, I'm just quite interested in not moderating now. I'm just chatting, but you were saying that life can be separated from biology. I was just wondering if it's separated from chemistry and physics as well. So is it that life can be separated from all matter?
Right, that's what I'm putting forth. That the main thing isn't. So we have two categories here. We have this matter, right? This physical matter. Then we have this intelligence. And what we're trying to say is which one should hold more precedence on what is life? Should it mean more that it's matter? And if it doesn't have matter, it doesn't matter. If it doesn't have this, then it's not intelligent. So matter, some people are seemingly putting forth that must be this ultimate settler of what is life. But I'm also saying no, but there's another indicator, and I'm saying intelligence. And I'm proffering, instead of putting matter forth in a higher esteem on what is life, I say, no, let's use the standard of intelligence, right? And I specifically use the caveat of sentient intelligence, right? And like I said earlier, or like what was said earlier, that pulsars, they do exhibit this pattern, right? But it's not an intelligent pattern. And for example, wind makes patterns on sand dunes. It does, and they're really patterned out, and you can actually watch it. And but that doesn't mean it's intelligent. That wind, it just, there are certain things naturally that do make patterns. And I'm drawing a distinction here. I'm talking about sentient life. Now, pulsar and a quasar is not considered to be sentient life. They're not. So, and no one that I've heard of has ever even classified a pulsar or quasar as life. That's what's known as a reductio. They're trying to make my position seem absurd by offering a position that would logically follow, but that's not what I'm offering. So I'd say that falls flat on its face.
I guess.
Well, reductio ad absurdum, you can't wave away reductio ad absurdum by just going, that's not what I'm positing. Reductio ad absurdum works because it logically follows.
Be, if I'm not positing, that's called a straw man.
But Dave, well, no, because it logically follows. That's not what a straw man is either. Dave, go ahead.
I'm sort of slowly trying to tease this out of him, because then we got into the conversation about about computers, because computers work in binary, if I'm not mistaken. So then we would have to redefine this intelligence thing to, then you defined it as, I guess, contingent, not always existing, I guess is my question. So why can't we include computers that work in binary as your definition of intelligence if pulsars aren't?
And computers do fit that definition. That's what I've been saying. They derive from intelligence.
Well, no, that's begging the questions of saying that.
Do computers derive from intelligence?
Well, no, because your argument is hopefully ending up with the conclusion that God is, I guess, the uncaused cause of the universe or whatever. So the problem with
my argument is addressing your point about abiogenesis would be, since God isn't life, considered life, and then I'm rebutting that specific point. That I do think God is considered life. Therefore, your position of likening it to being compatible with the definition of abiogenesis, since God is non-life and started the origins. That's what I'm specifically rebutting. I'm not trying to get to the position that therefore God exists, or therefore this, or therefore that. I'm specifically, for the last 20 minutes, one thing you said in one sentence. That's all I'm doing right now.
Okay, and that's fine. We can break this down. You can atomize this until it's the actual core of what we're arguing and what we're disagreeing around, because we're essentially just disagreeing on what we classify as life. So I'm trying to understand all these caveats, and I'm just throwing things at you and seeing what your definition entails. So pulsars aren't intelligent because they just use a binary code. Computers use a binary code. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's just ones and zeros. So I guess my question is, would you consider, I guess, artificial intelligence as being intelligent?
No, like I said, I've been using the caveat sentient. And as of right now, I know that there may be a dissenting view in this room, but I don't believe that artificial intelligence has reached the sentient level as of yet. I just don't.
Okay, let's say we're 1,000 years in the future, well, for example, I was talking about a computer that passed the Turing test recently. What would be the criteria as being either sentient or sapient?
I don't know. I think you know, that's a good question. Let's actually say that does happen. That there in 100 years from now that they've developed this computer that is the intelligence is so high that it's literally autonomous and can completely take new inputs and just and learn them, acquire them, and go through them and stuff like that. Now let's say, and then that meets my requirement of what I consider sentient. It still doesn't defeat the argument because that still derives from life, right? So that it's.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, so even though we're saying, well, look, we see a sentience here, we see the sentient intelligence, but this doesn't necessarily life. What it is it derived from life. So it's kind of hidden within itself that even though this isn't life and it's sentience, it was created by life, and that's kind of what we're talking about. God created life. Okay, so I mean, it's go ahead. I'll let you respond to that.
Well, I guess the problem I'm having is this interesting sort of relationship you have between adding God into the mix as saying God is alive, but then saying life comes from intelligence, but then intelligence is also predicated on the existence of life. So it's this sort of vicious circle of you need intelligence to create life, but you also need life to create intelligence. Or premise 3, as it's now referred to. I think I killed him with logic.
I'm not realizing I did.
No, I'm typing out a formal syllogism here.
Okay.
I'll grant you that we couldn't classify pulsars as sentient life, but I'm not actually seeing the problem with saying that it wouldn't still be classified as life.
Just to let you know, Seamus, I've actually done a video about this exact argument as well. So this is nothing new on me. This is what true empiricism did. Instead of he used the sequential specified information, so he added a few more S's in there. But essentially, the problem I had with it, if you watch the sort of saga, was even if I grant this as a syllogism.
Oh, it certainly is a syllogism. It's 3 should be the conclusion. So that is a syllogism.
Well, there's 2 premises in the conclusion, which is a syllogism by definition. Let's not get back to definitions though. The point I'm making is I don't want to do the response.
Which premise do you dispute, the first or the second? I'm just kind of. There's 2 camps that people usually fall into when disputing this argument. Which premise do you dispute? One or 2. Because most people will very few people. It's almost absurd to dispute both premises. It would be absurd. So most people will choose one and not the other. So.
Yeah, well, I'm not most people, so.
Okay, then say that you dispute both premises.
All coded information is known to originate from intelligence.
That's, yeah.
Plant DNA.
Say that again.
Plant DNA.
Plant DNA.
Plant DNA.
Plant DNA.
Well, I think Seamus is saying that God created DNA, therefore plant DNA would be part of the...
Well, yeah, but if we're just assuming that from the get-go, there's no argument here. It's just...
No, my syllogism does not assume that from the get-go. That is not in my syllogism. Syllogism, so don't say that. So, you look at this, attack the syllogism. You can dispute premise 1, you can dispute both premises, or you can accept premise 1, accept premise 2, whatever. But
well, I'm disputing the first premise.
So you think, okay, then what you need to do is provide a defeater. So you just need to find one counterexample.
Okay, plant DNA does not come from intelligence.
Where does it come from?
Non-intelligent life.
Is that proven to be true?
Yes.
No, it's not. You can't use that.
Yes, it is. Cells reproduce in and of themselves.
So the origin of plant life is conclusively come
Wait, so
from
now you're going like complete origins.
You can't.
Now you're going back to origins?
You can't dispute that. You can't use an example.
Wait now. We're
disputing a subject.
Well, wait. Now we don't know. Well, now we don't know whether it originated from intelligence or whether it's formed naturally. So yeah, you do have a presupposition in here.
No, you're specifically trying to. No, there's no presupposition here at all. Look at the syllogism.
Is known to originate. Yeah. No. Okay. Where did plant DNA come from?
No one knows. Philosophically speaking.
Okay, so that refutes the first premise then. That refutes the first premise then.
You can't use "I don't know" as a refutation.
Yes. You saying that I don't know defeats the fact that
no, it doesn't. If you don't know, that means
information is known to originate from all coded information is known to originate from intelligence. Where do we know where the coded information from plants came from? Nobody knows. That was your response. Your response was nobody knows. Therefore, it's incorrect.
So how do you say? Okay, so if you're saying it originated from something, and then I ask you where did it come from, you say I don't know, then you don't know where it originated.
No, you said I don't know.
Then you tell me. Don't let me put words in your mouth. Where did it come?
Okay, wait, Shamos. Where did plant DNA come from?
What do you mean? Where did plant DNA come from?
Right, I have a pea pod in the back of my house, right? And I know it's going through, asexual reproduction. It's budding. It's reproducing its cells. And each of those cells is
came
DNA.
from intelligent life.
Okay, prove it.
Then
You cut out.
in front of you.
You cut out. How?
I'm doing so at the current moment through a deductive argument. The syllogism is right in front of you, sir.
Okay, right. And you said all coded information is known to originate from intelligence. I know that the coded information with mine, but plants came from the other plants, the minerals that were in the plants.
You would have to prove conclusively that that plants come from somewhere that's not intelligent, but you don't. You just
yes, I have.
Prove it. Where?
Okay, I can take a stem cutting of a plant, put it somewhere else. New cells will form with DNA.
That doesn't.
Are you saying plants are intelligent? Right. I don't even need to prove this. You said all coded information is known to originate from intelligence. Prove that. Prove that in every single case it's come from intelligence. You can't do that without presupposing a God belief.
If there does not exist a defeater, then we accept that as being the case.
Well, I gave you the feeder, and you haven't proven it in the first point.
It's not a defeater. You can't tell me conclusively that it didn't come from intelligence. Actually.
Okay, you can't tell me that either, though.
You can't
burden
use
of
that
proof
to
is on you. The burden of proof is on you. Prove it.
When you're disputing a premise, you can't use agnosticism.
So are you saying that you're presupposing that all?
There's no presuppositions in this argument.
Okay,
so
then prove it.
This isn't my argument. This is a well-known argument. There's no
Well,
presuppositions.
I don't care if it's well-known.
There's no presuppositions.
You're getting really stuck, guys. You're getting really stuck between each other.
The defeaters, you haven't proved it in the first place.
All coded information is known to originate from intelligence. Okay, coded information. Let's give me some of the examples. For example, computer code. Okay, and this is where I'll actually draw an analogy. So we see that computer code, right?
There we go. I just proved God in the sidebar.
Hold on. So computer code, we see certain bits of code actually correspond to certain places. If you look in the top corner of your program, that little X, the red X, there's a bit of code that actually corresponds to that X. Now, if I change that bit of code, that X would no longer work or work in a different capacity or function. So we see that this specific code correlates to this specific function. Now we see the same thing in DNA. We see certain pieces of the DNA chain that actually correlate to certain thing. If this part is damaged, you're born without a ear. If this part's damaged, you're born with certain blah blah. Certain actual DNA things are actually the hallmark of certain diseases or rare forms of everything. So we see in the same thing as a computer program that when the DNA is damaged, it actually codes for a certain part of the thing.
So at what point did you actually refute my argument? Because you just went on a rant.
Yeah, I'm trying, because your point had no actual.
Well,
you had no substance to your point.
I used the logic you used.
Plant DNA, you had no idea where it came from, so you can't use I don't know.
Well, refute my syllogism in sidebar then.
We're currently talking about mine.
I know, but it will demonstrate why yours is wrong. My syllogism is 1, no gods exist in this universe. 2, I live in this universe. 3, no God exists in this universe. You can't disprove that.
That's a circular argument, and mine is not circular. Read mine. Your first conclusion and your first premise and your conclusion are the same. That's the definition of begging the question. If you're accusing me of that, you need to go back and look at my syllogism.
Okay, no God exists in my universe. No God exists in my universe.
You're not very. Yeah, if that's your argument, you're accusing me of what's known as begging the question. This is an informal fallacy. Okay?
I don't care what you call it, Shamos. Like I've been for 5 minutes. I've been telling you.
So you just
either
accuse me of question begging.
Shamos.
No.
Don't say you're doing this when you won't let me finish in the first place.
It doesn't matter because
that's a hallmark of stupidity. That's a hallmark of stupidity. Right, you're saying premise 1 is all coded information is known to originate from intelligence.
And it's not the same as my conclusion, which you accused me of.
I don't care.
Sir.
I don't care. Show me why premise 1 is correct. Because I've given you a refutation of it, and you said,
no,
well,
that isn't.
No,
I don't know is not a refutation.
Shamos, shut the fuck up for a second. Let someone else speak. I let you go on a tangent of how computer code is like biological code, which had no relevance to the conversation in the first place. All coded information is known to originate from intelligence. You haven't shown that. When I said that, well, look, this coded information in my plant didn't come from intelligence, it came from the plant. So either you got to say that the plant was intelligence or premise 1 was wrong. You said, well, no, because you have to go all the way back to the origins. As if for some reason you need to go back to the origin of everything to understand where one thing can come from. And so you're presupposing God there, because you're saying, well, it must have come from intelligence and that everybody knows it. That's just patently false.
Okay, that syllogism that you see does not beg the question. It has no presuppositions in it.
Okay, then prove premise 1. Stop.
Prove all men are mortal.
Prove
to me all men are mortal. You can only do so by induction, because every man we've ever seen has been mortal. Now, let me finish. Now you see that every single coded information we've ever seen has derived from intelligence. Man has created every bit of coded information that exists right now. Currently,
really?
Yes.
Plants.
Man, if you're counting plant, DNA is
Has man created every piece of DNA that's ever existed?
No, DNA is specifically what's in question right now.
DNA, you just said that man has created every piece of DNA in the universe. Do you understand how stupid that is?
Coded information. And I'm likening to coded information. And DNA is what's in question right now. Plant DNA is specifically what's in question. I didn't say human DNA. Okay. I said DNA in general. So what you can't use what's in question against me. This is what we're trying to find out.
Yes, I can.
No, we're trying to find this out.
Because I have the answer to that. It's not in question. It's not in question whether unless you're saying that. Like, do you go to a courtroom and when they say,
plant
what
DNA comes from other plants?
If you get into a car, Shamos, if you get into a car accident and the judge says, where did the car that hit you come from? You don't go, Big Bang, God maybe? No, you don't.
Can I ask a question? It's probably wrong, but the pulsar, the information that's coming from that pulsar, would that be considered coded information because it's on, it's on 1010, so it's on off, or whatever? Would that be considered coded information?
No.
I still think pulsar should be classified as life, and I haven't heard a refutation, but.
No, well, you need to provide why you think a pulsar is classified as life. You're just trying to.
I think that eventually people will feel that the definition will change, and that therefore I'm correct now.
I don't know if
hold on, your name.
Wait, I don't know if I missed the answer. Is that coded information that we're receiving from the pulsar?
No, I said that.
It is life, though.
I know, but I didn't hear it. That's why I asked again, because I'm
I know, that's why I spelled it out this time. I'm trying to get back.
My response is slightly left field, I guess. Why intelligence?
What do you mean? That's how I've chosen to form this argument.
Okay, that's not really a response. Okay, so.
No, but you're saying, why does your syllogism contain this word? Like, this is the ends that I'm trying to achieve. This is what I'm trying to prove. So we know that all men are mortal. The only reason we know this is because every example we've ever seen, and every example we've ever seen of coded information derives. See, DNA you can't use because that's what's specifically in question. So take DNA off the table. Every specific coded information we have seen is originated from humans. Every single one. You can't name one code that doesn't originate from humans. So that originates from intelligence.
Everything before humans was not coded information.
Just provide a defeater. Provide one coded information that doesn't derive.
I don't see how it's logical to go. The example that you have to refute me is in question because I declare it to be in question.
No, it's in question. You can't question it. Okay, so if we're trying to figure out something, is DNA...
I found the refutation.
Does DNA originate from the first place?
You haven't shown
that's what's in question.
Do people come from intelligence?
Does DNA originate from intelligence. That's what's in question. You can't use DNA
Well,
as
coded
an example,
information. How do you know that coded information comes from intelligence?
because every example of coded information we've ever seen originates from mankind.
Where did mankind come from?
Smokey, can we just go back to Dave for a while? Because he's not quite as, I don't know,
ferocious.
Feeling quite het off about things. It's the same thing that
He pisses off easily. Sorry.
You're doing with each other. But Dave was saying why intelligence, and I think that's a really valid question. Like, if you're saying life derives from something, why are we choosing intelligence?
Yeah, why is it necessary for intelligence, not just matter?
What are the other options?
Why is causality necessary in the Kalam? Like,
well, that's not an answer to the question.
No, but what I'm saying is you're asking about what is the actual. It's because it's what I'm trying to prove. That's why it's working to an end that I'm trying to prove. Causality is part of the Kalam cosmological argument. You could say, well, why is causality part of the cosmological argument? Well, that's the basis and structure of the argument.
Stop. You're excluding all other possibilities by only proposing intelligence. That's
why is intelligence necessary, not just sufficient? Is my question.
What does that even mean?
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't even know what to say to that. Why
is intelligence necessary and not sufficient?
Yeah, Dave, can you explain a bit more?
Expand on that.
I think you mean but not, or what it sounds like you're saying is why is it necessary and sufficient? Well, everything that would be necessary would be sufficient. I think what you're trying to say is why is it necessary instead of just sufficient?
Well, I mean, when I say when we say sufficient, for example, we could say for example, the argument is comes from a mind. But when we talk about minds, we're also talking about physical bodies and physical beings and so on and so on and so on. So why is it the intelligence part that's put into question? So DNA comes from intelligence. DNA also comes from, like you say, from people. So what is the intelligence doing? What's about intelligence that's necessary and not just from a sapient being? What is about intelligence? I don't know how to word that any more simpler.
I don't know what you're asking. Like, why are you asking? Like, why are you framing your argument around intelligence? And then I would say, well, why does the Kalam frame itself around causality? It's just the structure of the argument. This is the structure of this argument. This is what I'm using. I don't know what to say to you. I really don't.
Okay, I'll try and reword it the best I can then. Okay, intelligence on its own doesn't do anything. Okay, does it?
Prove that. I don't know. Like, give me an argument to substantiate that.
Okay, inductively, every time we have an intelligence, it's attached to a physical something, a brain, or we're going to say a computer, or whatever it is. It's attached to something physical, tangible, something we can interact with, right?
Yeah, that's how we prove it's sentient, isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you want me to say yes?
I want you to respond to what about intelligence? What is this intelligence thing anyway? So for example, why can't I just use the argument all coded information comes from a mind attached to a physical?
I'm trying to prove that if I prove that DNA originates from intelligence, I prove that DNA doesn't come about naturally.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Unless you're saying intelligence is unnatural, which is.
You need to say no, you don't. That's an assertion. But if you say no, you don't because, and then start giving reasons,
I just did, but you cut me off. I said unless you're saying intelligence is unnatural, which I hope you're not, because it would explain a lot. So the point of my argument, or the point of my response is, it's either fallacy of composition or division. I always get it wrong. So you're trying to reduce it to intelligence is the intentional thing that is doing this. We have no examples of a mind independent of anything physical doing anything. So what is stopping me putting the argument as all coded information comes from a physical sapient being or physical sapient something with a mind? It doesn't even have to be a being. You can say a computer.
Well, because DNA is coded information, and that's specifically what's in question.
No. That's not what I didn't mention DNA.
Yeah, but you're trying to reformat it in terms of my syllogism. So we're talking about coded information, and then we're trying to liken DNA to coded information by deductive argument.
I didn't mention DNA once.
Yeah, I did, because this is my argument that you're hijacking here.
No, I'm not hijacking. I'm just saying what's
Yeah, you're trying to you say all coded information is known to originate from sentient Homo sapiens.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Go. What did you say?
Well, what's stopping me from saying it's not the intelligence that's doing it? It's from a physical, sapient, whatever you want to call it.
You can make up whatever syllogism you want. I don't care. Is this one not in valid form? Is it's logically valid? What are you freaking out about?
Seamus, we were talking earlier about life being separate from biology, physics, chemistry, or matter. So there's no reason to put DNA into that. I don't think, is there? Isn't that what you said earlier?
I'm choosing to prove something about DNA. So I'm trying to prove the origins or ontology of DNA. That's what I'm doing. Where did DNA come from? Did it come from naturalistic tendencies, or did it come from intelligence? That's what I'm disputing here.
Ontology.
It's not my argument.
Excuse me. Ontology is not origins.
Ontology is existence, and something that exists must have an origin.
Well, we've moved away from Dave's argument.
May I ask a quick question here? I mean, maybe I'm way off base, or I'm not sure. But one of the things that's happening in our society today is the search for life on other planets or in other galaxies or whatever, all those other neat little places. Now, we don't know that life is out there. We don't know that life isn't out there. I remember hearing a clip not long ago with Morgan Freeman, and because somebody said he was a man of God, he said no, but one of the things that he said was, we are pretty certain there is life out there. It's just a matter of when we're going to find it. Now, here's why I brought that up, okay? And I know I kind of went around to cow shit about it, but if there's life out there other than what we know here on planet Earth, we have absolutely no idea. I'm just saying, taking that as a possibility. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying, taking that as a possibility. Now, if there is other life forms out there, if there is intelligence out there, how do we know what dimension it might be in? How do we know that it might be greater than us, or whatever the case may be? So part of the argument that was going on earlier is we only say things based on what we know, but what happens if there's something out there that we don't know about, and it has something to do with our origin, and here we are trying to limit where we could have come from, but there may be an intelligence out there far superior to us that even science says is out there. It's just a matter of finding it.
You are completely correct. That was completely off topic.
Well, no, because what you're talking about, Smokey, is about intelligence has to come from a symbiont mind or a physical mind or something like that. It's tangible. You said it had to be tangible mind.
I think
that's what you said earlier.
Nope.
Okay, well anyway, you did say something along that line.
No, my point was that if he's saying that plant DNA, which, like, an example of me finding plant DNA from, like, a bud on my plant, he said, well, no, that didn't come from the plant, because where did the plant come from in the first place? My refutation was that unless he's supposing God in the first place, he can't. Shamos.
I need to get past something, though. I mean, if you guys are done.
Well, I just want to say one sentence. You think an adequate explanation for where did plant DNA come from is plants? I say, where does plant DNA come from? And you say plants? You think that's an adequate explanation?
If I gave you a sample of plant DNA and you asked me where it came from, yeah, it would.
You know, you said what?
Man. You're a scholar.
No, okay, Shamos, where'd your car come from?
You're a scholar and a gentleman.
Shamos, where did your car come from?
Hey,
now you're running away because you want to cry in your corner. Right? You wouldn't say that your car came from the Big Bang. You wouldn't say that your car came from the Earth. You wouldn't say that your car came from, a star that exploded, billions of years ago.
All right, you guys, I need to ask another question. one of Seamus's premises is that all coded information comes from an intelligence. That's all we know, right? So he's talking computer code, right? Is that what you're talking, Seamus?
Yeah, yeah.
You're talking computer code. So, okay, all computer code comes from an intelligence, but that intelligence is a human being. We've never seen computer code come from animal intelligence or monkey intelligence. It's all human intelligence. But then you're trying to say DNA code comes from, now you're changing it to a different type of intelligence.
Well, DNA is coded information. So I start off with the first one. Coded information is known to derive in every situation from intelligence. And then I liken DNA is coded information. Most people will agree DNA is coded information. It's obviously information. It corresponds to certain functions. It's coded. It's very well encoded. So there it is. DNA is coded information, and all coded information is known to come from intelligence. Therefore, DNA must originate from intelligence. Therefore, God exists. Praise Jesus.
Wait.
Hallelujah.
It's not just a intelligence. It's an intelligent human form. It's not an intelligent animal form. Otherwise, God's an animal. There we go.
Well, no, the point, to bring teachers' point back into the Seamus thing, because I don't think it was completely off topic, but I think the point is I don't think people have seen the actual, I don't know if you actually mentioned the actual syllogism. We might have mentioned it in passing, but so if he was listening to it and not see the side chat, he doesn't know actually what the argument is. The problem is it's what I call metaphysical cherry picking. So you're saying all coded information comes from, when you say intelligence, what you actually mean is people. Every time that a computer program has come out, a person has been responsible. Or if you want to say, a book or whatever piece of code that you can piece together, and then you refer that to DNA. And I have several problems, but my biggest problem is this metaphysical cherry picking of people make computer programs. Premise 2 is something that isn't a computer program coming from the same source that is, the argument should be a different source, but it should be the same source. So the problem is, my first problem is, what is it about the intelligence, what is intelligence doing? We have no example of intelligence doing anything independent of a physical body. And I still have yet to hear your response to that, other than saying, my argument isn't about using a physical body. And my point is, that's my point, that we have no example.
Usually you should critique my arguments, right? Like, you can't critique
your response to my argument was literally an ad hominem.
Well, no.
By the way, Dave.
Hello.
Yeah, Dave.
Hello.
Just want to make sure that I was making contact there. The point that I was making, okay, was that there could be. And I hear this from different people. There could be an intelligence source outside of our planet, okay, that could have put us here, okay, where this coding could have come from. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that would be God. I'm just basing off the argument that I've heard. Now, we don't know about that, okay, at this time. But what would happen if we would find that out, that some other intelligent form greater than us, whether it be another, as evolutionists likes to say, another life form that is just more evolved than us, or whatever the case may be. And here we are trying to think we're the smart guys in the box, and we may not be.
Again, I'm going to try and bring this all back together, because it was a little bit left field again of saying, because the argument is all known, or I've come to know, all DNA is code information. All information is known to come from a mind. So this isn't what might be. It's an inductive argument of every single time X has happened, it has come from Y. So if you want me to dispute a single premise, it's premise 1, that I don't see any examples of intelligence doing anything independent of a mind. So why is the intelligence bit necessary and not just sufficient? I'll ask again.
I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth. I've never said anything about it being necessary. I've never said anything about it being sufficient. I'm using a. You did say one thing correct. I am making an inductive argument. That's definitely what I'm doing. I'm saying that all coded information we've ever witnessed has come from intelligence. All you would have to do is provide me a defeater. The only defeater I've heard come is DNA, which is specifically what's in question.
Is there a fallacy of just insufficient definition, basically?
No, it's worse than that, because I'm saying Give me an example of an intelligence doing anything independent of a physical body.
What, you act like I'm supposed to do that? Why do I got to give you what you want? If I said that, that's not my argument.
No, I know, because the problem is the fallacy of. I'm going to say
you're
division.
trying to put me into an argument that's not mine. And
I mean,
it's crafty, it's cool, I guess, but it's not going to work here.
Essentially, I mean, you could. Well, I just guess it's not reflective of reality, because you can make this argument that every coded information has come from things which have skin, and therefore only things with skin can make intelligence, or only things which have fingers have created intelligence. Therefore, everything which has created intelligence must have fingers.
It's worse than that, because it's
one premise and
non-physical.
conclusion. That's not even a syllogism. So you're just saying, you just said premise, conclusion. I'm actually putting a second thing in there, which makes it a syllogism. It's valid.
Yeah, DNA is coded information. That can still be put into my argument. It doesn't matter.
A syllogism just means two premises and a conclusion.
Yeah. So he never offered a syllogism. He offered a premise. And
I'm saying replace.
Don't offer your own argument.
No, I want to hear the finger one put into a proper syllogism.
Okay, where's your syllogism here?
It's the same as yours, but instead of
all coded information is known to originate from beings with fingers. DNA is coded information. DNA originates from beings with fingers.
Okay, thank you.
Is that true now?
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. It makes sense. I was just trying to get you to clarify. Thank you.
So you do agree that your argument isn't actually really reflective of reality. It's just you could.
But you see, that argument begs the question.
No, it begs the question to say that all coded information is known to originate from intelligence. But then when I say, well, what about my plant? My plant is intelligent. You go, well, what created your plant? And instead of actually making an argument, you just threw an ad hominem at me and just called me not a scholar, not a gentleman. You hurt my feelings. And instead of actually making the argument, essentially what you're understanding is that because I can't come up with where did my plant come from, you're allowed to say, well, people are just, they're allowed. That's just special pleading. We can say that, people create intelligence, and that's sufficient enough. Well, where do the people come from? You don't need to answer that question.
Well, if we're asking where did people come from, where does DNA come from? That's what we're
okay.
All code information is not originate from intelligence. What's the problem with me saying that plant DNA from my plant didn't come from the plant?
Because that's not a defeater.
Well, no, I think.
Yes, why isn't it a defeater to give you an example where coded information was not created? Well, I mean, okay, fine. It's not a defeater of the first premise. It's a defeater to your conclusion, then.
No, you see what you have to do. If I'm saying the word all, in which I'm saying this is in every case without exception, then in order to defeat that, you have to just provide one counterexample. If I say
right, and I am.
Listen, but no, you're not, because what you're referring to is specifically what's in question. We are specifically questioning putting DNA under a microscope, trying to figure it out. But you're saying, no, I want to use DNA as an example. You cannot do that.
Okay, so your conclusion of all DNA comes from intelligence is refuted on the basis of it doesn't reflect reality. Because that DNA did not originate from intelligence, it originated from a plant. And your only refutation that can be, well, where did the plant come from? And then we get back to the problem with the first premise.
Well, see, so you would say, okay, so did that plant also have DNA? Yes. So where did that DNA come from? Another plant.
Okay, so now you're saying
that we
have to go back
where is the origins of that DNA come
from?
So you're talking about the plant.
Okay, so when you say all coded information is known to originate from intelligence, I don't know that's true.
Then provide a defeater. You cannot.
Okay, well, wait, so you're saying that, I mean, it's essentially saying that,
if I say this
my premises don't actually have to reflect reality. If they're wrong, it's okay.
No, I'm saying,
right, you can't prove it because you don't know where the origin of everything.
It's proved by not being given a defeater. If I say in every situation.
You haven't shown an example of it.
Yeah, I've shown the example by there not being a counterexample.
So everything which doesn't have a counterexample is automatically proved.
No, you're talking about falsifiability.
All coded information is known to originate from intelligence. What do you mean by originate?
This is going to degenerate again.
If I make an all...
Clarify originate.
Listen.
Clarify originate. I don't care about the other points now.
Okay,
clarify
originate comes from the word origins, which means, like, where did that come from? Where did that start from? Where did that begin from?
Okay, at what point are you clarifying where it came from?
Are you just asking nonsensical questions? Like, at what point are you...
This is an ad hominem. You're scared now, Shamos.
No, I'm not scared. I'm just wondering why
No,
you keep asking
because you are special pleading and saying that saying humans are responsible for coded DNA.
That's not in my syllogism.
That's sufficient. It's sufficient to say that's the origin.
That's not in my
Why
syllogism.
is it sufficient to end there? Why not
It's
say...
not in my syllogism. You're accusing me of something
Shamos, shut the
that's
fuck
not
up, Shamos.
Smokey.
It's a part of your origin. You're not clarifying originate. You're saying in one case you can use the word originate correctly, and the other one you can't, and you're not giving the reason why. And it's because you're scared because you know that the argument falls flat on its ass there.
No, the argument doesn't fall flat on its ass.
Okay, well show me why.
Because show me an example of coded information that doesn't originate
What
from
do you mean by originate?
Okay, everyone knows...
I can't give you the refutation because you keep cherry picking your definition.
Yeah.
You're saying originate means one thing.
Where does it come from?
Okay, what is sufficient enough or come from to you? What is sufficient enough?
I want to know where
You're not answering the fucking question.
Started.
Stop being a coward.
Listen, I want to know where it originally
All
came
coded
from.
information is known to come from big bangs.
Okay, so for example, if I say, where did all forks come from?
Yeah, what's the answer to that?
Okay, so all forks came from a person who made that fork.
No. Where did the person come from? That's what you're doing.
What? That's not what I'm doing.
Where did the person come from?
What does this have to do with my argument?
Where did the person come from, Shamos?
What does that have to do with this argument?
Okay, this is why I can't do with the argument. Now let me finish, because you're really just being a jackass here, not even you're not being honest. You're not being honest. Is essentially what the problem is.
But I just want to hear you critique the argument.
Well, sure. If you want to hear me, then shut the fuck up. You're saying it's not sufficient enough for me to say that when my plant goes through budding, that the DNA that's in those new cells came from the original plant before it was budding. And you're saying that's not sufficient enough because we don't know where all plant DNA came from or where all plants come from. And then I'm going, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. And then I'm saying, well, when you say that humans are sufficient enough, why can't I say where did humans come from? And your answer to that is
that's within the premise. Humans are made of DNA. That's within the syllogism.
That's not an answer. That's not an answer. Where did people come from?
Hold on. Calm down for a second, okay? Sorry, Seamus. Are you using the?
Yes.
All coded information comes from intelligence. DNA is coded information. Therefore, DNA comes from intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. The problem with that syllogism is the very first premise. Is that you say that all coded information.
Okay, so you accept the second premise. I just want to make it clear.
Pardon me?
You accept the second premise.
No, I don't actually. I could challenge the second premise as well between.
So you challenge both premises.
I'm sorry, Seamus. Listen, I got to jump in and out real quick, but I'm gonna just let you know why there's a problem with this argument real quick. Okay, is the very first premise this can be shown to be false right off the bat because you say that all coded starts off with all coded information. Has the sources in intelligence, or is brought from an intelligence. Well, in the second premise, you're already acknowledging that your first premise includes the example of DNA. So you're actually just begging the question on that one. So when they ask for an example of, for the challenge to the first premise, that all coded information has the result of an intelligence, DNA is actually included in that, but that premise can be shown to be false because we don't know DNA to have an intelligent source. So the first
that's why it's a conclusion.
Yeah. So the first premise is can be thrown out right there. Now the second premise that DNA is coded information. Now that's to grant you that we're even calling DNA coded information to begin with. At this point in time that. There's a lot of ways that you can approach this. Now, certain people like Francis Crick have said that DNA doesn't contain information, all this other stuff. But when we're talking about coded information here, in the sense of comparing DNA to the computer code, is that in computer code the code itself is necessary and sufficient to bring up the change in DNA. It's necessary but not sufficient. So there is actually a difference between the type of code that you find in DNA and the code that you find in written to a computer program. So it can't be said as analogous or analogous to say is the same type of code. So it can be challenged on that premise there as well. But I'd still hold the contention with the the first premise that say that even if you wanted to call that code to say that then at that point in time that all known code has a source of an intelligence is in fact begging the question, because we don't know if that DNA has an intelligence. So it's assuming the conclusion in there. So you understand what the problem with the argument is then, right?
No, but I'm using a simple. If you say A equals B, B equals C, and therefore A equals C. That's all I'm doing. That's one. That's
okay.
Not actually.
Hold on. Let me try one more time, Seamus.
Listen, no. Look, I just got exploded on 5 words into my sentence. 5 words in. So you're accusing me of question begging by using what's known as one of the many forms of a logical syllogism. Okay, you say A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. That's all I've done here. This is a syllogism. If you look, there's only certain ways you can actually come up with a
syllogisms can never be fallacious.
No, sure, but no, he's accusing it of being fallacious because it's in that form. Now he's saying I'm being circular and begging the question.
How are you saying that? He went for about 3 minutes. He went on for about 3 minutes addressing specific. He went on for about 3 minutes addressing specific claims about your argument, and your response to that was, "I'm not going to recognize any of those and just simply say A equals B, B equals C, A equals C."
He accused me of being circular and begging
could have
the
had your
question because
speakers
A
muted
equals
the whole
C.
entire. You could have had your speakers muted the whole entire time, and no one would tell the difference.
If you accuse me of question begging, don't accuse.
Did he cut out?
He's on mute.
If you've accused me of question begging, don't accuse me of question begging because I've said that these things, through a process of logical syllogism, are the same thing because A equals B.
And
B
he's
equals
demonstrating
C,
why it's not a logical syllogism.
Yeah, but
you haven't shown why it is.
You'd have to contend that on its own merits. You couldn't just say just
That's
because
what the fuck Socrates did.
No, he said because the fact that DNA is coded information, it's embedded, and therefore it's begging the question. It's not embedded because it's A equals C, and I'm allowed to make these logical conclusions and syllogisms.
It's more like A equals A equals A equals C.
No.
Hold on a second. Seamus, let's say I was to grant you that the second premise was true, for the sake of argument. If I was to grant you that the second premise was true, by default, that makes the first premise false.
You would have to go through an argument to explain to what that means. That was just an assertion. Wait, no. That is false because why? Because why?
It's okay. If granted, if the second premise is true, that all code has an intelligent origin. Okay. So we're granting the second premise true. Or we're granting the second premise
is
that DNA is coded information. Okay, so we're granting that for the sake of this argument right now, that all DNA is coded information. So if you go back to the first premise then, and that says that all known coded information has an intelligent source, well, that's no longer true because we don't know what the source of DNA is.
I'm saying all coded information, that's A, is known to originate from B. Okay, so and then DNA is coded information, right? Therefore, DNA originates from intelligence. So
it sounds like essentially you're saying some coded information is known to originate.
It's the most common way. No, this is like the most common way in logic to prove certain things.
No, it sounds like you think that like logical arguments are sequential. It makes it sound like you think that logical arguments are sequential. Like you could never if you put 2 in front of 1, you can't do that because it has to be sequential, but it's not.
Yeah, I can't explain this as good. I'm going to look it up and find
You're saying that some coded information is known to originate from intelligence. DNA is coded information. DNA originates from intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, like that's the problem. Is that if we say that DNA is coded information, well, then the first premise has to be rewritten as saying that some information that we know of has, some coded information, the source is known to be an intelligence, because we don't know what the source of DNA is. We don't know what the source of that coded information is. So by virtue of granting you the second premise, it makes the first question, the first premise false. Now, I mean, you can phrase it like an inductive argument, which is fine, but an inductive argument is not, a logically valid argument. Yeah. So the argument itself is not deductive. I'll grant you that you could phrase it in ways.
Here it is, transitive relational logic. That's what it's called.
Well, no, I wouldn't actually
Transitive relational logic.
I know what that is.
You can't beg the question by that. You cannot.
No, you're right. You're right. I can only say that you're begging the question if you're making it a deductive argument, which you said earlier that it was a deductive argument. You did say that earlier in the hangout, but that this is an inductive argument in that case, which is fine. But that doesn't mean that the argument is valid in any way. I mean, you can just challenge it on that alone. That I could say that it's a very weak inductive argument.
Very often in logical syllogisms, they use that same formula that I use. In fact, there's a diagram of there's only a certain amount of formulas that you can actually use in a logical syllogism.
Right over his head.
It only goes certain ways. So what I'm... Okay, then... All right.
Because it literally sounds like anything that someone says to you, you're just going to repeat yourself or say something else, but you're not actually addressing what anyone's saying to you at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is with the first premise, when you say that all coded information is known to originate from an intelligence, and then throw in the second premise that DNA is coded information, well, the thing is that if we're going to use the first premise, we don't know. I can't grant you that the first premise is true if I'm to consider DNA coded information, because I don't know what the source of that is. So I can't deductively give you this argument as valid and sound. Now, I mean, to a certain thing is that, yeah, we could use this as an inductive argument if it's phrased slightly different. I can't remember how I wrote this out before for this argument, but it only gets you to a weak inductive argument that I wouldn't even grant is very convincing at all. Well, but and that's it. I mean, that's fine. It's an inductive argument. I'll grant you that. It's an inductive argument. We can go from there, but that doesn't mean that that the entire thing is logically valid.
It is logically valid. I think what you're trying to say is sound.
Are any... No.
That's logical.
Sorry,
that's in valid logical form. You're talking about the soundness.
My bad. Sorry. I wouldn't grant you that it's logically sound.
Okay. It's for sure logically valid.
Yes, it is. It is logically valid.
Okay.
But can any inductive argument be completely inductively sound?
You're talks about the problem of induction.
Yeah, can any inductive argument be considered logically sound?
You'd have to take it as an axiom, the problem of induction, I guess, and then from there you could derive that.
Well, no, in the sense
I think that's what anyone does, right?
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is that that's fine. If we want to say that it's a weak inductive argument, then if it's phrased in a different way.
Well, I don't know about weak, but I mean it's an inductive argument. You can say you can describe whatever merit you want to it or not, but it is what it is. It's an inductive argument, and I do not know of any counterexample to the first premise. I just don't.
Well, like I said, my counter. If you're going to phrase it as a deductive argument, my first counter to the my counter to the first premise is if I grant you the second premise and makes the first premise false.
I've heard you say that twice now, but I'm still not making the link. Can you kind of just...
Yeah, sure. Because in the first premise, let me ask you this way: if the first premise says all coded information is known to originate from intelligence, okay, that's the first premise, right? So let me ask you this question: is DNA known to originate from an intelligence?
That's what's in question.
I'm asking you that question, Seamus. Is DNA known to originate from an intelligence?
No, that's disputed.
Okay, so is the first premise true?
Is my first premise true? Yes.
Yeah. Well, how can we? Okay.
No, it would have to be all known coded information comes from intelligence, except DNA.
Yeah, I mean.
That's specifically what's in question.
So you have to include except DNA.
Yeah. So.
Well, look, when you're using A equals B, B equals C, therefore
I don't
A
care
C,
what the fuck you want to make a metaphor of it. You're not addressing what I just said.
If they accept DNA, then you could never say
I don't give a shit what you're saying about it's
so
like
you're
this,
trying to
it's
destroy
like
my
that,
logical
it's in
syllogism.
this order. No, you're strawmanning me. I mean, you're not even strawmanning me. You're not responding to anything we're saying.
If I said except for DNA, there would be no way for me to say A equals C. Because I've already precluded it from my first premise. Even Sokka understands that. You're trying to get me to preclude in my very first premise the thing I'm trying to conclude.
All information except DNA is absolutely known to come from... Yeah.
Then I can never make A equals C. Then I can never make a conclusion from
your argument would be flawed.
Deductively.
If I formed it in the way that you're trying to make me form it. So you're saying if you form a flawed deductive argument, then it's a flawed deductive argument. No shit, buddy.
If you mask my argument so that it doesn't... Like, yeah, true. I am critiquing your argument and saying that if you actually put it in how it is, instead of being lying basically and saying that all known information is known, then yeah, it would be false. So in other words, if you weren't lying, it would be false.
Defeater. Or just to provide a single defeater.
The defeater is that you said all, and DNA is included in that.
Yeah, because that's specifically what's in question. Since we're trying to link A equals C.
In question, how is in question? You just said it came from insentience.
That's what I'm trying to prove.
You're just making it. You're just stating. You're just stating DNA is known to be intelligent. That's essentially what
That's what the conclusion is, man.
Boys, can you give Seamus a bit more time just to come to terms with it?
I'm fine. Let him go.
I mean, he's taking a lot of time to just beat around the bush and not answer it. So.
The point, and I can't reiterate this enough. I don't know how else to reiterate this, but it's just the saying that when you start. Okay, do you know what? You know, obviously, Seamus, you know what begging the question is, right?
Yes, it's when the conclusion is assumed in your premise.
Okay, so the conclusion is that DNA arises from an intelligence, correct?
Correct.
So in the first premise that all known coded information arises from an intelligence, including DNA, wouldn't that be begging the question? Because you're assuming in your first premise that DNA arises from an intelligence.
I'm using a deductive argument to make what's known as a logical transitive relation.
Right.
This is
okay.
This is one of many ways.
Your argument.
Hold on. Let me just.
Sounds like I'm valid.
Okay. Give me a second. Maybe this will explain it to you. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it won't.
I mean, if you want to rewrite it as an inductive argument, you can. But you're phrasing it right now as a deductive argument. It can be challenged on the very first premise because it is begging the question. Now,
you're accusing me of begging the question only because the form is
wrong. Yeah, your form is wrong.
No, it's not wrong. Is it wrong to use transitive relational logic? No, and it doesn't beg the question to say A equals C, and B, you're using the deductive reasoning that since
inductive.
These two things, inductive reasoning. No, not in either way. You're using that reasoning. So if you the reasoning that A equals C is the fact that A equals B and B equals C, and since A and B are the same thing and B equals C, then A must equal C. So, but that's all that I'm doing here, and I'm getting accused of question begging because A equals C. There's the conclusion, and then so A is my premise, C is my conclusion, and now I'm assuming them by trying to prove what's known as a logical transitive relation. That is not question begging. It's not. It is. Not.
Well, Seamus, I've already again. I mean. I don't know where, because you know logical syllogisms. I mean, we've done stuff like this before. I know that you get this, and so like I said, by virtue, if I grant you the second premise as true, by default it makes the first premise now false in a deductive argument. Okay, and or I could say that if it doesn't follow because it does become question begging at that point in time because you're assuming the validity or that you're assuming the conclusion of this within the premise of the very first premise you're laying out there. So
I'm drawing a relation. I'm making a transitive relation in logic.
Well, no, you're not. Like I said,
this thing is the same as this thing, and this thing is the same as this thing. Then
yes, okay. I get that part, Seamus. I get that. I understand what you're saying.
You can never question beg by doing that.
But in the way that it's phrased, I can. In the way that it's formatted right now, I can. Because in the very first premise, it says all known. We know DNA. We know what DNA is.
How about this one? All men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. That's the same thing. That's A equals B.
Except it's not your argument.
C, therefore A equals C. That's all I'm doing.
It's not your argument.
Does that one beg the question?
It's not your argument, though.
Does the most famous philosophical argument of a valid and sound syllogism?
If you said all humans we know are known to be mortal, sure, that would be correct because we do know that Socrates is mortal. However, if you're going to say that all information is known to come from intelligence, here's a thing which is coded information but we don't know about, well, yeah, that is begging the question.
No, you can't. It's a epistemological qualifier. Just all that we know, and it usually goes without saying. That's kind of what induction says. All that we've ever seen, all that we know. So I'm using an inductive qualifier.
Except for DNA, all information we know.
No, but you see, you can't do that because that's specifically what I'm trying to prove. So that's why it's in my next.
Then why did you use the word all?
All what?
Why did you use all information?
To say that there is no defeater to this first premise. That there's no counterexample.
Except for the defeater that you could use.
No, see, you can't use that because that's what's in question.
Is it true that all code information is known to originate from intelligence?
Yes.
Including DNA?
Yes, through this deductive argument, yes, but that's what I'm trying to prove.
Well,
so
you can't prove the premise and the conclusion.
You can always prove that A equals C by using that.
You can't prove the premise and the conclusion.
Okay, so Socrates is mortal, all men are mortal, therefore
you can't prove the
Socrates
premise. I don't care about arguments you can make, which are...
Yeah, but does that one beg the question?
It doesn't matter.
You're accusing me of begging the question when I'm just using the same logical form.
It's like saying, like, we're trying to address why your argument isn't sound, and you're going, well, it kind of looks like this argument, so it should be, right?
Smokey, can somebody else have a go? There's Soccer and Dave that wants to have a chat as well. Dave, did you want to say something?
Dave's not here.
Oh, am I echoing?
Sure, go ahead.
Seamus, just while we're waiting for Dave to get back here, okay, the difference between this syllogism that you're putting out here and that the syllogism that Socrates put out there with the all men are mortal thing is that within all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. The first premise is known. The first premise that all men are mortal is known. There's no disputing that because...
Known through induction, which is exactly what my first premise is.
Well, not exactly, because, again...
Yes, exactly.
No.
You cannot prove all men are mortal.
Pardon me?
The only way you can prove all men are mortal is through induction.
Right. Okay. The problem with that, though, is that all men are mortal, that we know of. Okay, that it's actually built into kind of our understanding of what a man is a life. There's a lot of things that go into understanding what it means to be a man. One of those things is mortality. Now, this is based off. I mean, we don't know whether or not we're going to come across a day where there is an immortal man or not. That's fine. But the thing is that with your premise that all DNA is coded all coded information originates from an intelligence is not known. That premise is not known. That's where it's different compared to the syllogism one.
I think I just have a quick question which might probably sum this up in a very simple way. Is the intelligence in premise 1 the same intelligence as the conclusion?
Sorry, say that one more time. I was typing something inside chat.
Is the intelligence in premise 1 the same intelligence as the conclusion?
The same intelligence?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, is it the same? Is it the same? For example, we're talking about information coming from human minds or human intelligence in premise 1. If the conclusion is an intelligence that's not human,
is the mortality in this conclusion of that thing the same one as the mortality in the premise?
What mortality is, but you're saying all information is known to come from intelligence. Brackets human intelligence, because we have no examples of intelligence coming from non-humans, right? That's what the first premise is saying.
Unless you can provide that. No, see, I'm willing to accept defeaters for that position. Well, here's some intelligence that doesn't come from or here's a coded information that doesn't come from intelligence, doesn't come from humans, and then I would, if you were correct and you're right, then you have what's known as put forth a defeater to my claim, and therefore I wouldn't be able to use the qualifier all. I wouldn't be able to say in every case because you've already provided me a case in which that isn't true.
Well, no, the point of my question is to ask, if the intelligence is different from premise 1 to the conclusion, then it's a non sequitur.
Well, intelligence is intelligence, right? Like.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, the problem is you're saying all known.
Well,
sorry,
why
all
is it no? It's not. Why is it not? Like.
Well, because you're saying.
So I say intelligence is intelligence, which is a truism, which is a rhetorical tautology. If I say purple is purple, black is black, and then you say no, it's not, I at least want you to follow that up with the argument. So why is? Please.
Okay, so you're saying every single example of information coming from intelligence has been people. We've got no examples of anything else, have we?
That's not what I've said. You're changing the syllogism now to try to make me beg the question.
I'm asking you then.
Say that again?
I'm asking you.
As a matter of personal opinion?
No, I'm asking if you got any other examples.
Yeah, I'm putting forth a syllogism. Obviously, I don't think there are any other examples. I'm asking you to provide the counterexamples, the defeaters. I don't think there's any. Yes, I don't think there's any. It's my argument.
I know, but you keep dodging the question, so it's incredibly difficult to ask the question.
I try to just answer as bluntly as possible. No, yes, I do not think there's any counterexample to that. That's why.
How can your first premise? Sorry, and this is for Dave too, I guess, because from my philosophical background, it doesn't seem like you could have the question being proposed in your first premise. I don't see how your premise can somehow be if you're saying, all dogs have 4 legs or whatever, and then but the conclusion to be about a 3-legged dog. Right? I don't see how that's. I've never heard of that happening, but it seems weird to me to say that you can make a premise be true for all things except for the thing in question, and then prove it within itself.
The conclusion doesn't. The conclusion says the exact opposite. That it is the same as the things in question. But that's what I'm trying to prove to you.
Right, but you already assumed that in the first premise.
No, I don't. There's nothing I've assumed in the first premise. I'm just stating something. First premise is an inductive argument that every bit of coded information we've seen derives from intelligence.
Except for DNA.
DNA is what's in question.
I guess this is what you're saying. Would I be true in saying that the first premise? Where is this? Let me go up again.
You keep saying except for DNA, but DNA is precisely what's in question.
Is there anything different in saying that your first premise is all coded information is known to originate from intelligence? Is that the same thing as also all coded information except for DNA, which we're still unsure on, is known to originate from intelligence? Is there one reason why I can't use the second one instead of the first?
If your main question is trying to ask me, are you really saying that since humans have made all the coded information that we know, then you can just change it to humans? That's not
what I'm doing. I'm asking you what would be wrong if I put up the argument that only some coded information has been known to come from humans. Would you provide a defeater to that?
That only some?
Yeah.
Well, I would see. You only need a defeater when you're.
Yeah. What's your defeater?
No. You only need a defeater when you say all, which means that there's no exception to this rule. When you say some, you already acknowledge that there's an exception to this rule. You can't provide a defeater to something that.
All sources of information except DNA. All sources of information except for DNA.
Some acknowledges there already defeaters.
All specified information except DNA.
I don't think you understood what I was just saying.
All specified information except for DNA is known to come from humans.
I can't
DNA
provide
specified information. DNA comes from humans.
I can't provide a defeater to the qualifier some because it's already assumed.
I didn't say some, motherfucker.
And you actually did. You said, "What if I changed it to some?"
No. Did you not just? Okay, repeating myself from 10 seconds ago. All information except for DNA has known to come from humans. DNA is specified information. DNA comes from humans. Can you provide a defeater to that argument?
Well, you don't know that DNA.
Yes or no? Can you provide a defeater to that?
To what?
Oh my God! You don't listen at all. Okay, wait. Shut up for a second. I'm doing it now. Ready?
Type it out.
Oh wait. Oh wait. Shut the fuck up. All information, all specified information, except for DNA, has been known to come from humans. Premise 2: all DNA is specified information. Conclusion: all DNA comes from humans.
You said except in your first. You excluded it in your first premise with the word except.
Okay.
So what? Now you're trying to prove that it does.
Well, A equals B, B equals C, A equals C.
No, but you said except. See, if you use the word except, you can't prove that A equals C because you've excluded it. You've said except. You've made an exception. You've excluded.
Well, yeah, that's the thing in question.
You don't realize.
DNA is a thing in question.
I mean, sometimes I wish
DNA is a thing in question.
Wow. Sometimes I wish Ozzy was
DNA
here.
is a thing in question. I mean, you can throw out homonyms at this point, but I mean, I'm using your argument. It's I guess I'm being honest with it.
No, I just don't think you understand. Like.
No, because wait, you're saying I can't use that because I already excluded it.
Yes, when you say
well,
accept,
you excluded it in all too. You also excluded
I never
all.
said accept.
Your argument isn't an argument; it's just lying. Then
accept is not in my premise. So when you make an exception, you're
right.
making
Okay.
exclusion.
So what? So if I do this,
you cannot say A equals C if you're making an
what's
exception.
your response to me saying not all coded information is known to originate from intelligence? For instance, DNA. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I don't think you understand any of this.
I think that's an homonym.
Smokey, wait a second, you're shouting.
Well, if he wants to be a dipshit throwing homonyms, I mean, I'm gonna be, yeah.
I know, love, but you've just got to give him time. And
I don't. I know you're trying to be nice, but I'm not gonna give time to someone who's just openly not, like, trying to have a logical discussion.
But he can't have a logical discussion if you're shouting over him because you're bullying him.
I'm okay with bullying him because he treated the same. So I mean,
people shouting over each other.
If he wants to be disrespectful, I'm okay to be disrespectful. I don't know what part of the argument he is not. I mean, he hasn't pointed to a point of the argument. He hasn't pointed to a point in the argument.
Yeah,
he hasn't pointed to a point of the
it.
argument which is actually wrong. He's just sighed at me.
Smokey, he's not going to get it if you're shouting over him all the time. He needs time to like challenge his own schemas. So when you drop things like big time bombs on people, you can't expect they'll panic and they'll start pulling at everything that they can. So you have to go really slowly and just take your time with him.
If
you can't say in your
first premise, the first premise is all except for, or
you can't, if it's not all.
Shamos, that's the problem with your argument.
I'm saying
your argument is all sources of information, not all sources except for DNA.
No, if DNA is coded information, then it would be all information comes from is known to come from intelligence. If DNA falls under that, which is precisely what B equals C means, is that oh man, this is I mean I don't know if we could even go forward. I'm willing to just abandon this conversation because I don't think you are really capable.
You abandoned it.
Yes, I am, because I don't think you're capable of moving forward with this.
I know, and you like ad hominems. It's your thing. You just throw out ad hominems.
Okay, let me try something here. Okay, when you talk about coded information, okay, in the verse premise here, what in your mind is coded information, Seamus?
Well, I can give you one example, which would be like a computer code, right? And then I can give an analogy of why that is very, very close to DNA.
No. What are the characteristics of coded information? When you talk about coded information.
Sure. Here we go.
Right.
So, characteristic of coded information is that the coded information in one area of the code codes to a specific function. Okay, and that's what we see also in DNA. That certain places of the DNA molecule code to specific anatomical and biological and physiological functions. And if this part of this segment of the DNA, which is known to produce, for example, vision, is damaged, we see that correlation as well within the what it codes to, the person, right? In the same way, if we see a damaged bit of computer code, like, for example, the X in the top of your thing where it closes out, there's a bit of code that says when he clicks X on the graphic interface, then it just X's out. But if you alter that code, it will either not X out or do something different, right? So this specific bit of code codes to this specific function. So that's what it does. And obviously DNA does that exactly, and obviously computer code does that exactly.
Well, not exactly. Let's put it this way. So, if there was
not exactly because.
Not exactly because. Let's say there was part of coded information from a broken gene. It codes to no function at all, like the GULO gene. There's information within there, but it doesn't code for any function at all. That's why we can't produce vitamin C. So that would now make DNA. Not all of DNA is coded information because there is coded information there, but it doesn't actually code for a function.
Yeah, in the past we had this thing. I don't remember what it's called. You may remember, but there was specific parts of DNA that they didn't think had an anatomical function, and then they called it not like dead DNA or.
They called it junk DNA, and it's
junk DNA.
Yeah.
And then they later found out that a good portion of it they could prove actually does have some correlation to some function. And now what I'm saying is, I'm saying, what if it's possible that we were 50 years ago, and then the junk DNA was actually thought to be junk, and then you were posting me this argument?
Well, to correctly go with the junk DNA example is that junk DNA is stuff that codes for, like you said, is autonomous nickel. Fuck, what's the word?
Anatomical.
What are you asking?
Yeah, it was it was stuff that was coded for a specific function. Then at no point in time did they think that other DNA did absolutely nothing. What they've gone and have now found out is that what exactly those things are going towards, but not all of them go towards certain functions inside the body.
Right.
And
perhaps we find out that these new proposed ones that don't seem to have any function, we find out do. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that they do have a function. Maybe perhaps they don't. But
in that sense, then we can challenge then the second premise that DNA is coded information. Now, while it may contain some coded information, not all of DNA is coded information.
It just seems like an argument from silence, or like, you see what I'm kind of saying, like an argument, almost an argument from ignorance. Like you're saying, like, well, look, we do have some DNA here that we don't know how to explain for. So if that's true,
in the sense of like I said, if we go back to the GULU gene, we have examples in other animals what the GULU gene does. We know what the GULU gene does. We know what function it actually goes towards. We know that ours is broken. So while that information is there, it's broken in the sense that it can't actually lead towards a function. So not all DNA is coded information. So defining coded information as something that goes towards a function, I think rules out the possibility of like all DNA being in there. So,
that assumes that we'll never ever find out any function for that gene that you're saying.
We know what the that's what I'm saying. We know what the function is. We know that it's broken.
And see, they used to say the same about God, what was that thing that's in
all DNA we know of doesn't absolutely have purpose. DNA exists. Can you do that?
No, it's not your pancreas. It's there's this one. No, God, what is it called? It's
Are you talking about the appendix which blows up and kills you?
Yeah, no, your appendix. So a lot of times people thought there's certain people that certain people thought that the appendix just has no function at all. And now it's come to most scientists have come to realize that it actually serves a function in the immune system.
Yeah,
so
very slightly.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, your argument would only hold if we knew exactly for certain that was the case. And, like, who says that we're not in a certain time where we just think the appendix just has no function, and we haven't come to that point where we realize that this GULU gene does have a function? I'm just saying that, I'm not saying that is the defeater, but I'm willing to stop there and kind of wonder, because we've had that happen in the past, and I'd at least want some more conclusive stuff.
Yeah, I think that I think that it can be argued, the first premise in this one here, and but you're right. We'd have to probably sit this down and hash this out for a lot longer than I actually have time for, because I got to take off. But when it comes down to the code, when we're talking about a thing that's when this syllogism came out, the way that they define code and the way that we define code is in this way that how do I put this? The set of numerical values within a code is sufficient and necessary to the production of an end state from an initial state. Okay. Now, when we talk about DNA, it's necessary, but not sufficient to the production of an end state from an initial state. So to say that computer code and DNA are both codes is just essentially, it's equivocation. You can't actually link those together. So in that case, fine. You know what? Like I said, I could argue against both points here because I disagree with both points. But
no, it's not a computer. You're right, but it is coded information. No, so what you're saying is you can't argue that it's directly like a computer. Well, I'm not saying it is a computer.
Right.
I'm saying it's coded information with what computers also contain.
But the problem with this though is that when you talk about DMA code, computer code, and the necessariness and the sufficientness of something to get from initial state to an end state.
I never said anything about the necessary or sufficientness.
Well, this is what we're talking when we're talking about code. This is what when the people that wrote this argument, this is what we're talking about when we talk about this code now. But the problem is that there's no intelligence would be required for DNA at that point in time. because it doesn't meet the criteria within that. The new information that is added to that code, for example, like with DNA, there's the addition of new information that can be added to this. This is done through mutations, gene duplication, gene, whatever. Now, the addition of that new information that goes into the gene at that point in time demonstrate that the intelligence there isn't needed to add new information to that code. So, if you're going to have an arise of information within that code that isn't the result of an intelligence, then again that rules out it can be challenged on the first and the second premise there as well. I think that the problem is that this argument is valid until you actually start looking at what what these terms mean and what they're actually implying and what DNA actually is and the equivocation between genetic code and computer code and all these other things. That this is an argument that's very convincing for probably the percentage of the population that does not study DNA. And I think that it's just an abuse of words to try to make this as a logical syllogism because of that.
Is a syllogism where you have two true statements that lead you to a conclusion? Is basically what it is?
Yeah, that's the point. Is that
they don't always have to be true, but it's two statements that lead to a conclusion. Yeah.
Are you allowed to use the conclusion in your two first statements?
No. You can't. No, you can't use it in your first statement, or you can't use it in either. That would be
so like saying that DNA we know that comes from. Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna go there.
But saying two things are the same thing, which is A equals C, by using the point of induction that B equals A, and since A equals B, then A must also equal C. See, by using it that way, that isn't begging the question that A equals C, so that the A, which is in the premise, and C, which is in the conclusion, and they equal each other. That's why you're saying that, oh my God, I'm actually just using modus ponens, just that these things imply each other in the same way that if Socrates is mortal and he's a man, all men are mortal, then Socrates must also be mortal if he's a man. It's just through modus ponens these things naturally and logically imply each other. Matt Bell says two words: they necessarily follow, and that's all I'm doing. I'm saying if premise 1, then premise 2 necessarily follows, and from there the conclusion necessarily follows. So, and that's all I'm doing. And this is just logic, which is, and there's many ways to form these logical things, and all I've done is use one of them, which is this transitive relational logic.
Yeah,
who cares about these big words? But I'm just saying, I'm not question begging.
The problem is that like I said, is there's the equivocation between coded information. Okay, between computer code and DNA code. Now, let's say, for example, if we're going to expand upon what we talk about information, for example, within DNA, is that it's also necessarily true that in the sense that you're using information now at this point in time, because we can't equivocate exactly computer coded information and that DNA coded information there. That what we're just talking about is let's say just what are you doing, Smokey? Okay, sorry. Are we saying it contains information? That well, at that point in time, rocks contain information. All the criteria that you're putting on information at this point in time will apply to pretty much everything that has some type of molecular setup. So rocks contain information. Now, is an intelligent mind required for rocks?
In the form of my beliefs, yes. Anything material is a material intelligence is necessary. So yes, for rocks, for all that things. But in the form of this argument, that's not even in this argument. So what I'm saying is, my position holds to that, but that's not in this particular argument that I'm using. So what I'm saying is, don't hold my position against me. I'm not using that, even though I do believe that. I'm not putting that forth as a basis of argumentation in this particular, even though I may believe that. So yes, in my worldview, in presuppositional, that a rock must absolutely imply a creator. Anything the universe itself, the fact that there's matter and the fact that there's anything, implies God. There's no way there could have been otherwise. And that's just what I believe.
We're getting down to it now.
I still haven't been convinced that God doesn't have fingers.
Yeah, I think that what this ends up coming down to is that there's a certain kind of hidden premise there that now I'll have to try to figure out what this is again. I did actually a write-up on this like 10 months ago, and I'm trying to find it. But yeah, the conclusion doesn't follow the premise unless you start playing around with what the use of some of these words are, and I think that can be demonstrated pretty easily with just the phrase "coded information" and what do we mean by that. So I mean that's it. I mean but even within this, and I mean, and I don't want to hold your position against you, but I will. Is that you're starting off with the premise that this argument from that you're putting out here could be expanded upon to say that everything has information, and therefore and information is known to come from all information is known to come from an intelligence. Everything has information, therefore everything came from an intelligence. Now, this is stripped down inside of there, but that's pretty much where this argument goes.
Well, like I said, if you're talking about my position, then you would be true in the fact, but I believe that it's consistent with the biblical Christianity. For example, this is a passage, 1 Colossians 16. Read this. For by him all things were created, both in heavens and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authority, all things have been created through him and for him. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Okay, and then there's another one in 1 John that says all things came into being through him.
I think most people understand the theology here. That
so the Christian position dictates that the only way that this could have come about is through God. There it is. All things came into being through him, and apart from him, nothing came into being that was come into being. There's no way that any of this could exist without God, due to the impossibility of contrary. So that is my position. However,
hold on a second. I know,
Seamus. Argument here.
But let me, Seamus, you agree that your position could be represented with all information comes from an intelligence. Everything contains information. Therefore, everything comes from an intelligence. You would agree with that syllogism within your worldview, right?
See, there's a difference. Yeah, I think it's true. I think it's true out of the virtue of it being true.
Yeah. So what if you were to put that out as an argument? Where do you think the defeaters for that argument would come from?
I don't put that out there as an argument.
No, I'm just saying. If let's say that somebody was to present that as an argument, you as an observer saying, that's not a really good argument. I believe that, but it's not a good argument, and here's why. Why wouldn't you think that's a good argument?
It's question begging.
Okay, so
it's basically it's not allowing. It's also not allowing for it to be. Not allowing it to be interpreted in any other way by its essential premise. So any other conclusion is specifically excluded due to the premise. But look,
okay, that's great. That's great. Let me address that point there. Okay.
Sure, I know what you're going to say, but listen, don't. I'm giving you a lot right now because I don't make arguments of those nature. Okay?
I know you're giving me a lot.
So I'm giving you liberties to even saying this just by the nature of my position, even though I'm smart enough not to make these arguments. So I think you should be a little. Whatever you're going to say, I'll let you say it, but I think you should at least take that into consideration before you do it.
Yeah, I will. So at this point in time is that because when we're talking about coded information now is that arguments can be made that there's a difference in coded information as in DNA and coded information as in computer information. Okay, so we have examples of different types of coded information here, and it's not known whether or not all coded information in their different forms comes from an intelligence. It would be the same now just to simply put out there that all information comes from an intelligence. And this is the point with the other syllogism I was bringing up there, is you acknowledge it would be question begging because it doesn't allow for an alternative. Now, what I'm saying is that the reason why I say this is question begging is because it doesn't allow for any alternative for coded information. It's an argument from ignorance and to say that all coded information comes from an intelligence. Now, we could infer that is true, but I mean, we can never that thing it isn't known in itself to be true because we have examples that come under question.
Right.
In the syllogism with Socrates,
it's induction. You can only make that from inference.
In the example with Socrates, that all men are mortal. Therefore, Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. The first premise. How do you defend the first premise in that argument?
It's based inductively. You'd have to reject all of induction by saying, look, it's by saying that every single time reliability of by saying that something has happened okay, so if you say if we do X, then Y happens, and every time you do X, Y happens. Every single time we notice, and throughout history, X has happened, Y has happened. So and then you can make what's known as this induction that X correlates to Y, and then you can naturally from there make that argument. And I think that's all I'm doing.
You're right. You can argue for the first premise as well, is that all men have died. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates will die, and that's how you defend that all the first premise that all men are mortal. Now,
is that every man we've ever noticed or ever witnessed has been mortal. That's the first premise. Every coded information we have ever known is known to originate from intelligence.
No, but that's not true. That's not true. See, that's the point. That's the point right there, okay? Is that in that syllogism right there, okay, that, like I said, if you were to defend the first premise of the Socrates example, you'd have to say that every man that we know has died. You know, that is true. We know that's true inductively. The idea is that the information, okay, that the idea of men and mortality go hand in hand. It almost becomes tautological in the sense that it's implicit within the understanding of what a man is that they are by definition mortal as well. In this syllogism, though, if you want to defend the first premise, there is that to say that all coded information is known to arise from intelligence. If you were to defend that one, you can't defend it in the same way.
Well, no, all you're saying is that we accept it as an axiom that Socrates is a man. We accept axiomatically the premise too. But what you're saying is, in mine, we don't accept axiomatically my premise too. But what I'm saying is, you need to really think about what premise two means. I've explained that DNA is coded information. DNA as coded information is a very strong argument. A lot of people will not reject two; they'll often reject one.
Well, I mean, I think the point is that we. Oh, Nadia, you're echoing. Sorry, putting my kid to bed. I gotta actually take off here right away. No, I think that I think that there's, regardless what my challenges to the first premises are, I think you're holding on to this a little too dogmatically here. That it's not that the first premise isn't as self-evident as all men are mortal, but the point is too is that, that being said, like I said, as I challenge both premises on this one, I challenge the second premise as well, saying that coded information in the way that they're using coded information in the first premise doesn't match the way that we're using coded information in the second premise as well. And that's why this argument is generally rejected from people within that field, is that you have somebody like Dawkins come along and compare DNA to computer code as a way to just kind of explain it. And the thing is that within that information is that in the computer code helps the function. When we talk about computer code, the computer code itself is what helps the function in doing whatever the process is. In DNA code, it just seems to be the set of kind of like a base instruction that could be there, but it's not the actual thing that's committing the function itself. It's there. There's extra steps in there. There's things that are not analogous between computer code and the genetic code or DNA code or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
there are differences in all types of codes, for example, but they do have unifying traits, and that's what I'm trying to show.
Yeah, but the unifying traits mean nothing in this sense.
Graphic interface code and then like a driver code are going to be much different, but they still are unified in the sense that they're coded information. And that's what I'm kind of going on.
Can I ask another question? Can I ask another question? On your premise, like when you're talking about Socrates and the man, okay, men are immortal. Socrates is a man. all men are mortal. You're sticking to the man thing is kind of like the basis of it. But when you discuss the coding, you're talking about computer code, and then you change it to DNA code to come up with the intelligence that is created by a God. Are you allowed to change that in there, or does it have to stay all computer code throughout?
If coded information, I'm proffering that coded information includes both DNA and computer code. They both fall under the category or subheading of coded information. So they're both coded information. DNA and computer code. And I realize that they're not completely the same, but that would hold true for any two codes, right? Any two codes are not going to be completely the same, but we can still recognize that, hey, this is coded information that codes to a specific function. DNA, this is coded information that obviously codes to specific anatomical, biological, and physiological functions, and when this code is damaged, it directly damages the corresponding anatomical, physiological, or biological function in the same way that when that code's broken, it's broken in the same way. And I think that that's the similarity, even though Sokka says that a computer code is like basically self-contained, where a DNA molecule basically is not self-sufficient. It needs much more to encase it. And it's kind of different in that category. Yeah,
Seamus, let me try this one. Okay. You are an evolutionary theologist, right? Or you believe in theological evolution?
I'm not dogmatic about it, though.
Okay. So the very first premise that you put out there, okay, is that all coded information requires an intelligence. Is that what it is? All coded information is known to originate from an intelligence, right?
Right. All examples of coded information that we have are known to intelligence.
Do you agree that through evolution, new coded information is added to a gene?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, like, okay. I'm just saying. I'm not denying it. I really don't know a whole lot about evolution. I would assume so. That sounds right. But as far as me have done research on that, no, I'm really haven't.
All right. So as something evolves, as a species evolves, new coded information is added through mutation, and generally favored on by environment and natural selection or whatever. Is environment and natural selection and intelligence?
So certain elements of it are, not as a whole, no.
Okay.
So like one environmental factor is other predators. Other predators are an intelligence.
Right. So if natural selection and the environment cannot be considered an intelligence, then new coded information that arises through mutations in DNA.
It's not new. It's not new. It's modified. It's existing code that's been modified. No.
It's new. It's not always existing code.
No, it's existing code that has been modified to serve a new function. That's all it's been done.
No, that's not it. It's not. It's when
I guess you could. Well, then you could say all code information hasn't come from humans. It's just modifications from previously existing things.
So if you could say, so you're talking about a code just coming out of thin air. No, it didn't. It didn't just appear ex nihilo. No, this was an existing code that, through specific natural selection and certain environmental pressures, has been modified to serve another specific function. And this didn't just pop up out of thin air or just pop up out of nowhere. No, it come from another existing code that's been modified. This didn't just pop up. He likes to say new as if it just popped up.
It did just pop up. Okay, let's say that
it popped up from an existing code.
We use the example. Let's say the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog is a code. Okay, and one letter can duplicate itself and add on to the sentence. Okay, in this case, let's say that the S, duplicates itself, and now it's at the end of the sentence. That now it's all the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dogs. Well, that's new information, that's been brought up here. This is new information that's been added. It's not just that new information arose from mutations of the DNA that was there, but the end result is new coded information, and that new coded information that wasn't there prior is the result of a natural process that did not require an intelligence.
Would it be, I hope I'm not talking over anyone, maybe there's a lag, I don't know. Would it be at all helpful if I came up with a situation where information was generated from completely non-intelligent artifacts that produced coded information?
I'm anticipating his Seamus's response, but go ahead.
Okay. Suppose now this does require man-made machines, but anyway,
well,
they're not intelligent. Suppose we have instrumentation set up around the world that listens to the ground and picks up seismic vibrations and the associated acoustic information, moment, movement, so forth, that the USGS uses. Now, this information gets encoded according to a human protocol, because that was designed in, and transmitted to the USGS, and with timestamps and such, And the information, after digital signal processing, which is also an automated task, gives you a three-dimensional image of the traversal of the seismic waves through the planet, and as a side effect gives you information regarding the constituent materials of the planet, the various densities of the crust, the mantle, and so forth, such that you can produce a three-dimensional image of the planet based on, how the speed of sound travels through the material of the planet. So even though the origin of the instrumentation is human in origin, sorry for the redundancy there, the information itself is coming from machines. Well, actually it's coming from the planet, and the machines are interpreting it and translating it into something that humans can deal with to understand how plate tectonics and such operate. Would that have any effect on the current argumentation regarding coded information?
I have a feeling that Smokey could answer for me on this one.
Sure. I don't know people involved, therefore I don't have to care about your argument.
Yeah, a little more eloquently, yeah, but he basically gets the gist.
I mean, it wouldn't actually, refute the argument of, well, isn't the information being produced by the Earth itself? But I would continue acting like Seamus and just ignore that part and say A equals B, B equals C, A equals C.
Yeah, well, there's information all around everywhere, but what I'm saying is that the coded information that he's talking about, specifically this system that was made by humans, but it functions kind of autonomously, right? Kind of with kind of laissez-faire. You don't really have to.
Well, wait a second. How was coded information made here?
The coded information comes from wait,
because it seems like the coded information is being produced by whatever the seismograph is doing.
Yeah,
but then can I just say that
coded information has to be inside that computer to even interpret that. Like the computer needs to be coded to even detect.
Yeah, that's not new information.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's made by intelligence.
But
and without
can I just say that's not new information?
Yeah, but you have a shake sensor. It measures how the ground is vibrating and moving, and that is an analog signal that is fed into computer circuit that converts it into a digital signal for transmission and processing. But the origin of the signal is from the Earth itself. All the intermediate stuff is to translate it into a format that humans can understand. Much like the sequencing of DNA is translating what is essentially a heterogeneous polymer into sequences that we can then deal with computer processing to understand such concepts of genes and so forth.
But there's information all around us, just like you're saying. There's light waves, sound waves, thermal, this. I mean, yeah, there's so much information, but we're specifically talking about the machine that was built by a human, encoded in a certain way that it can even begin to detect this stuff. Okay, there has to be an actual code for these things to even be detected, processed, and do whatever. So what I'm saying is the original bit of electronics that actually picks up these signals that are made by the Earth, whether it's light, thermo, this, seismic, whatever, is made that originates from an intelligent human being that made that thing.
Well, yeah, the machines operate autonomously, and yes, they are produced by humans.
Can I briefly suggest, maybe reciting from the text chat, this sort of expansive notion of information, effectively everything, not just DNA, is coded information by dint of entropy, and the function that's coded is whatever sort of effect interactions it has with the rest of the universe, right?
Yeah, that's Shannon's law, right, Nadia?
No, that's Boltzmann entropy.
Oh, you're not using Shannon information. Okay.
No, the entropy essentially means information.
Right. Okay, it's just that when you used the word entropy, I was thinking, okay, entropy is the measure of, bits.
But this was the objection that I brought up, because in the definition of information that Seamus has to use for this is that information is contained in absolutely everything. Rocks have information, stars have information, everything has information. So it becomes, and he acknowledges that that if he was to phrase it that all information is a result of an intelligent mind, everything contains information, then therefore everything is a result of an intelligent mind would be begging the question. And I think that's the problem, is that with this syllogism, is that when he says that all information is a result of a mind and then throws DNA in there, by the criteria of which he allows DNA in as information at this point in time, he's including absolutely everything else to also meet the criteria information.
So that would match seismic information as well.
Yes. Yeah. In which case the whole thing becomes begging the question.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was figuring. I was hoping.
No. I'm not saying that seismic information is coded information. That's not what I was saying. No.
By the criteria, because we know how information within DNA arises. We know that the molecules that make up DNA and their relationships to physics and chemistry, and that the DNA itself is at its basic core is basic physics and chemistry. There, that that there are experiments now. Well, we can't simulate exactly the abiogenesis. We don't know what the criteria of the newly formed Earth was, what the atmosphere, what the composition was like to give rise exactly how abiogenesis worked here. We know in theory that this all the molecules and the organic material that gives rise to RNA, and then from there on DNA, that those things can be done through a natural phenomenon. So we know that it's not impossible for these things to arise in this way. Now we don't. When people talk about like that, we can't prove abiogenesis. We can't prove the criteria that allowed to abiogenesis for us, because we can't perfectly simulate what happened at the beginning for us. But we can theorize that under certain conditions that it is entirely possible for this information to arise in this way. It's just that we don't have a working theory, because we just, like I said, have nothing to compare it to. So it is one of those things that because we can't get to that point, that's why we'll never be able to have a decisive theory of abiogenesis, whatever. But the thing is that we do know that these things do arise from a natural phenomenon. Now, if we include natural phenomenon under the consideration of what information is, then it would include all types of natural phenomena as well.
Yeah, I would also like to point out, since the transitive property has been brought up so often, that's one of those things you learn early on in primary education math. I'm not trying to be ad hominem here. I'm just pointing out that it's a fairly elementary thing, no pun intended. Let's see. I had something else, but it's slipping my mind right now. So, yeah. Crap. Oh well. I'll have to let someone else speak until I remember what the other thing was.
So do we get to the point where we understand that there could be objections to this, Seamus, or are we, at the point just agree to disagree on everything, and we can move on?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with moving on. I think everybody's pretty much expressed what they want to express.
Awesome sauce.
It'll take a bit of time. I'm glad we've moved on from shouting at each other, which wasn't particularly pleasant, or actually.
That's enough from you, Rebecca.
I love you, Zucker.
I love you too. Who are you?
I don't know, but I just thought I'd tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
So, am I successfully taking God out of the public square, or are these debates actually bringing God into it?
I don't know, really. I mean, the argument for this imaginary beings is pretty weak, isn't it?
I think it's wrong to call them necessarily imaginary beings, because I think that involves an argument in itself to get to that point.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I mean, well, because I don't disagree with Seamus on a lot of things. I disagree with arguments for necessity to it, because I don't think that there's any successful arguments that can get you to the necessity of something. But I mean, the fact that you can't prove something is necessary doesn't automatically by default prove that it's not there. That would involve some type of logical argument as well. So just to say that, okay, because nothing that you have presented convinces me, therefore it's imaginary, is a fallacy in itself. In and of itself. So, I'm still respectful to Seamus' position. I think that he realizes that too.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah, I remember the second part that I wanted to say, and that is all right. I'm not very knowledgeable on the current state of the art of abiogenesis, but I would propose that there's probably multiple pathways that lead to self-replicating molecules and onward to the point where evolution can take over. And they don't necessarily require the same amino acids that are used in all current life, the 20 amino acids that are all living things have, or even the base groups that are used in DNA and RNA. That is, those chemicals could also be different. Although it's also possible that there's a thermodynamic reason for those particular chemicals to have arisen first. But even so, the human race itself did not have to evolve on Earth. I mean, we're basically here by the vagaries of the environment and so forth.
Yep. Well, actually, not yep to what Fudd said. Fudd, did you say that life could arise in outer space or something? I kind of missed that.
Oh, no, I meant other pathways. Like if you imagine a phase space of all possible ways to produce living organisms, and they could be completely, well, most likely they would be completely alien to us, but we followed one particular, on Earth, one particular pathway got followed. That is, there's no reason why A, T, G, C, and U have to be the fundamental nucleotides in DNA and RNA. And there's no reason why the particular 20 amino acids that are in life on Earth have to be those particular amino acids, because there are lots of amino acids, and there are also lots of different bases that could have been, you know.
And it's also interesting in the sense of how we define life itself. What does it mean for something to be alive? What are the criteria that we attach to this thing? And it's interesting because actually, Aaron Ra actually did a video on this. It's one of the few videos from Aaron Ra that I actually really liked on his series. I think it's just called "What Is Life," and it talks about like the 7 basic criteria that everything has to meet in order to be considered life. So, for example, there's things out there like viruses. Viruses aren't considered life. They do possess information though within them. They do have a similar setup to what things like bacteria. But because they don't meet all the criteria of what we consider life, virus is not life. So it's really interesting in that sense to realize that even what our standards are for what we consider life is still kind of vague.
Very much so. In fact, one of the definitions of life, where it says, all right, a living thing must metabolize, respirate, reproduce, so on and so forth. I don't remember the precise set of criteria, but it turns out to be applicable to fire. That is, it fulfills all the requirements for that particular definition of life. So really, what we consider prebiotic and biotic in chemistry is a line in the sand that stands by convention alone and could be shifted based on further understanding.
Yeah, I think this is it. Let me. Living things are composed of cells. Living things have different levels of organization. Living things use energy. Living things respond to their environment. Living things grow. Living things reproduce. Living things adapt to their environment. Those are the 7 criteria that we attach to life. So, that's it's interesting because there are things out there that some people would consider close to life, but might not meet exactly all the criteria. I think one of the really interesting ones with crystals, I think that he brought that up as an example, is that crystals and crystal formation make up like 6 out of 7 of the criteria for life.
Yeah, and viruses also meet a number of those criteria, but not all of them. Once you say cells, you do eliminate an awful lot of stuff. But bacteria, of course, is still included, including the Anarchaea bacteria and, extremophiles and such. And, of course, the classic eukaryotic cells, which are in both animals and plants. And
I think it's one of those interesting things, too, where when we talk about abiogenesis, is that abiogenesis would cover the entire process that would arise to get to that first stage of life, of all the like I said, all the physics and chemistry that goes into that. But it was probably a very slow transition. That there is a long time when even before what we consider the first life out there, where there was something out there that probably met 4 out of 7 of the criteria. Was that considered life yet? No, not really. This is still just the chemistry. 5 out of 7? No, not yet. It wasn't until we got to the 7 out of 7 that we said, okay, now this is life. But it's not to say that it popped out of nowhere. It was a very gradual change, that even in that sense, to get to the point where it met all 7 criteria.
I love prions. They're my favorite disease.
Oh,
amazing.
prions, yes, protein fragments. They're even more primitive than simpler in construction to viruses. And
yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, and you see the effect that it has on people.
yeah, and you cannot cook them out. I mean, viruses, you can at least, you know, when you cook food, you can break down the virus. With prions, it doesn't work. They survive the process of cooking, so you can still get mad cow disease, for example, from, that particular contaminated beef, no matter how well you cook it, unless, of course, you turn it into charcoal, in which case, obviously, you're not going to eat it.
Is there a certain temperature that they break down at, or are they just like mega stable?
Well, yeah, there's a particular temperature, but I think that temperature is also at the point where it breaks down all the other proteins in the food so that it's no longer food. Typically, the temperature you cook food to is like, 165 Fahrenheit? I apologize for using the American units, but that is the temperature that generally, once you got that uniformly through the food, that it's cooked. But I was going to say something else. Had to do with the primitive organisms, lines. Oh shoot! oh well. I must be turning senile.
You were talking about different types of organisms and that weren't based on the original building blocks, so the traditional ones that we know about. I like the little space bugs that we're getting, that we're managing to capture all these bugs that seem to come from different places in the universe.
Yeah. Oh, and Sokka left. That's unfortunate because I just remembered what I was going to say. Which was apparently on the Earth, the way it went about is very, very primitive life forms evolved relatively quickly. And it took much, much longer for the quote-unquote simple cell to form. Because a cell, even the primitive ones like in Anarchaea, are anything but simple. And of course, modern bacteria has had the same 4.54 billion years of evolution,
DRES,
that we have. So it's totally modern.
But Fudd, you were defining when you talked about the information with Seamus. I was listening in 10 minutes ago. I couldn't. I had to jump in. So you really, it seems most of you really see the information in the DNA as the same as any other Shannon information. Is that so?
Well, effectively,
there is no difference.
The sequences in DNA we are aware of because we broke them down, processed them using machine technology design.
So there is no difference. There is no difference in Shannon information and the DNA information.
Well, let's put it this way: you can take the whole human genome, that is a single individual, and it will fit on a classic compact disc. And if you take the differences between individuals compared to a reference genome, that's obviously a much smaller chunk of information under Shannon. You can probably stick a large portion of the human race, if not all of it, onto a DVD, which hold about 4.5 gigabytes of data.
Yeah, yeah, and this is the stupefying thinking. It's that I'm totally blown away with because you say so you say the information stored in let us say a pile of crap is the same kind of information that Shannon like DNA information. It's just the same.
Well,
there's no difference.
Shannon used a mathematical
form of functions as transcription, translation of proteins, or sorry,
wait a minute.
proteins as opposed to
can you let me finish my
information,
point?
Which essentially cannot be used to perform a function.
DE, can you let me finish the argument, because this is mind-blowingly stupid, and Van Martin is a very intelligent guy, and but this shows, I mean, how this perspective is just blinding, because it's really not true, and also Deemer, the most one of the leading heads in abiogenesis research are going against this definition. So you are using Shannon. So what is Shannon information? Shannon information just quantify when we seek information. I mean, it's just a quantity. How many yes and no do we need to ask to get to know the information, the so-called information in a piece of stone or a piece of crap, or what you have?
Well,
is that Shannon information?
That's a rather simplistic way of putting it, but essentially, well, Shannon was talking about computer information in particular, but or telecommunications, that kind of stuff. But essentially, he used a term called entropy, which is measured in bits.
Yeah.
So and more specifically, the exponent of 2 to whatever. That is, the number of bits would be like, let's say it takes 32 bits to represent the information. You would have 2 to the 32 power.
Yeah. So Shannon information is just a quantifier of information, nothing else. And people today, like you included, take that as the same property as DNA information.
Well,
there's no difference there. There's no difference. So when I talk to you, Van Martin, it's the same. It's the same as Shannon information. You can just there's no difference between me talking and you trying to get the information out of let's say the noise of the ocean. It's just the same.
Essentially, but you go to the National Institute of Health, and you go to
you really see no difference there?
Well, when you digitize it for storage, it breaks down to ones and zeros, and it may be subject to various compression technologies that allow you to fit it into a smaller space so that you have maximum entropy.
Yeah, I know how Shannon information function and how you derive it, but it says nothing. I mean, it goes so far that you cannot see, let's say, take abiogenesis, Deemer also so you see no difference there. It's the same kind of a thing. It's both is Shannon. So you said life is just like fire. It's you can just measure how many bits it is in Shannon information, and then that's it.
Well, the human genome has been sequenced. You can download it from the National Center for Bioinformatics.
Yeah, and what does that tell me? That you can download it. You can download the information from a pile of rocks, and you can get it on a CD. So that shows that there is no different the information in a DNA, it's the same kind of information as in a pile of rock. It's
Well,
no different, no fundamentally difference there. So our language is a pile of rock, or when dog barks, is just it's just the same as
you're
let's say.
oversimplifying.
Hmm?
You're oversimplifying. The data.
I am oversimplifying. You are just putting everything into Shannon information, and that is, I mean, that is what makes this concept, or this it's actually
The raw data for the human genome is stored in a file format called FASTA. The FASTA file format is based on ASCII text characters, and it does not just simply contain AGCT. There are additional characters used because the machines do not have 100% fidelity in their sequencing. For example, there is X used for any of AGB, any
yeah,
of
but what are you saying about this? What are you saying about this? You can take the ink you can take ink in a book and measure it by Shannon information in measuring the molecule structure of the ink and the paper. So what does so that is the same, and there's no difference between that and the information that the letters or the language there transmit. There's no difference.
It really doesn't help when you interrupt me in the middle of an explanation.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you can download the human genome as has been sequenced, and it will fit onto a compact disc.
Yeah.
With a little bit of compression.
Yeah, now, but you can do the same with your ashtray. You can just put it on a CD. What does this tells us? Do we get any more understanding of anything by that?
Well, yeah, you get to do comparisons between other genomes. There is a huge database of genomes. I mean, the Human Genome Project, when it was started, was going very, very slowly, and there was initially no obvious way that it could possibly be completed within the time frame allotted. And then a company called Roche came out with a machine called a shotgun gene sequencer, which was able to do very rapid sequencing compared to gel chromatography, for example. And it is so rapid, in fact, that the Human Genome Project finished ahead of schedule. And not only that, other genomes from many other critters, from bacteria to the the duckbill platypus and alligators,
chickens. That's not relevant, though.
Okay.
So
we can do the comparisons.
This is a way. Like I said, it's just like something is nothing. You know. So we have got Shannon information now, and so
nothing like something is nothing.
Yeah, it is the same because the information in DNA or any other communication between any living organism serves a purpose. You have two units, or you have many units interacting with each other, interpreting this science, and it's not the same.
Well, I thought we were just talking about the sequences in DNA.
Okay,
well,
no.
You can take.
How I heard it was like when Sokka and you talked about this. So there is no. You just jump to Shannon information, and you see no. You really. I know. I mean, you see no difference there. You don't understand the obvious difference between in structural information, how life is running, and Shannon information. Shannon information is just a measure.
Shannon simply applies to the storage and transmission of digital information.
Yeah. To put it easy, it's how many yes and no do we have to ask to get the information stored.
Yeah, and if that's measured by the entropy.
Yes.
But,
so basically, you can take
the human genome. You have a reference genome. For each individual, you just take the differences from the reference genome, and that's all you have to store.
Yeah, but you don't store. The thing is, they are not storing; they are encoding information, and that's totally different from Shannon information to decode information.
Wait, well,
totally different.
Storing
it's just totally
and encoding
different.
are the same damn thing.
No, it's not.
So can you take Shannon information from junk DNA and compare it to Shannon information from DNA which actually codes for something?
Yes,
and
you
obviously
can.
there's going to be a difference.
Yeah, well,
so
so
there's
no,
going to be
it's
a
the
difference.
same. It's the same. It's the same, D. That is the same because junk
it's not the same. It's not going to be the same amount of
junk
bytes.
DNA still contained information but this information is not in use. So you can decode it and see what it was used for.
Well, it's not going to be encoded in the same amount of bits because Shannon information, as I understood it, is the inverse of entropy, and randomness has more entropy, so there's going to be more. It's going to require more to encode. Is that right?
But the thing to talk about Shannon information in these systems makes no sense. It's a way to measure it. Of course, we measure everything by Shannon information, but it makes no sense because the information it's a fundamental difference between in the information that are communicated in living animals, be it language, be it chemistry, be it on any level. There's a fundamental difference there. Because you have two units communicating with each other, and this communication, this information, is not some kind of arbitrary measure. Not arbitrary. It's even so. I mean, it's so obvious that it's difficult to explain. So you have units interacting with each other. So you have one transferring it, and then you have someone receiving it and it has a purpose. It's not like you need two systems that are coded to each other, and you don't have that in non-living call it information. That is
right.
just
So David Chalmers raises that point that there are two types of information: syntactic, which would be roughly equivalent to Shannon information, and there's semantic information, which actually performs a function or has a purpose.
Exactly, and bacteria does it the same. Has semiotic information, just like humans have semiotic information.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I think you'd have to. You'd have a really tough time denying that there's semantic information in DNA because it actually does. It communicates something. It communicates. It can be used to form a protein sequence, as opposed to just junk DNA. Well, even though it has Shannon information, it doesn't do anything.
No, but Shannon, it's just murdering the water. It has no use. But of course, DNA has. I mean, it's the most complicated information storage we have until now. So I mean, it's all semiotic, and
some respects is expansive notion of information. Well, it gives you that essentially all physical objects, by their interactions as physical systems, quote unquote, code for their effects by interaction. Right?
Yeah, and I can guarantee you, if people thought about information like that, like you do or Fred Martin here, you will never be able to decode the DNA, because you just see it as the same thing as the information coming out of a rock. I mean, you can, of course, you can measure you can get.
Of course, the structure of rocks and.
That's the point, Nadia, that rocks do not contain semantic information. They may contain Shannon information, but they don't contain the same amount of semantic information that a book does. Or
what makes you think that DNA contains semantic information?
The most mind-blowing thing is, just the thought, a rock contains information. Of course, a rock, but information there has no meaning. You can. It's just a way if you want to transfer the structure.
Sign.
Yeah. Where do you get the idea?
It's the effect of its interaction on the system, right?
Yeah.
So when some object, rock or table or something, has an interaction with the system, its structure codes for that effect of its interaction. Right?
Yeah, and you don't. The thing is that you don't see any difference between the interaction of sand on a beach with the waves. That is the same, actually the same interaction as when a honeybee make movements and shows the other bee exact how much amount of nectar and just the right position to the sun where to find it. That is, there is no difference there in interaction. It's just the same. Both are physical. There's no difference there. And if you think like this, I mean, it's utterly stupefying, and I think it's actually frightening that it's.
It's just them.
That you can dumb down your brain. It's not that I don't understand Shannon information. You know, it's not that I can't get a grasp of what the fuck is Shannon information, and that the stone contains information. I mean, everything that has a structure. If you have one thing bigger than the other thing, you have information.
Yeah,
okay. Two objects, one thing bigger than the other, you have information. But that has nothing. It tells nothing. I mean, it's just the most trivial, idiotic thing ever. If you compare this with semantic information,
that it didn't rely on particular metric of information. I mean, one could propose Kolmogorov complexity as opposed to Shannon entropy.
And by the way,
Shannon entropy might not even be best because that presumes nucleotides. One might go with Boltzmann entropy, and otherwise, well, who cares? I mean, it's boiled down to a number. And you're referring to, of course, these, what do you call them? Procedural or semiotic or something like that?
In abiogenesis, this is called. They call it. They also avoid terms, sir. They call it sequenced information. Diemer called it sequence. He gets a very funny question in his lecture, and one student is asking, why does this have to be? Why do you have to have a polymerization? And his answer is you need a sequence. You can have for it to contain information. If it has no sequence, it has no information. You can look up this yourself. But his
effects is not sufficient to describe DNA. For instance, was it the DNA methylation at the very least? In addition to, of course, the say tertiary and quaternary structures, right? There's spatial.
I mean, this is the most. If you know
additional non-sequential aspects of it. Yeah. Furthermore, furthermore, sequentiality can be in essentially any kind of chain-like structure. I mean, for instance, a literal chain.
No, but if you know really what DNA, how the DNA is structured, you know that this is not physical, chemical determined. But of course, you have to know the chemistry behind it, and then you understand it. So
natural intervention in the formation of DNA. However, these transcriptase and such, and whatever kind of meiosis and mitosis are the physical processes demonstrably giving rise to replicas of DNA, right? They are quite demonstrable physical processes. They operate well without really room for magic to intervene.
You are talking about magic. Of course, these are physical processes. A computer is also physical processes.
I don't think anyone was proposing magic.
There is no difference there. But the thing is that, like the sequence of DNA. So the DNA have.
Actually,
okay, I can explain it. The DNA have a nucleoside. The nucleoside is a nitrate base. That's where the ATCG comes in, and that is connected to a sugar group. That's why it's a ribose. That's why it's called. If it's a RNA, it's a ribose, and if it's a DNA, it's the deoxyribose. So you have a group, a nucleoside, a nitrogen base attached to a sugar group. The only physical bond there comes in between the sugar group and the phosphate group. So there is another group there. So the only physicality there is it's not the only, but the physicality is between the bond between phosphate and sugar group. That is a backbone. Then you have the bone between the thiamine and guanine, or these nitrogen bases. That is not strong group. That's why you can divide. You can DNA can divide easily. You know, when the TRM is reading it, or by replication. But the sequence down way, ATCG, when you go, let's say if you have it graphically, if you go up and down, this sequence has no physical, the sequence there has no physical necessity whatsoever.
Right. The claim that it has no physical necessity is insertion of magic, or supernatural.
But that is just what Francis Crick have. It's nothing magic. It's obvious. It's nothing new. It's nothing special. It's just a fact. Because if you go against this, you have to show. There are two physical bonds there between between the sugar group and the phosphate group. That is a physical bond. There is also a physical bond between let's say I don't remember how they bind together, but like between thiamine and guanine. So this is also a physical. But the information stored there is down when you go down the spine, ATCG and so on. That is the information stored. It's not between the sugar.
Declaration that it's obvious is no more than an assertion you're not providing evidence for.
Okay, I can, providing evidence. Okay, so read it up yourself. Get a book or get something and find it out. That is the fact of how it is constructed.
What do you mean there is no evidence for it? I mean, it's pretty obvious that the information is not stored in physical bonds. It's stored in the sequence.
Yes, of course.
That's not what he declared to be obvious. He declared that it had no physical cause.
No, I didn't say that. I said physical bones. Everything on this earth have physical causes. Everything. But that doesn't mean that it's the same. You know, if an ant is communicating with another ant, there is also physicality behind it. But the information transferred is not Shannon information.
Balthasar.
Hold on a second. I would actually have to disagree. I would say that semantic information is not physical, because you could take a piece of DNA, for example, ATGC, and you could read it one way, and it would actually could code for a functional protein. But suppose you wanted to read it backwards, you wanted to read it CGTA.
Yeah, I totally agree.
In that case, it wouldn't actually code for anything. So
yes,
even though it's occupying the same space,
yeah, I totally agree. But the thing is, if you don't say it, you're totally right. Semiotic, you cannot reduce it to physical laws. You're totally right. But you need some physicality to transfer it. Of course, you cannot do it. You need some chemistry. Sorry.
How do you justify that? How would you go about justifying that you need something physical?
You need a physicality to transfer it. So you, the medium is the same. You can play music, or you can write it down in notes. And if you have a skilled musician, he will hear the music just by reading the notes in his head. So you can transfer it by light signals, what you want to. So you cannot reduce it to physicality, but you need physicality to transfer it. But that doesn't mean I know exactly what you mean. So it's and it's a very good example you take, because it depends on of course it depends on direction, right and left, but not all semantic information are have a direction. Don't have to have a direction, but mostly can have a just a time dimension. But the thing is, and I'm happy that one understands it. I mean, what is obvious here, to just reduce this to some Shannon information, and like a fire, it's just like saying something is nothing. It's blindingly, and the thing what has happened is that this in on G+ you cannot. You're not allowed to make a distinction between semantic information and Shannon information, which is everything, or thermodynamical information. That is the same as that is something different than semantic information, of course. And I mean that's how we have found out the DNA, the whole decoding of the DNA is a semantic process, nothing else. Using chemistry, of course.
What is
it's
this?
Not like it's a semantic. It's decoding. That's a semantic process. That there is a purpose in this message. So
No. Where do you get?
Okay. So why do we have DNA? It is to produce different proteins, and so the DNA storage is just transferred to a machine that transfer it into amino acids. Amino acids get polymerized and get shaped into proteins. There's a purpose there. There is no purpose when the sea are moving sand on a beach. There is no purpose there.
There's no purpose to DNA either.
Okay. So so fuck up your DNA and see what happens.
Hold on.
Okay, take something that fucks up your DNA.
And I've been wanting to get some words in, and you're just shutting me out here. I just want to ask you, where do you get the idea that DNA contains semantic information and other linguistic constructs?
First of all, when I say semantic information, you think of human language at once. Okay, so that's not what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with human language. It has also not to do with animal language. I mean, communication. Has nothing to do with that, but you have to explain it this way to make any sense of it, and you have to also look upon it like this to be able, like they have done in the decoding the genome project, to decode DNA.
But what does DNA do besides code for proteins?
Okay, so semantic information is information which is about something, as opposed to syntactic information, which really isn't about anything. So
exactly.
You can easily say how DNA is semantic information because it actually codes for a protein. So it's about something. It's about protein sequence.
Yeah.
The counterclaim, of course, is that merely the systemic interaction with whatever ribosome and such that generates the RNA.
Yeah. So what you are saying when you have a heat source warming up water, there's no difference between this transfer of what you call information than when people communicate or DNA are giving instructions or the rest.
Mine. Yes. So it's merely a part of a system, and its interaction. Well, it involves the production of RNA.
So Nadia, do you believe your thoughts contain information, semantic information?
Dumb down your brains.
Dumb down your brain.
In some respects, not really.
Okay, so your thoughts do not contain semantic information.
They're, in like fashion, really systemic interaction.
They're what?
They are, in like fashion, merely systemic interactions. And locomotion.
So what about the other guy? Does the guy who has the yellow avatar with the cat or whatever, does he believe that his thoughts contain semantic information?
I mean, it's clear that DNA has no. I mean, you can just fuck it up and doesn't matter. It's just it's no semantic behind it. So the difference between human language and DNA, or human language and what we by so far know about animal communication, is that our semantic use symbolic symbols. And that is a whole another level of semantic information or
But I don't understand this whole argument because most people think that the mind is physical. It's just basically they think that the mind is a bunch of biochemical processes. So if they say that that's not compatible with semantic information, that DNA is just a biochemical molecule and therefore it doesn't contain semantic information, well, they'd have to say that the mind cannot contain semantic information either, because it's basically at the bottom of it, it's just a bunch of biochemical reactions.
Yeah, but I understand that if you say mind is nothing else than the brain, I understand it 100%. There is no, I have no objection. I don't believe it, but there is no objection about that. If the brain dies, the semantic information process in the brain shuts down, of course, and that's it. I don't have any problem with that. But the thing is, they are not capable. I mean, to see any difference between semantic information and normal information. Everything is just like you said, syntactical. It's just physics, and it's not. It's a whole new level of in that sense, you can call it magical. I wouldn't say it magical. It's magical, but it's something very, very peculiar that you find in all the living organism. And you would even say that
you can take a subsequence of DNA
structure, the same kind of structure being involved with the systemic interaction, is present in effectively all objects, ranging from humans.
You can even go. I mean, when a bacteria orientate, it really makes a choice left or right. So it is able to also process information from the environment. It's really okay. We can. I don't want to go into a free will discussion. This has nothing to do with it, but it really also makes a choice, going left or right, so it can interpret its information. That is also a feature of life. But the information, so it can, physical objects, they just react to physical laws, nothing else.
A subsequence of DNA maps to a protein molecule. It does it through several steps, and other things are involved in doing that. But ultimately, all it does is map to a protein. There is no semantics there. It is just a straightforward chemical process.
When we say when we're talking, it's.
So again, would you deny that minds contain semantic information? Because minds, according to atheists, is just a bunch of chemical processes. You'd have to, by the same
what's
logic,
wrong with that?
the same
but can I say something to Fud Martin? If you read a book, it's also a physical process. It's nothing special. It's just a physical process.
Well, no shit.
Yeah, it's of course you only see it as a physical process, but the information in a textbook or in some kind of language, it's a different information. It conveys meaning, purpose, and the DNA is not different. The purpose of the DNA is to encode. What constitutes our body.
Okay, well then hydrogen atoms contain information and...
Alright, so but that's an assertion, right? Purpose of DNA, okay. So it has purpose.
What's wrong with emotions being just chemical processes?
I don't see anything wrong about emotion being a chemical process. It's not the argument.
I guess my question is to D then.
Well, I was actually pointing out an inconsistency in the argument raised by, sorry, what's his name? The guy with the yellow avatar?
It'd be Fud.
Fun Martin or whatever.
Just call me Fud. It's easier for you.
Alright, so what's your issue with Fud's argument? Like,
so bio.
I don't know if you're talking. You seem to be going in and out.
I have to say that.
You're breaking up really bad, dude.
Yeah, it seems like you think
like
argument.
Nothing's getting through. Nothing's getting through, man. You gotta start over.
Yeah, I guess my connection is bad.
It seems to be better now.
We hear you now.
Yeah.
Try again, man.
If you are trying, I guess we can't. I still can't hear you. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, he was doing good for a while there. It's hoping it'd be more intermittent.
Oh, it looks like he's refreshing.
Oh. Refreshing or disconnecting?
It's one or the other. I don't know. I'm hoping refreshing, giving him the benefit of the doubt. There he is.
Fingers crossed it'll work this time.
Yeah.
Back.
D, what's up? Can we hear you now?
Oh yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, actually, you came in really good.
Okay, so the point I was raising is that I was just pointing out an inconsistency in FunMotion's argument because he's saying that because DNA is just basically a bunch of chemical reactions,
Right.
Basically, no semantic information is involved because it's just a bunch of chemical reactions. So he believes minds are, at the bottom of it, just biochemical reactions. So by the same token, he would have to say that minds do not contain semantic information.
I think that you can cumulatively have semantic information while still at the base being chemical processes.
Yeah,
And I think that would be Fudd's understanding too. That even though at the very base it is just a series of chemical reactions, you can still have a complex organism form from it that can hold information. Is that right, Fudd?
Yeah, I go with the theory of soft emergence. That basically the combination of the neurons in the brain result in what the processes are what we call mind, consciousness, whatever you care to call it, and give us the ability to communicate with other such brains. That's why we're all arguing here together. We have those capabilities.
The thing
Of course, semantic information. I use functional information because semantic information people tend to misunderstand it, but because they cannot think about anything else than humans when they hear semantic. But semantic information, of course, it's transferred by chemistry, of course, but it's a difference. You can take a cup of chemistry and throw it on the floor. That doesn't contain any semantic information. It's just chemistry. You can find Shannon information as much as you want. It's not semantic information. It's totally different.
Okay, so semantic information would be something that can be found in the sum of chemical processes as a brain.
It is found in all living organisms, from the simplest eukaryote to humans.
What are you defining as
or in eukaryotes? Yeah, that is semantic information, and
what are you defining as semantic information? What are you defining as semantic information?
That is so strange to. How to define it? I mean, it is something that conveys. You can call it instruction, function, meaning. So let's say.
So the fact that, a eukaryotic cell transfers information from one of its organs to another, and so it can move around.
Exactly. If
okay,
when they share genes in a horizontal gene transfer, when they synchronize the gene information. DNA information, that is semantical.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where the actual disagreement is, because I don't think that Fudd disagrees that there is semantic information as you're defining it in these organisms. What's the point of the semantic information? Where's the actual issue?
Yeah, and that is an interesting question. What is the point? It is just to observe how it is interpreted by the system that transfer this semantic information. It is everything about the purpose. So the reason why bacteria communicates with the other bacteria is there to synchronize the DNA pool and make it more resistant against attacks. And non-living systems.
I feel like, okay, you're talking about this kind of stuff like you're making the point, but I don't understand what the point is. It's being brought up like there's a disagreement with Fudd when Fudd so far agrees with everything that has been said by people opposing Fudd.
No, the problem with Fudd's thinking and also Nadia's is that they don't see any difference there. It makes no sense to make to define this kind of information differently. So the DNA is not. It's not much more than you have a fire and then you have the smoke developing from the fire. That is the same what happens in the DNA processing. It's not qualitatively different.
Yeah, everything builds off one another in a complex organism. That's fine.
Yeah, but
again, that's not a disagreement with Fudd. or Nadia.
Yes, it is. It is because when the smoke of a fire, it's not interpreted by anything. It has no purpose. It's just it's
What is the
just
interpretation of that?
release. Hmm?
Why does interpretation of information matter as
Because
a disagreement?
if you don't, that is where every semantic system builds on interpretation and an understanding of the information given. So you have a how to say, giver of information. I don't know the English term, sir, but
okay.
Yeah. And without it, it makes no.
You seem to be explaining something that is just kind of how a complex organism works, and nobody disagrees with it. But how does this work in favor of a point that disagrees with Nadia or Fudd?
Because
so far you haven't
first they say like DNA information, the sequence of the DNA is due to physical law, so it's a physical necessity, and that is obviously not. It's just not right, and there is. They just put in this kind of information into syntactical information. So it's like a Shannon. So there is no difference between this and the information system of every living organism, and that is what also makes
it's simply
life
more complex form of the same thing. I think that's what their position is.
Yeah, and that is the favorite argument word used in this. They start at once with complexity or higher information, and that doesn't explain anything. It's just like, and that's why Michael B is talking about irreducible complexity. That is utterly bullshit. I mean, it has no meaning at all. So, but the atheists, not the atheists, but in this discussion, do the same. They are okay. It's more complex. Complex is not. It doesn't tell us anything. It's just a quantity.
What are you asking for then? It's not.
I think if I can jump in, I think his point is that living organisms contain semantic information.
I get that living organisms contain semantic information as he's defining it. I'm wondering why that's a point. Why that argues with anybody.
Yeah. Ask Fudd and Nadia. Don't ask me. I mean, to me, it's obvious.
You're the one bringing it up as something against them. I'm just trying to figure out what. Does this have to do with the theism-atheism argument, or is this how does it tie into that?
It don't have to do. It don't have to do anything with a theistic or argument at all. It's just a fact.
So it has nothing to do with great debate. What is it arguing against then?
No, you can, of course, if you look upon it as D, or if you argue that semantic information cannot be reduced to energy and matter, which is right, that is correct. Then you can talk about, but you don't get any God out of it. You don't get any theism out of it. You can just pointing to a dimension of our reality that you find in living organism that cannot be reduced the way we reduce all other Shannon information.
So the point. Are you arguing for the presence of souls or something? I don't get it either.
So the point is that semantic information is non-physical, and semantic information does have a purpose. For instance, the purpose of DNA would be to code for proteins.
It seems to be a
DNA.
And there, you are using the wrong. That's where you come in trouble, D. If you use the word function, purpose, or intention, you are just shut down, because this word today, with this syntactical view on the world, should be eradicated. So you can, you should not use that. Of course, it's ridiculous, but you cannot use it.
You're begging the question in an argument from design.
How am I begging the question? I mean, are you denying that DNA contains DNA has a purpose?
Well, I dispute that. Yes, and Balthazar is
There
the
you
one.
hear. He disputed.
Hello, I was saying.
To them, DNA has no more purpose, like Fudd said, that the fire. The purpose of the fire, you can just make an analogy. It makes smoke. So there is no difference between the semantic information that is DNA and the physicality of fire and smoke. It's no difference.
Yeah, except that's
if you want to believe it.
false. That's demonstrably false since fire increases entropy, so it increases randomness. So, and DNA.
Yeah, but it's dangerous to go with the second law of the thermodynamic. I mean, some idea people do that, and that is you have to consider open and closed system, and it just makes it just takes the argument in a totally wrong direction, I think.
Yes,
I know that if you go.
Hello, the claim was it was Balthazar ultimately making an argument for design.
Is that what's going
on? Design, why do you take in design? Why do you take in? You are the one who take in design because you go to higher complexity, higher organization complexity.
But she doesn't claim it was designed.
No.
So it wouldn't be an argument from design.
Yeah, and I haven't used one time the word design. I have criticized a part of the ID movement, like Michael B. when he talks about irreducible complexity or design.
So you
because
have
it's
your argument that there is,
This is why I'm confused as to why this is actually an argument. It doesn't seem like you're actually disagreeing. It just seems like you.
Oh, we are disagreeing
fundamentally.
We are disagreeing.
Where is the? I mean, call me completely batshit aloof, but I'm still. Nadia, can you explain where the disagreement is between the two of you? Because I can't find it.
It has to do with this purpose and intention. This is essentially where it's getting loaded with basically God's intention.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's intention being lodged into.
The word purpose specifically expresses a teleology.
Which would be an argument from design.
So DNA has no purpose.
Okay,
so I think there are actually 2 points.
I can try to explain the difference. So, a classical argument of theology that are not used anymore, but theology would use it a couple of hundred years ago, is that the moon has a function. God has put the moon to go around the Earth. He has done it with a purpose, to give human light a second light source. So this is not what we are talking about, because the movement of the moon around the Earth has no function. It is just like the fire. You cannot. It has no purpose. It's just acting on physical laws. But when a bacteria synchronize its DNA with another, it has a purpose. The purpose is survival.
What?
So I think the point of contention is 2 points. Number one, that information is physical or non-physical, and I and Balthazar would argue that it's non-physical, and whether information has purpose or it doesn't have purpose, and I would argue that semantic information does have purpose.
I think that purpose would be something that is impressed on it from our perception of it. But
not from your perception. I mean, it's independent of your perception whether DNA does code for protein or it doesn't code for protein.
No, it does something. Whether or not you can view it as purpose would depend on your perception.
So in philosophy, semantic information is defined as information which does something, which actually makes a difference to another system.
Where do you see that definition?
Okay, so let's say the world, the Earth orbits around the sun. Let's go there, because I'm like, let's get us out of life for a second and go to just it's a very simple action. Earth orbits around the sun. Would you say that the purpose of the Earth orbiting around the sun at the distance that it is from the sun would be for life to be on the planet, or would you just say that that's a consequence of it being there?
I would say it doesn't even make a difference, most likely.
All right, that's how I view what the whole thing that you're arguing. It's like, it's not, sure, DNA replicates and life, you have a kind of a survival of the fittest thing going on with how evolution is taking place. But that doesn't describe purpose, it's just something that happens. There's no, like you can note the correlation of things that happen and they're building off one another, like the position of the Earth and life being on it. But to argue purpose from it is impressing something that may or may not be there.
Well, okay, so I think the term function would maybe be a better term to use.
Okay, well, yeah, the Earth orbiting the sun and where it is a function that produces, that allows for life.
That's not the function of the moon. The moon doesn't actually
not
have
the moon,
a function.
Earth, sun. So you have energy coming from the sun, you have melted ice on the planet, you have water, you have terrestrial areas, you have all these things that are like a nice little cocktail for life to exist on this planet. Great, but to ascribe purpose to that would be based on perception, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not that simple because semantic information has very strict definitions. So, semantic information in information theory would be something which actually carries information. So, it has semantic information is defined as a sign, and the sign has a referent, so it refers to something. Now, in your Earth and Moon example, like what I fail to see how that's a sign. That could be construed as a sign or semantic information, as opposed to DNA molecule. Well, it has specific syntactic structures. It's found in codons. It's found in genes. It has certain linguistic structures, which is not exactly synonymous to human linguistic structures, but it still has a linguistic structure, and I think that's more applicable. That's more synonymous to semantic information.
I think you're ascribing properties to DNA that are beyond what you can rationally ascribe. DNA is really just a polymer, and there are other molecules that work on it to perform the particular processes that work in a cell.
Yeah, that's not really relevant to my argument, though, because what if it depends on other processes? I mean, if semantic information, that has no relevance to whether something is semantic information or it's not.
Well, I'm trying to figure out like why semantic information is even being brought into the conversation at this point, because
I would say because it violates physicalism.
I thought that we were talking about mainly purpose and how things existing in the universe and having functions would relate to purpose, rather than information being physical or non-physical. That seems like an aside to me.
Argument where the second premise of my argument was that DNA is coded information, and then a few of the atheists in the room were disputing that premise. Okay, this is going to revert. The reason why I didn't want to speak this up is because it's going to revert the argument back about 3 hours because you weren't here, Ocean. But to try not to do that, I'll just tell you what happened. I posted a syllogism. It says, quite simply, you probably heard Nefi say a variant of it. You've actually probably heard me say this before in one of our conversations. It's that all coded information is known to originate from intelligence. DNA is coded information. Their conclusion. Well, hold on. Let me type it out because I linked it earlier.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Semantics implies meaning. I mean, semantics is meaning, which implies intent or design.
And agency.
And agency, yes.
Well, yeah, and I mean, genes do mean something. Genes and codons do mean something. They mean, well, they can be translated to a protein sequence.
Yes, but that's done by a process of various enzymes and other molecules working on the DNA to produce an RNA strand, which drifts out into the cell to the ribosome, which then produces the protein.
But that's not really relevant, even though there may be intermediate steps between the message and the final product or the final meaning. That doesn't actually imply that the DNA, the original message, isn't semantic information. So I don't see how your argument is even relevant.
It's extremely relevant. I'm describing a chemical process, whereas you're describing an intentioned mechanical process that was designed by some agent.
Oh, hold on a second. That was Shamus's argument. So we're discussing premise 2 of his argument. So it's really your argument is not even relevant here, because even if there are intermediary steps which are physical, that doesn't in no way implies that the original message isn't semantic information, that it doesn't mean anything. So okay, so it's just maybe just a bunch of chemical reactions, but you could say that about the mind as well. You could say that the mind is a bunch of chemical reactions. That doesn't mean thoughts aren't meaningful.
Well, the mind.
I don't think anybody is saying.
I'll say it.
Okay. I guess then I would need to know what you mean by meaningful.
Well, ultimately, reliant on intent or having such things as intent.
Let's see, I was corrected on this earlier about it, but
I'd also dispute, the coherence of the mind.
Nadia and I differ slightly on the degree, but I subscribe to weak emergence. That is, there's no magic involved in it, but essentially the interactions of the level of complexity that occur in the brain produce what we ascribe to ourselves as agency, intent, mind, and so forth, although ultimately, at layers below the conscious level, we're unaware of the processing that's going on.
So would you say ultimately it just doesn't exist? Ultimately, intentional states do not have any distinct properties from just basically biochemical reactions or just firing of neurons and stuff?
I would. Well, Nadia, you go, then I'll go.
My answer is that intent is incoherent. So intentional states are square circles. Go ahead.
Okay, what about the other guy?
Okay. I'm not quite as strongly in that direction as Nadia is, but I would say that the level of complexity is such that we do produce, we have language, we are able to design things and so on and so forth.
Right, so is there a novel property, or is there
awareness of ourselves?
So is there a novel property, or is there no novel property which emerges at a system level?
I'm not really sure how to answer that question. I would say, though, that the cumulative effect is that we are rational in some sense of the word and able to actually use language and such. But
yeah, I understand that. I mean, my specific question is, do you think there are novel properties which emerge at a system level? Or do you think everything is just basically reducible to the motion of molecules?
Well, everything is reducible to the motion of molecules.
So there are no novel properties?
I'm not sure what you mean by novel properties.
For instance, novel properties would be properties which emerge at a level of a system, such as consciousness.
Okay, yeah, I believe consciousness does exist because I experience it, but I'm talking a weak emergence theory here. I'm not subscribing to anything supernatural or what have you.
What about non-physical? What if, in terms of supernatural, you use the term non-physical?
I absolutely dismiss the idea of supernatural or non-physical.
Okay, so would you say information is physical or non-physical?
Information is physical.
Okay, so let's say you have a string of DNA or a sequence of DNA. Let's say it's ATGC, and that codes for a certain protein. Well, I know it only would probably not code for a protein. You'd need probably a sequence of 20 20 nucleotides or something. But anyway,
well,
let's say it does code for a protein. Yeah. So let's say you read that sequence in reverse, and it wouldn't code for anything. So we have the same physical nucleotides, but in one case it is semantic information because it does code for something. But in the other case, it's completely nonsensical. So we have the same physical substrates, but information does exist in one case, and it doesn't exist if you read it in reverse. So would you say information is physical or non-physical?
Well, it's physical, but why are you saying that a palindrome would not work? Because once the messenger RNA molecule leaves the nucleus and heads to the ribosome, what...
Well, that's not a palindrome, first of all, because a palindrome is a sequence which is read the same way forward and in reverse. I'm talking about a nucleotide sequence which produces a protein.
Okay, I'm using the wrong word. I apologize.
So,
but what determines which end of the messenger RNA enters the ribosome first?
What
prevents it from going backwards instead of forwards?
Well, I suppose there's a flanking sequence. I'm not sure at the 5' sequence. I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. That's why I'm asking. It says because it seems to me that the potential is 50-50 that it goes in one way or the other way, and I don't know whether the proteins, or rather the amino acids, start folding immediately as they're coming through the ribosome, or if the folding occurs at a later stage. I simply don't know.
Not really. I mean, mRNA has something called a poly A tail, which is so you can differentiate the back. I guess you can differentiate the back end of the ribosome, the mRNA from the front end. So I think that's what determines.
The sequence, you do get something different, even though you have the exact same amino acids in the same sequence, but just in reverse order. They fold differently, in other words.
Yeah, I'm talking about like that's not relevant to my argument. I'm asking what happens if you read a piece of mRNA and it codes for a functional protein, well, from front to back, but you read it from back to front and it produces a completely dysfunctional random protein which doesn't actually perform any function. So even though it takes up the same physical space or same physical substrate, it can be mapped to the same physical substrate. In one instance, it does produce a functional protein, so it's semantic information. In the other instance, it doesn't code for anything. So,
no, but semantics, like I said, implies meaning, which implies purpose, which implies teleology, which is design.
Yeah, you're just begging the question against design. You'd have to provide a better argument.
Well, okay.
To show that information is physical, because I just gave you an argument why information is non-physical, because you have the same physical substrate, mRNA, but in one instance it does contain information, and the other instance it doesn't. So information doesn't seem to be physical. It doesn't seem to be confined to physical. It doesn't seem to have the same properties as the physical base or the physical substance on which it depends.
Okay, well, please explain to me.
The semantic information revolves around this function, right?
Yeah.
Function is in effect, well, any effect of its interactions with the system. At that point, well, what RNA could not have, quote unquote, semantic information. What object couldn't at all? I mean, your information content notion is not meaningful because it offers no distinctions.
What I would like to know is how it is possible to convey any information without a physical medium of some sort and energy consumption. Because every single form of information transfer, by any definition, has required both matter and energy, even though it does not matter what particular form of matter you use, whether it be a magnetic disk or a radio signal or optical media or what have you. Matter and energy are still involved in the process every single time. There is never a case that I am aware of where information is not requiring matter and energy.
So I think you're misunderstanding a bit, because we're not saying that information doesn't require physical stuff. What we're saying is information itself isn't physical. So information could depend or could supervene on physical stuff, but information itself wouldn't be physical because it has non-physical properties. The distinction is, I think that's quite important. I'm not sure if you understand what I meant.
Okay, could you please enumerate the non-physical properties?
Yeah, I just gave you an example. For instance, mRNA, it has a specific physical makeup, but depending on how it's read, in one instance it does contain semantic information, and in another instance it doesn't. So the physical substance itself really doesn't. That's not the information itself. The information is something other than the nucleotide sequence.
So if the mRNA if the mRNA goes into the ribosome backwards for whatever reason, the protein folds the wrong way, even though it consists of the same sequence of amino acids, and does nothing. So presumably the cell just recycles that useless material.
Also, there's a bit of trouble there. I mean, the alternative is not really quote unquote information there, and that you're pretty much just kind of not really offering a counter to it not being there, right? You read it one way, you read it another, so to speak.
Okay, so maybe I can give a better example. For instance, Balthazar raised example of a book. Well, a book contains ink, and you could take all the physical stuff from that ink and you can encode it into Shannon information, but that really wouldn't tell you anything. But if you actually read what the ink actually spells out, well, that would be semantic information. So the physical substance itself really doesn't contain information, because the physical substance itself is just it's just ink dots. And you could completely encode that into Shannon information, and that wouldn't actually tell you what's the book, what the sentences are trying to tell you. So
the arrangement of the matter is a crucial part of that physical structure.
The arrangement
cause it to have the interactions that it does with, say, human bodies and such. Go ahead.
Right, so you could encode the arrangement of the matter into Shannon information, and it wouldn't tell you anything. So you could encode the ink blots into Shannon information, or you could actually read what the words say. And
we could take a binary sequence.
Shannon information boils it down to, a number or quantity of how much there is. Doesn't actually impart the information itself. And you take the logarithms and such. Right. This is not particularly remarkable.
Yeah, it's just the measure of number of bits required to express that information. But yeah, you can take a sequence of bits, say a sequence of bits that decode to the number 65 decimal, or you can call that the capital letter A in ASCII code. Same sequence of bits. So the sequence does not contain any information at all. The information is imposed from outside on that sequence.
Okay, so so you're saying information is actually it's not contained in the message itself?
Well, it's how you
imposed on it
interpret.
from the outside.
Yeah, well, you could have a JPEG image, or it might turn out that it decodes into some kind of textual message, or it could be both. There's such a thing called steganography, which means hidden writing, where you can put a text message inside an image in a way that you would need special software to extract the text message from the image.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how that's relevant again because semantic information has a specific definition in philosophy and information theory. So semantic information would be a sign plus what that refers to. So a sign. Maybe I'm getting this wrong. I have to look it up again.
Are you talking like a plus or minus sign, or
No,
are you talking a transcendental function sign, or what?
No. So yeah, sorry. Okay, so semantic information in information theory would be a sign vehicle, so something which carries the information, and a reference, so what it actually refers to. So semantic information has two parts.
Yeah, but semantics is imposed on the information.
Right. So when you say it's imposed on it from the outside, well, that doesn't actually violate the definition of semantic information because semantic information has two parts. The actual in your example, the JPEG image would just be a sign vehicle, so something which carries information, and what it actually refers to would be the other part, or something like that. I'd have to look it up. Look it up again. I'm sorry.
Well, the simpler example is, like I said, an 8-bit sequence that represents either the decimal number 65 or the ASCII character capital A. They're the same exact binary sequence, but how you interpret it is, 65 A, or maybe it's a bit mask for something else. It depends on an outside thing that is not contained inside the sequence of bits.
So would you say intentional, agents impose meaning on stuff? For instance, they impose meaning on JPEG images or whatever?
Essentially.
Okay, so when you say only agents are capable of processing semantic information, again, that's one of the arguments for a non-physical mind. I'm not sure if you ever heard of Searle's Chinese room argument.
I'm not familiar with it at all, but I would say with regard to JPEG images that they're processed by computers which have no intelligence. It's
right.
mechanical.
So basically what that argument says is that computers could never become conscious because they could never process semantic information. They could never understand what semantic information is. So
actually, I'm not arguing in that direction at all. In fact, considering I believe that the mind is a material thing as a process of the brain, it should therefore be possible to build a computer and write the appropriate software that it also believes itself to be a sentient entity with intentionality, agency, and so forth.
You mean you must be referring to like factual informational content, instructional information. Obviously, computers routinely interpret.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Places you deem these things to be instructional information and so on.
Right. But I mean, we're material, but we have the illusion of minds, or maybe it's not an illusion, I don't know. But we have this concept of agency and so forth. Why can't it be programmed into a computer?
Well, I think there are very good arguments for that in philosophy, such as just Chinese room argument, which is really complex, and I'd rather not explain it here. But what I wanted to ask you is, when you say minds emerge from complexity, what exactly does that mean? That doesn't actually have any explanatory power. That's just, to me, that's just synonymous to magic. It's just saying, well, you combine, all of these neurons, and you could keep combining neurons, and at some point, just consciousness just poofs into existence. That doesn't actually explain anything. That doesn't have any explanatory power.
I wouldn't say it poofs into existence. For example, I have some cats. They're mammals, but they do not have language capabilities like we do. They're not rational the way we are. And in fact, I imagine whatever thought processes they have are completely alien to us, even though it is very common for pet owners to anthropomorphize their pets. But regardless, they do have problem-solving capabilities. They are able to find the shortest route from one place to another. They are able to, they can pick up when you're going to feed them, and so on and so forth. They are not completely, they're not any more or less autonomous than we are.
Yeah, so how's that relevant?
Well, this is addressing the possibility of programming a computer to believe it's human, or essentially eliminating the magic from emergence as I'm speaking. I'm speaking of a mathematical emergence, not a weak emergence, not strong emergence that is essentially magic in nature. I do not subscribe to any form of supernaturalism at all.
So again, I don't think your argument has or your model has any explanatory power, because you're just saying complexity, therefore consciousness. At what point of complexity, how does complexity produce consciousness? How does this process even lead to anything besides a complex interaction of molecules? How does consciousness emerge?
Well, that's what neuroscience is working on.
Okay, so that's just an appeal to ignorance. You can't claim the mind is material if you don't even have a model or a coherent theory or a coherent hypothesis. How it could even happen?
What could even happen?
How consciousness could even emerge from just a complex interaction of molecules?
Well,
you'd have to have a hypothesis first. Then you have to test the hypothesis, but you don't even have a hypothesis.
Well, you're positing qualia.
Yeah. If I had a model, believe me, I would be spending my time programming it into a computer so that I could alleviate myself of the burden of having to come up with these arguments. I just simply have an intelligent computer program that would absolutely fool you into thinking that you're talking to another human being, and it would have access to everything on the internet and be able to trounce you in any argument.
But again, that's just not Okay, so the thing is, you don't even have. It's not that you don't have a model. You don't even have a hypothesis.
Well, I have a hypothesis that says that our minds are a weak emergent property of the structures in our brain and the neurons interacting with each other in the way that they do, as a purely physical
That
thing.
just seems completely like a tautology. You're just saying consciousness emerges from the interaction of neurons, and neurons interact the way they do. How does that explain anything?
Even if it's a tautology, I would point out to you that most of mathematics is tautological.
Yeah, but scientific models aren't, and you're proposing that neuroscience is going to explain consciousness. So you'd have to at least propose a hypothesis. For you to claim that neuroscience is going to explain consciousness, you'd have to at least propose a coherent hypothesis.
Science models are written in the language of mathematics.
Are you positing qualia?
Yeah, I think fun motion probably accepts the existence of qualia.
Yeah, there is a qualia, but I don't think it's necessarily what philosophers would call qualia. We construct a model inside our brain to interact with the world outside of our physical bodies. The accuracy of that model is necessary for our survival. It allows us to do things like drive cars, catch a thrown baseball, things of that nature.
Yeah, that's not really. I'm sorry, but that's not really relevant to the argument because, well, you were positing neuroscience as the explanation for consciousness, but apparently you don't even have not a theory, not a model, and not even a hypothesis of how consciousness could emerge from a complex interaction of molecules. So apparently, for you to make that statement that neuroscience can explain consciousness, it just really seems unjustified.
Okay, if you don't accept my justification, what is your alternative explanation and how do you justify it?
My explanation would be that minds are non-physical.
So how does a non-physical thing interact with a physical thing?
I wouldn't have to propose. I wouldn't have to give you any mechanism.
Why not?
Because I could just claim that I don't know.
Well, that's what I did. So why is my I don't know in any way inferior to your I don't know?
Because I have independent reasons to think that the mind is non-physical, as opposed to you don't have any other independent justified reasons to think that the mind is physical besides neuroscience. And my independent reasons for thinking that the mind is non-physical would be that minds have different properties from brain states. And I mean, I have a complex argument for that we just take.
How do you explain the fact that there are numerous drugs that will completely change the way you perceive the world and think and so forth?
Yeah, so again, I'm not denying causation between mental states and brain states. So I do accept. So I believe in a model called interactive dualism, whereby brain states such as the firing of your neurons or action potentials can cause changes in mental states. So the fact that drugs or medications cause changes in mental states, well, that wouldn't even conflict, or that wouldn't be surprising under my model.
Okay, so then where is the Wi-Fi in your brain, and what is it communicating with, and how is it doing it?
Why would I have to explain that? I just told you I have independent reasons to believe that minds are non-physical.
Well, I have rather personal experience that minds are very physical.
Such
not
as?
to mention independent evidence.
Such as?
Well, I keep forgetting his name, but the famous case where a railroad worker had
Phineas Gage.
Phineas Gage, yes. The Phineas Gage example. He was a very rational, collected, calm human being until a steel pole used for tamping black powder in rocks for blasting got blown through his head, and he survived it, but it completely changed him in very fundamental ways.
So I was trying to explain that doesn't actually conflict with my model, because I believe in interactive dualism. So under my model, brain states cause changes in physical states. So the fact that, if you drive a rod into somebody's frontal lobe and it causes changes in their mental states, such as changes in their rationality, well, that is completely consistent with interactive dualism, because under that model, well, brain states can cause changes in brain states can cause changes in mental states.
Yeah, well, that's also consistent with the material view of the brain and mind, that is a non-dualistic model, and the non-dualistic model does not carry any additional extra baggage.
So it is consistent, so that means you can't use that piece of evidence to disentangle the two models. Now you're saying that dualism violates Occam's razor?
Yeah, basically, because you're proposing an additional part that does not seem to be required.
Yeah, so at this point I would just cite the independent reasons I have for believing in substance dualism.
Okay.
Which would be the argument that mental states and brain states have different properties, and mental states cannot be synonymous to brain states, because according to the law of identity, if two things are identical, if X and Y are identical, then every property possessed by X is possessed by Y, and vice versa. And since mental states and brain states do not share all of their properties, then it must necessarily follow that mental states and brain states are not synonymous, or brain states are not equivalent to mental states.
Wait a minute. What properties do they not share?
Okay, so the property that mental states have, which brain states do not have, is that mental states can only be experienced from a first-person perspective. So, for instance, if I see the color red, what the red feels like to me, that can only be experienced from a first-person perspective. So what it feels like nobody else can know what it feels. A person who has never seen the color red cannot know what seeing red feels like. So mental states can only be experienced from a first-person perspective, but brain states, you can know everything about brain states from a third-person perspective. For instance, you can look at action potentials in the brain. You can look at synapses firing. You can look at neurotransmitters firing along various neurological pathways. So everything about brain states can be known from a third-person perspective, but mental states can only be known from a first-person perspective.
Okay, but if you speak to people that also are able to see red, and you point out to a car and say, "Oh, look, that's red," and if it is indeed a red car, they would all agree with you, right?
Yeah. So that doesn't actually argue against what I said, because supposing you were blind and you were the smartest neuroscientist in the world, and you knew everything about the physiology of vision, such as how the optic nerve works, how the visual cortex works, how action potentials are produced, how I don't know, how the retina works.
I think you're dodging the issue.
Okay, so just let me make the point. So let's say you're a blind neuroscientist. You knew everything about brain states. The question is, would you learn something new if, let's say, someday your sight was restored and you saw a blue sky for the first time? And obviously the answer is yes, you would learn something new because you learn what seeing a blue sky feels like. So again, this just brings me back to my point. What mental states
I'd
feel.
have no experience.
I would actually say no.
Yeah. But having complete understanding of how the brain works, as you granted me, as a blind person, I would have the means of measuring which particular neurons were firing in your brain when you perceived the color red.
Yeah, again, that wouldn't tell you what it feels like to experience the color red. That would just tell you, okay, so there's firing along this nerve.
Yeah,
there are action potentials, there's release of neurotransmitters. So what? That doesn't actually tell you what seeing the color red actually feels like. Emphasis on what it feels.
Well, I may not know what it feels like, but I would be able to take a bunch of people that can see red and notice that, oh, look, the same neurons are firing when they perceive red.
Yeah, so you just conceded my point. You wouldn't be able to know what it feels like without the actual first-person experience. So mental states are only knowable from a first-person perspective.
Okay, but I don't see how that knocks down the singularity of mind and brain.
Oh, I just explained that to you. So according to the law of identity, if X and Y are identical, then every property possessed by X is possessed by Y, and vice versa, necessarily. This is a law of logic. So if two things do not share every single property, they're not the same thing. And obviously mental states have at least one property which is different from brain states, which you conceded. Mental states are only knowable from a first-person perspective, and brain states are knowable from a third-person perspective.
But as a blind person, I'm either lacking functioning eyes, or a functioning optic nerve, or a functioning visual center in the occipital region. I think that's where it's located. So effectively, my brain is broken in a way that yours is not.
Right, so again, you're just conceding my point, because you could be a neuroscientist who knows everything about how vision works. So you could know everything about the brain of somebody who actually sees red, but you could never know what it feels like unless you saw red for yourself. So again, that's just conceding the point, because it just shows that mental states are only knowable from a first-person perspective.
Well,
I actually
have that mental state.
No to the Mary's room experiment.
I'm sorry, Nadia, I was speaking over you. Please repeat yourself.
I actually reply no to the Mary's room experiment. That you would not learn anything new.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I'm saying, yeah. Because I'm blind for whatever reason, my mental state my brain state is incapable of perceiving vision. So that is reflected in the mental state of my not having any experience or knowledge. Well, not having any experience of vision, but still understanding, as you've granted me the ability to, how all the brain states work.
Yeah, I'm just not sure you're following the argument. Maybe I didn't explain it really clearly, but I think you're just basically conceding it when you say that a really smart neuroscientist could know everything, a blind neuroscientist could know everything about the brain states of people who have vision, but she couldn't know, or he or she couldn't know, what a vision actually feels like. So she would have to experience it for herself. So again, that's just conceding the argument because it just means mental states are only knowable from a first-person perspective via experiencing the mental states for yourself, and brain states are knowable from a third-person perspective. So via studying other people's brain, you could know everything about every single physical event which occurs in somebody else's brain.
Well, at the risk of repeating myself, since that's kind of what I'm doing, I'm basically saying that as a blind person, the brain states that I would be experiencing if I had them do not exist. So the brain and mind are still equal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just be repeating myself.
Okay, I think we've reached an impasse here, so let other people go.
So, in the bit about brain states differing from mental states, the introspection illusion demonstrates how all descriptions people give of their quote-unquote mental states is often important. And that explains the discrepancy in, well, being claimed between mental states and brain states. Could you hear me?
Yeah. Came through okay.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of times people don't understand it, or it's too quiet or something.
Yeah, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage with this argument because of my lack of philosophical education and such.
Tommy, what do you think about qualia? And Shameless too. Qualia are God-given? Is it the Holy Spirit burden? Either one of you?
I've never even heard of qualia until 3 days ago.
Yeah, the raw feels or what it feels like and such.
Yeah, and the other thing you said is, like, you feel a color red. How do you feel a color?
Well, it's not meant to really imply that it's your sense of touch and being involved. Rather that, you know, the actual, I don't know, perception process and such is got some kind of distinctive, I don't know, qualia or notion or whatever.
So the argument would be that vision has certain subjective properties or certain subjective components. So when you look at something which is red, well, redness has a certain subjective feel to it when you look at it.
Yeah, subjective inner experience is kind of summarized way to describe it.
I'm trying to think what kind of subjective feel that would be. I don't think I've ever felt anything looking at a color.
It's reported very frequently in autistic people that they feel colours, and sometimes people taste numbers.
Yeah, it's not really synesthesia though.
No.
Ultimately, like this actual like perception process, receiving the sensory data and such, some kind of well, magical quality basically. That is different from obtaining the information, say from elsewhere, say verbal from something.
When one says that qualia has a certain subjective feel to it. That doesn't mean qualia has a tactile feel, or you can touch it or something like that. It just means that when you look at something red, it has a certain subjective component to it. So, for instance, let's say your computer took a photograph of a red apple. Now, obviously, the computer wouldn't have any conscious experience of redness. As opposed to you, well, you'd have a certain subjective experience. So that is what is referred to by qualia.
Yeah.
Likewise, since red falls into a particular, using Maxwell's model, range of wavelengths, like 680 nanometers to 700 some nanometers before you drift into the infrared, near infrared, we can objectively measure the wavelength that we're talking about. And
so
we can also objectively measure the reaction to the cones that detect those range of wavelengths.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't get rid of the qualia or anything, but it does mean that we can have an objective measurement of the photons that are entering the eye, stimulating a particular cone, set of cones, and being thus processed by the brain into some experience that is redness. And we would all agree, if we were not blind in any way to this redness, that we were perceiving redness, because we all agree about the external world within, certain normative range.
It's really interesting. It's like there is a sort of a physical causal experience of red, right up to the point where you're conscious of red, right? So I mean, the photon hits the object, it bounces into, then it bounces off the object, enters your eye, goes through your nervous system, hits your brain, neurons fire, activated, and then. Like to me, the interesting part is, okay, so what happens next to actually perceive red consciously as red? Is there sort of a causal or material disconnect at that point?
Well, that was sort of the point that the model raised by Fund. Sorry, how do you pronounce your name? Fund Motion. Van Maten, was that his model lacks explanatory power because it really doesn't explain anything. It just says complexity, therefore consciousness, therefore qualia, and that really just is synonymous to saying magic, therefore qualia.
Right.
Actually, no. It's more of an expression of ignorance, not magic. I'm not appealing to magic. Basically stating there's a limit to my personal knowledge.
Right.
Right, so it's not even a coherent hypothesis.
Well, technically that's true. But there are people who are experts in the relevant fields that would be able to give you a better model than what I'm able to present. And
I'm sorry, but I think the better model or the more complicated model still doesn't explain anything. It just...
Why not?
Doors how are you supposed to get consciousness from that? It just doesn't explain anything. It lacks explanatory power.
Well, so does dualism.
Yeah, but we've been over this. I have independent reasons for justifying dualism.
I like
I've
that.
already given you independent reasons for justifying a material mind.
Yeah, I think this would just be a repetition of what we discussed like 40 minutes ago.
Yes, that's why I would prefer not to go through it again.
Maybe somebody else wants to jump in?
Well, I have different responses. And I'm sure Tommy and Seamus have ideas too. My response to Mary's room would not convey any information. My response to the putative discrepancy between mental and physical states is that the descriptions offered by, well, people and such are inaccurate. It's demonstrated by, well, various experiences showing inaccuracies in the descriptions of mental states, so to speak. So, oh, it's a relatively deflationary account, but there you go. Oh, subjectivity is problematic. There's the question of what a quote-unquote subject is, number one. Number two, the difficulty that, well, receiving these pieces of information, like a video camera recording the tape, is, well, objective in its own way. There's the internet control, various forms of access to, in terms of both inserting and extracting information directly from the brain. Are there people like to say, oh well, you know, it's quote unquote causing them, but it's not identical to them. But at the same time, you know, it begs that they're actually there. Next, of course, is notion of experience, and that is problematic in terms of its unity in particular. Whereas demonstrable memory formation and such is, well, not entirely sequential, and furthermore, the processes are very demonstrably parallel. So subjectivity, interness, and experience all fail. There are no point. Anyone? Okay. Before I lose my voice.
I heard you. I'm just not smart enough to talk about it. I have no.
Yeah, someone else speak up before I lose my voice.
Tommy said he had a question.
All right. So, okay. So we were talking about vision a second ago. I think that's a very fascinating topic about how vision happens, and everybody in the world just assumes that the scientific explanation is true. The accepted scientific explanation, which is that light hits your eye, and then your brain creates all these chemical reactions, and I wouldn't be able to repeat all the steps of vision, but basically what happens is vision happens is something that happens in your brain, behind your eyes in the dark confines of your brain, where there is no light. That you're basically watching a virtual reality show that your brain creates from the signals that it creates from what hits our eyes. So I've always found that very difficult to believe. And in fact, a while back they did a poll on college students, and they asked them if they believe that when you see something, do they believe that they actually see it where it is? Like if you look at your screen right now, do you believe you're actually seeing the screen where it is? Or do you believe that the vision of that screen is actually something that's in your brain? And it was a very large percentage of them believed that they were seeing objects where they actually sat. And so anyway, it's just kind of an innate, I think, maybe belief or opinion that vision doesn't, it kind of contradicts the scientific community. Is what I'm trying to say. So I just was curious, anybody out there? I mean, to me, materialism is at stake here. It's to me, vision is probably something that's accomplished by consciousness, and my guess is it's probably not within the brain where we see things. And if it is happening in the brain, where is it happening in the brain? You can't pinpoint it. It's just it's something we take on faith.
Tommy, there's been numerous MRI studies showing not only about the way that our brain processes pictures, but the way our brain processes information. Mm-hmm. And they're shown up on magnetic resonance imaging, like live magnetic resonance imaging. So if you show someone a color, then a part of their brain will light up, and you can see the brain activity.
But that's not the vision itself. That's an effect of the cause. You know what I'm saying? Your brain isn't lighting up inside.
No, your brain isn't lighting up. What it's showing is that there's activity in certain centers of your brain. Mm-hmm. So, and that would include the blood vessels and the electrical.
Right, but all that is just neurons. I mean, there's no video camera inside. And so I asked Nadia a second ago if vision was an illusion, and what was your answer, Nadia? I asked you if vision was an illusion.
The notion of there being something, or magical about receiving visual sense data is an example of that introspection illusion.
So can I join in on this one? Because I'd like to correct Rebecca, because I think she said that MRI machines are discovering neural activity, but they're not actually doing that. The way functional magnetic resonance imaging works is that it's actually discovering blood flow. So it's actually looking at the dilation or constriction of blood vessels.
Which is what I said, yeah.
Yeah, so that's not even neural activity. Neural activity is action potentials. MRIs don't actually even measure action potentials. They're just discovering not even causes of mental states. They're just discovering correlates of mental states. So you could do the same thing in the retina. You could look at the dilation or constriction of blood vessels in the eye. And
well, usually you look at the pupil, but yes.
So so you could predict what mental states people have based on constriction or dilation of blood vessels in the eye,
or the size of the pupil. And yes, you can predict someone's mental state by A, where they're looking, and B, the size of the pupil.
Yeah, so that's not actually arguing against Tommy's point. His point was.
Man, that's loud.
So
well,
I don't think that's.
They're appealing to magic, is what they're doing again. And we were talking about magic a second ago.
Okay. Well,
and it seems to me like the materialist explanation of vision happening somewhere in your brain, they're having to appeal to magic. Because
Tommy,
it's not of material.
Tommy, are you familiar with PET scans?
CAT scans or PET scans? Well, sort of. PET. Yeah, okay.
You're given a dose of sugar with oxygen-18 isotope, which is radioactive, and scan gives you real-time imaging of where the brain is consuming oxygen. So it is similar to a functional MRI. I don't think the resolution is quite as good, but maybe I'm not really sure there. But it's showing which areas of the brain are consuming sugar. In other words, which areas of the brain are actually, which areas of the brain are actually more active in real time.
Mm-hmm. Right. Look, I mean, I'm not denying any of that. I'm not denying any of the science. I'm just saying I don't think it very possibly is not the whole picture.
So what is the whole picture then?
Okay, so just for example, like if you see a pitcher out on the mound in baseball playing, maybe that's bad. I don't know. I mean, it's impossible. It's kind of like when you look at a brain, you can't see the intelligence, but the intelligence must be there because, well, your brain, the output is obviously intelligent. So I don't know. It just seems like the larger point was, though, that if you guys are going to say that vision happens within the brain, there's no material support for that. I mean, unless you're going to say that vision is an illusion.
We just gave you some. We said that there was changes on scanners that you can actually see and measure.
Yeah, but what we're seeing is kind of like a super duper video player. When we're video recording or TV image. None of that is in there though. So
you can also measure it on EEG. I was challenged about that these MRI things only show differences in variable blood flow, but you can also show it on EEG. That's really basic. That's like science of 20 years ago.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that there's nothing, no firings in the brain or none of that. Or that even certain emotions or different things will cause different reactions in the brain. I'm just saying it doesn't really make any sense to me that vision actually happens there.
Well, so the thing is that EEGs or MRIs or PET scans are actually discovering causes of mental states. They're not actually discovering mental states themselves. So you could discover the same. You could discover the same information just by looking at, for instance, you could do a PET scan or an EEG or an MRI of the eye, and you could predict the same mental states just based on the eye. But nobody would claim that the eye, that electrical activity in the eye or activity which is discovered on the PET scan by scanning the eye is the actual mental state. That's just a correlative mental state.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could go more extreme. We could basically drill some very small holes in the back of your skull, insert some wires, and run an electrical current through the visual portion of the brain which is in the back of the head, and kill those neurons, and you will be rendered blind, very, very truly blind.
So again, you're just discovering causes, because if you kill a cause, obviously the effect is not going to occur. But that's not proving that mental states are synonymous to brain states. That's just showing that brain states are causally affecting mental states.
Okay, but your model is showing essentially that the mind and the brain are tightly coupled exactly the way materialism would predict.
I wouldn't say exactly, because well, first of all, what does what would you say the predictions under your model are?
Well, you destroy the neurons that are responsible for processing vision. You no longer have vision.
Okay, so what happens if you just destroy the optic nerve? You don't have to destroy the neurons in the occipital lobe. You can just destroy the optic nerve, or you can just destroy the retina, or you can just actually put a dark cloth over your eyes. So again, that would just be discovering causes. You wouldn't say activity in the retina is synonymous to mental state.
Well, I strongly suspect that if you destroyed the neurons in the visual cortex in the brain, you would not even be able to see in your dreams.
I think I've heard otherwise, actually. I think they've done, I'll have to look this up. I was reading about this a while back where they removed the visual cortex of a rat or some animal. Boy, I don't know the details, and to their shock, the animal could still see.
So, and again, he just said that that's what he suspects, but he doesn't actually have any evidence. So, unless you can cite evidence,
I'm speculating, obviously, yes.
Okay, so that's just a speculation then.
But just for the record, I'm not making this up on my own. So there's several researchers who are, openly hypothesizing what I'm talking about, that vision is actually consciousness based and not something that happens in your brain. If you've probably heard of Rupert Sheldrake, which may evoke laughter among some groups of people, but he's got some really interesting ideas about vision. And another one is his last name is Lieberman, and he's an eye doctor, and he's all into this kind of idea that vision is a two-way process of light coming in and light going out. The light going out is obviously very faint and not visible, but that vision is the intersection of when the light from the outside meets the light going out from the inside, and it does not happen within the brain, but it actually just is part of consciousness. So I know it kind of tickles my funny bone. I can't prove anything, or even probably don't know what I'm talking about, but I was just throwing it out there if anybody wants to look it up.
I can throw out something that I do actually know for certain, and that is your computer display is only capable of displaying 3 different colors: red, green, and blue. And that corresponds to the cones in a normal eye saying, detecting red, green, and blue, which is why those are considered the primary colors. And from those colors we derive, a spectrum.
Yellow, red.
But this is all based on how the eye works and such. That's why a color display is designed the way it is. Or in the case of inks, which are absorptive rather than emittive, they use CMYK schemes, which essentially are the complements of RGB.
Well, either way, how vision happens, whether it happens, the scientific way or any other way. I mean, even if it happens the scientific way, just think about just how unbelievable that selected random processes could bring that into existence, where signals have to get transferred. Then you've got this, this sort of virtual reality show that we're seeing somewhere that we don't really know where. I mean, it just strikes me as highly, highly unlikely. And there's no evidence that it did happen.
Well, random, of course, is...
I said selected random events.
And, well, what you mean by random is lacking in purpose.
Mindless.
Right. Not what, well, normal people mean by random.
Just mindless, accidental, purposeless. Yeah. Either way, vision to me is just so much of a slam dunk for my side. I see it that way anyway. That it just had to be designed. Because of,
what backs that assertion?
Well, I'm just talking logically. Well, first of all, there's no mutations known to make any of that. Any part of the eye or any of that those processes of vision. I mean, if anybody out there can show me a mutation that is responsible for any of that, I'd love to see it in any creature.
I think in 007, I think it was him, showed a route from a simple cell detecting the difference between light and dark, and an evolutionary pathway to that turning into an eye.
There's no molecular basis for it.
Well, there is, but...
Well, then that's what I was asking for.
Well, Tommy, show me a... Oh, go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah, a full elaboration of the mechanism is not necessary to establish the point.
Well, it is if you want to call it science.
Do you mind?
It's necessary if you want to call it science.
If you've ever written any algorithms that are designed to converge on a particular value, you might appreciate the effect of the mutation, selection, iterative loop. Because, believe me, the convergence can be very fast.
Well, all we need is actually to box things into essentially how it formed. And by and large, well, these biological organisms produce where biological organisms came from. So, as the same with modification and natural selection easily show, this quote-unquote mindless process, natural forces acting to collect or otherwise kill off quote-unquote unstable creatures, as well as, of course, the internecine affairs between various biological organisms with each other. So, it's boxed into that. I think that's fine.
What were you going to say your name?
Go ahead.
I was just asking your name what he was going to say.
Yeah, my name's Bob. I'm trying to remember that.
Sorry.
Yeah. It just amazes me. We're just supposed to believe this God.
I didn't bring up God. Go ahead.
Oh, what do you mean you didn't bring up God? What is it then if it wasn't natural causes and random chance, like you say?
Well, I said selected random chance. It still had to be, it still had to be ultimately random chance. You had some.
To me, it just seemed that. Well, I mean, even if it was a god would have to take billions of years to learn how to do that, to do that. I mean, where's he going to get all his knowledge? He just poofed into existence out of nothing with knowledge and all the materials to build everything from nothing.
You have a better explanation or a more legitimate explanation?
No, I just think it's it's kind of just a ridiculous idea.
I mean, vision, they don't even understand it fully, and they certainly don't know where it all came from. They just.
But you just said they don't understand.
Pretty much bankrupt.
Totally understand. Which means one day they might totally understand it, or they might not. Who knows? But for the vision thing, I mean, but for the vision thing, you see something in front of you, you can reach out and touch that thing. So you have your hand confirming what your eye sees that's in your head. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's some, outer consciousness projecting an image into your brain somehow. Is that what you were trying to say?
I don't know if I could even put it into words, but it just strikes me as unlikely that vision that it just happens in your brain. It's when I look out and I see the screen and I see Nadia looking at me. I mean, I believe I'm seeing her where she is, not literally because she's on the screen, but I see the screen, my computer screen, and I believe that's what I'm seeing is it's sitting right there. I don't think looking at it your way, you would have to believe, like if you're looking at the sky, you would have to believe that the sky, I mean, the sky would be actually within your skull. If you looked up at the sky, if everything happened, if within your brain, when you look up at the sky, in reality, your skull will be over the sky. I'm kind of speaking figuratively, kind of funny, but
it kind of is.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't think that.
See, I mean, if everything is in your brain that you're looking at, so when you look up at the sky, you look up like that and you see the sky. Well, your skull's over it according to your view, right?
Well,
it's crazy.
Well, think of vision more like, let's say you were blind and you had to see everything by touch. That's kind of how vision is. It's we are experiencing a particle enter our eye that bounced off something else. So it's like it's more like, imagine you're blind and you had a tennis ball, and let's say you could somehow catch it really well. You're like Daredevil or something. And the way that you make the impression of the room is by bouncing the ball off the walls and figuring around based on trajectory where everything is. That's how, that's kind of how it works in a way. It is physical.
Well, what figures that out?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Well.
Yeah, that's the weird part, right? Okay, so this physical photon enters your brain and enters the physical part of your brain. What kind of trips me up is, okay, then, so at some point, is there like a conscious part of the brain that sort of gets to sit in this movie theater of sorts and gets to see what the eyes are seeing? So in other words, are we sort of like when I'm looking at you on the screen, am I experiencing the screen or am I experiencing the experience of experiencing the screen?
Right. That's why I was asking Nadia. To me, it seems like I don't know where your stance is, but the scientific community's explanation, vision would have to be an illusion. It would have to not exist in the material because, well, we can't see it. And if it did, they would have to show us where it's happening. So it would have to be an illusion. It would have to be basically something we're just like a mirage, something we think we see, but we don't really. And I think vision is actually real.
I see that the whole discussion has devolved to woo-woo again.
Maybe.
Woo-woo. I love how you said that.
Woo-woo. Everything is woo-woo. If you don't have any sense perception, you don't see anything. Finish. And Saint Tommy, I just want to I saw your posting of this carbon dating. I don't want to derail the discussion there. But this carbon dating of the dinosaurus bone. I know about this presentation in Singapore, and these people are dishonest. They are actively deceiving the public, and to me, it's wrong to lie for God. I don't believe in that
Okay,
tactic.
let's back up. I don't know. I didn't post anything about that. So you're thinking of somebody else.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I thought you gave
like
it
to see what it is. I'd like to. Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe I did, but I didn't. I don't think I posted a thread starter on that.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it up because there are enough evidence, there are enough arguments to point out these things that we have talked about. We don't need to go to some kind of science that are actively lying about their.
Well, just so just to kind of back yourself up, I don't even know the situation you're talking about or who it's about. But
No,
what is your evidence that you're lying?
And there was a coup done from the creationist movement, and I think creationism, they produce. I mean, they are intentionally deceiving a public and disguises as science. And they were in Singapore, and they had with them some samples, some carbon dating with the new methods, and showed that they could measure date the dinosaurs bones into 20 or 30,000 years. And
they've done that here.
The problem with this is this is not scientific what they did. They just gave in some samples without saying anything, reporting anything, and they could have been so contaminated it doesn't tell anything.
That's the only fair way to do it, though, don't you think? Blind testing. The people at the lab should know what it is or what the presuppositions are about where it came from, what it is. They should know nothing about that bone. So
the problem is the problem with this is contamination.
Hold on a second.
Just by touching one of these samples without having.
Okay, well that's not lying. That's you're accusing them of a crime basically, but that's not lying.
Yeah.
Okay, but I sorry. I can okay. I can agree on that, but I don't want to derail the things. But I just wanted to make a comment. When you're talking about consciousness, I think this is very complex. I agree with Dee, but you will never ever conceive of this anyhow if you are not conceiving about what we talked about earlier. And that is, Dee was talking about explanatory power. You can also say sufficient cause. And like I've said before, if you take a football, or I can give an example from a bacteria or something, you cannot explain a football without you cannot reduce this to its physical properties. You have to have the context, and that is the game. And it is not a sufficient cause. It has no explanatory power to explain a football. If you don't know, have never ever seen a ball game, and just explain it, the chemicals of a football, the shape of the football, it has no explanatory power whatsoever. It just describes this object reduced to matter. Has no explanatory power. And if you say, then it goes again. Nadia says, "Oh, this is magical. This is supernatural." You just have to read Hume on supernatural and follow his definition of supernatural. There's nothing about when you say something is irreducible, like let's say semantic or functional information. It is not reducible to matter or energy, but that doesn't imply that it breaks any physical laws. And if you argue for that, then show me that. What are the laws that are broken if you say you cannot reduce semantic information to matter and energy?
Yeah, I need to point out.
Always use this. Oh, this is supernatural. So I want to have an argument for it, and it's the same. Then you just say no, it's complexity, or give an argument.
I really need to correct you on a factual matter. And that is
okay.
carbon dating. Carbon dating is not used for fossils at all, not ever, because they are.
What?
Yeah, this is also. Yeah, this is also a problem, Martin.
That's a ridiculous statement.
Tommy, this is also a problem for Martin. Every time I say something, you are going against me and thinking I'm a creationist, or I am do a theological argument. I was going against this. There are, of course, you cannot measure you cannot use the carbon dating. But they have new carbon dating methods that goes to a more refined of C14. It goes to 15,000 years. So the problem with this is, of course, everything is older than 50,000 years. The result has no meaning. And I agree with you. I was going against the attempt to show by carbon dating that the dinosaurs are 20,000 years old. You know.
Well, how would you know unless you tested them?
The test does not apply to
Why?
anything that's younger.
I disagree. I think you can test them, but what you mentioned, this Singapore incident, that is, you have contamination, and if you have contamination that happen easily, you won't get any. You will get flawed results.
I understand. That's true of any carbon-14 test, and they gotta work around that. But your assumption that just because creationists may have been involved, that it was necessarily contaminated, hasn't been verified.
Yeah, but
well, it was actually verified. So the museum said that the samples, there was more than one, I believe, case of this. But in the very first case where this happened, they tested the samples, and they came out as super young. And the issue was that the samples were sealed with an organic polymer, which gave false results.
They've done it here. I mean, whatever that, I'm not even familiar with what you're talking about in Singapore or wherever, but they've done the tests here. Multiple carbon-14 tests on dinosaur bones, and they've had the same result, and they've come back in the thousands of years. One of them was the University of Arizona, when some bones were given to them, and they didn't know they were dinosaur bones, and they went ahead and dated them as to protocol, and sure enough, they got dates back ranging from 13,000 years to like 30. You know, it was multiple bones, and so there's been more. There's other ones. There's even recently where they've been dated.
Once again, the sample, the Arizona sample, I believe that was the one in question, was sealed. So the bone, the museum didn't know who this was going to. So they just gave him a dinosaur bone. This dinosaur bone was sealed with organic polymer, so organic compound, which means you're contaminating it.
Wait a second. Can you give me a link to that? Because I've never read anything about that in regards to the Arizona State University thing.
I will give it a try.
I'm not disbelieving. I've just never read that.
Oh, no problem. I'll see if I can find the same articles. It's been a while since I've.
The presentation in Singapore, I researched it because I was very interested. I thought it was, have they really have some objective test of this? And the guy, I found out, I forgot his name. He's a German, and he's a creationist in the creationist movement. He's not a biologist. He was just put forward to present it, and he has pretty strange ideas. I mean, you cannot. It's. I mean, I see. I think it's as long as the authoritative science community if they don't do these tests, we will have no results. You cannot take some samples from a creationist groups because they are consciously not.
Look, what if I said that about your group? What if I said, and I don't trust atheists as far as I can throw them, honestly, or evolutionists, Darwinists for that matter. So I could level the same charge against that other side. That's not really a fair way to do science. I mean, if they were really interested in the truth, your side would have been carbon dating dinosaur bones and all kinds of other bones that were supposedly old in a blind fashion where the lab had no idea what they were dating, and that's the only way to get a true and real and honest result. When there's and that would eliminate any bias that was involved. That's the only fair way to do it. But have they ever done that? Never.
No,
Not for dinosaur
and
bones.
I think it's very sad that they haven't, and I understand that critique. I agree with you. They should have done it and showed the result. They haven't done it. For them, it's of course obvious, because it's obvious that dinosaurs are older than let's say 20,000 years.
Right. That's a presupposition. It's the same thing with cutting into dinosaur bones to look for soft tissue. They never did that before because they just assumed there was no soft tissue, no cells, none of that stuff inside. But once they finally did cut it open, one of these big leg bones the first time, wow, they found a whole bunch of stuff that they never expected to find, and they've been finding more and more ever since. So the point is, though, if you don't ever try something, then you're not going to find it. And I think that's what their point is. They don't want to find it because it would contradict their worldview.
What do you say?
I agree that they should have done this test, but you cannot. It's impossible if you have some samples from creation.com or what this group are worthless, because they are not dealing with. They are not scientists. They are conceiving. They are.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with
liars.
them,
Liars.
You say that, but I'm not familiar with them, and you haven't provided any backup.
When you believe in a young Earth, you will never have any credibility whatsoever in any science. Just forget it. You cannot say to science, "Why don't you prove another time that the world is round? We want to have some results on that." You don't. It's
all they have to do is, if we young Earth creationists would be happy if they did the test to rule out the possibility. Why are you interrupting? You're yelling. If they did the test to rule out a recent existence, then we would leave them alone. But they won't.
How do you know they haven't? And you say they won't. And you say they haven't. I'd like to know how you know this.
If someone can show me otherwise, I'd love to see it. In fact, they've been offered. One creationist group offered. What was it? Jack. God, I forgot his name. Whatever. He was the scientist that the Jurassic Park movie used as a consultant. God, I can't remember his name. But anyway, they offered him like $30,000 to carbon date dinosaur bones, and they would donate this money to his museum. And you can find this audio and they called him on the phone. You can find this on YouTube. And he hem-hawed around and just didn't want to do it. And the guy, the creationist, kept upping the offer on the money. And Jack was like, no, we just can't do that. And the creationist kept pushing, and they're like, well, is this not enough money? Because we could probably raise more money. And this guy, who's obviously an evolutionist, he's like, well, you're obviously a creationist, and this type of publicity wouldn't do our side any good. So he was avoiding doing actual science for the sake of saving his worldview. He could care less what the truth is. And so, if someone out there has an example of a scientist of the scientific community that did test carbon test dinosaur bones, I would love to see it.
I actually listened to that telephone call. They interviewed him by telephone. It was interesting to listen to. But I can agree with you. I think there are pressure in science community, of course, like in every other. And I think if you are a scientist and you agree on this, you will have some kind of you will be criticized by the scientific community, and that's why no one wants to do this test.
But doesn't that raise a red flag? And here's the thing: it's like that throughout science, in all areas of science, where bias is available or bias can happen. Where there's a bias potential, then you're going to have.
Yeah, of course it's biased.
This is just a snapshot of what happens all across science, and that's what I came across as an investigator, just kind of a hack investigator. that they seem to be actively hiding the truth and avoiding doing the test that they needed to do.
How do you know they're avoiding it? You still haven't given me any proof that you know they're avoiding these tests. You're making that up.
I just gave you one. A museum was offered $30,000 to test a dinosaur bone with carbon-14, and they refused to do it because they didn't want to get that sort of publicity.
They didn't want to lose credibility, and this is human. I mean, you can understand this, and of course I agree. There is a lot of pressure inside the science community, and it's always been there, and it will always be there. And
But,
I also wish.
Don't you think, Balthazar, to prove that they're wrong, if you could prove evolution was wrong, if you could prove that the dinosaurs weren't as old as that they're claiming, if you could go counterculture and debunk it all and prove it, you would make money.
No,
like,
you wouldn't.
No,
You would
I
get
think
fired.
you would. I think if you could prove it.
You would be laughed out of your profession.
You would get fired, and you would not be rehired.
The reason why you're laughed out of your profession is because people go for the basis of the Bible and try to match it up into the Bible, and you can't do that.
There was a creationist here recently who was a paleontologist. Can't remember his name either, but he's got a YouTube channel, and he found soft tissue in a dinosaur, and his superior came into him after he actually had a peer-reviewed paper on it. His superior came in and he pointed his finger at him and yelled at him, "We don't want your religion here in our lab," and he was soon after fired.
Yeah.
He won't be rehired.
Soft tissue, just soft tissue in dinosaur fossils is also fossilized too.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
There are actually
not all the time.
There are also
All the
blood
time.
cells and
Fossilized.
I can show you otherwise.
Do I need?
I'll show you otherwise.
Do I need to point out yet again that carbon dating is not used on anything over 30,000 years old?
You would have to presuppose that. I don't know how to get that in your brain, but you would have to say in your mind, oh, this is over 50,000 years old, so we're not going to test it. That's just a presupposition based on your paradigm, your worldview.
But carbon-14 has a half-life of approximately 5,300 years.
Okay. So how do you know they're not 2,000 years old unless you presuppose your Darwinism on it?
Well, if they're 2,000 years old, then yes, carbon dating would work.
Right. So how do you know they're not without doing the test?
Dinosaurs are known to have disappeared over 65 million years ago. A clear geological boundary.
This is your presupposition, nothing more.
He's actually that's actually true, Tommy. It said so on Jurassic World, and I just saw that tonight. So
yeah.
Jurassic World. Oh my goodness. Science.
Good one, Peripheral.
I'm just messing it.
But
the problem is that velociraptors didn't even look like that. So
it's like messing the weight of an elephant with a brief weight.
Yeah,
it's impossible.
Yeah, but there is a very, very, very famous line in the strata in Earth called the KT boundary, if I remember correctly. It's an iridium-rich layer, almost a centimeter thick, that is global and has. And
it doesn't have a date on it.
Yeah.
I got a quote over here just to back up to the.
It's about 65 million years old.
Hang on a second. Let me just read this. Back to the whoever it was that made the claim that dinosaur bones are always fossilized. This is from Mary Schweitzer. She's the one that dug up the T-Rex bone. She says this is fossilized bone in the sense that it's from an extinct animal, but it doesn't have a lot of the characteristics of what people would call a fossil. It still has places where there are no secondary minerals, and it's not any more dense than modern bone. It's bone more than anything. And that's the actual dirty little secret that nobody's ever told.
And there's wait.
Am I talking? Is that dinosaur bones are very often.
Don't be a dick.
Hey, well, don't interrupt.
I did stop. I thought you were done.
Okay, well, that's all I'm gonna say is that it's actually quite common that these bones are dug up and they're not fossilized.
So, Tommy.
And I thought you were done, so I did stop. And then you up the next.
And I have a link for you on the side as well, Tommy.
But the other thing is, but the other thing is with that Mary Schweitzer, she's actually you can find other articles where she's gone on and debunking that thing that you guys quote mine her for, that says, I forget what it is. I haven't read it in a long time. So you can use Mary Schweitzer and say, yeah, there is, but she's actually gone and said no. So you don't
mine about what?
Huh?
What quote mine?
I have on my phone. I can't pull it up. But
so you don't know what it's about? I mean, we're just going to science. I mean, yeah, she believes it's millions of years old, but we have a different interpretation of the evidence.
Activity rates and half-lives are actually very well understood. And there are numerous radiological dating methods that are more appropriate for ancient things such as dinosaur fossils. Plus, there is, like I said, the iridium layer in
Here's the kicker.
The K2 boundary.
Here's the killer.
It's global.
Here's the killer. I don't care. If a dinosaur is just a few thousand years old, or less than 50,000, then what you've got are creatures that are thousands of years old in layers that are supposedly millions of years old and are dated millions of years old by other various techniques. And so what it does is throw a monkey wrench in the whole freaking thing, and that's why they don't date dinosaur bones with carbon-14, because they can't afford to have this whole thing crash down on them, because it would. The whole thing would crash down. It's like pulling the carpet out from all of science.
Well, if you could successfully do that,
the money would
Nobel
be
Prize.
No,
if
there's
you
no
can
money.
turn
What would be the money into that?
Same with medicine. Same with yeah.
Sorry, Deidre.
If you can turn something that's been understood wrongly for a long time, if you could overturn that and change it, then yeah, that would be great. And people are already trying to do that with the Big Bang and other things. Like, I mean, Lawrence Krauss on his book challenged the Big Bang. I mean, I don't see why dinosaurs would be anything different.
Think about the damage that you do, though.
Unless you want to cram it into the Bible.
If you show that the dinosaur bone is actually 20,000 years old, you don't overturn anything at all.
You do. If
you have to overturn something, you have to have a theory of a new theory of geology or physics and so on. It would just be an anomaly that is unexplained. It wouldn't turn anything around.
It would have to. If it's in the layer that's been categorized as millions of years old.
It doesn't show anything.
Tommy.
Anyways, Tommy, he was talking, but I would like to jump in here real quick. Tommy, they used to do a long time ago, they used to do carbon dating testing on bones. They don't do that no more because they realize it's a waste of resources. You understand? It's a waste of resources to do carbon dating on bones, so they don't do it no more. Just like you.
Okay, well, fine, but they could.
Yeah, Tommy, to answer your earlier.
You can try and start your lawnmower without gas in it, but it's not going to get you anywhere. I mean, you can try and start it all day long, but it's not going to get you anywhere.
Are you suggesting that carbon-14 no longer works at all just because they don't do it, assuming that's true?
It actually works very well on recent.
The reason why they don't do it also, I mean, Fred Martin, they have developed carbon dating now, so you can go to the range of 50,000 years. Before it was like 10, 20,000 years. The reason why they don't do it, you can do it, but the results you get out of it are crazy. They are just measuring something else, and then you suddenly have a result, like say 100,000 years. It could be 10,000 years. You will get results. You will get results, but these results will just be crazy because it's over the border. So you will be measuring some kind of contamination. That's the only thing you can measure with the carbon dating methods over 50,000 years is contamination, and you will find contamination.
Right.
I can't believe you keep. I cannot believe you don't see your own bias when in just assuming from the get-go that dinosaurs are millions of years old.
I am not biased here
You
at
are
all.
blinded. You're so blinded.
Tommy, Tommy, save up some money, go get yourself a dinosaur bone and send it in for dating and testing, and don't let no one know what it is.
They won't do it. They won't do it blindly.
Yeah, of course they won't. You haven't tried it, but yeah, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Tommy, quit lying. You don't know they won't do it.
What did I lie?
Guys, think about the education system, right? Are they really going to completely undermine everything they've been programming us with for our entire lives? Are they going to say, "Oops, we've had it all wrong this whole time, and all this crap we've been feeding you guys? It was a mistake, and because we're using science, we want to."
Science corrects itself all the time, though. Do we not notice
not to
that?
creationists, not in the favor of creationists. It doesn't.
Well, it doesn't have to be in the favor of creationists, but most scientists that are in these highly respected fields are not working with any kind of bias towards God. Obviously, I mean, I think there's a consensus there that most of them don't believe in a God or don't factor God into the equation. Obviously, right? And that's if God was true, and this ends up turning out to be one big we just really don't know what the heck we're talking about. We think we do, but I don't know. To say there's no bias in science is ridiculous.
If there's just as much bias in science as there is in politics. It's what it is. It's just an arm of politics is what it is.
And just as much bias in Christianity and Muslims and everything else.
Well, I admit
everything's
I have
got
bias.
bias in it.
I admit I have bias. But
the bias. I think the bias that you find in science is not scientific bias. It is ideology. And like I said earlier today, watch the presentation of Diemer about abiogenesis. It's a fantastic presentation. When he has finished this, biogenesis, yeah. So he's a leading expert together with Sostek. And when he has finished this, it's a fantastic lecture. The first question is asked to the students. There are only students there. So did God create life or not? That is the first question asked in the question session to the students. And one student then answer the question, it was not God. What on earth why do they have to ask this question? It's something new. It makes no sense. This is a science lecture, and that is the kind of bias. So they are using scientific results to try to disprove God. Of course, it cannot disprove God, but the notion that there is no purpose, there is no meaning, everything is reducible to physicality. That's how they are biased. They are not biased in their science. They are totally objective when they are doing science, but they try to use this for other purposes than science.
Wow,
So I've been sent to give a message to Tommy. Tommy, you there?
Yeah, Tommy.
Tommy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, someone told me to tell you this. Some of the fossils in question were that of stratum overlaid by younger stratum containing various radionuclides, if I can say that right, and any carbon presented in these fossils absorbed neutrons from those radionuclides.
Radium.
Thank you. But of course, testing for this possibility is one of the elementary steps any competent paleontologist conducts.
Yeah.
We can tell where the layers have formed, that they are much older than those. I don't know what that is. Containoid? Connotation. I don't know what that is. Sorry. Big words you said at me there, bro. but basically they're taking in consideration the layers. And so basically I don't know. I mean, what do you think about that?
So are they saying all dinosaur samples are contaminated?
No, Tommy, here's the deal. If you are able to prove conclusively that a dinosaur bone is less than 65 million years old, I mean, in fact, if you could bring it into the 100,000-year-old range, never mind 6,000 years.
How would I do that?
Well, I don't know, because it's not
The
possible.
scientific method?
Here's
I mean,
the thing.
does-
Here's the thing. You were asking what there is to get out of it.
Mhm.
The Nobel Prize, I posted it in this group chat. It's worth over $1 million.
That's nonsense.
No,
I'm just giving-
not
you know,
nonsense.
I just gave you the. I
It
gave
really
you.
is worth over $1 million.
It's just. It's just
Not to mention.
What, you didn't tell me what I would need to do that.
Well, I don't know. You would have.
There is nothing.
You would have.
You don't accept the soft tissue. You know, there's organic, soft tissue in these bones.
Tommy, read the article I posted. They explained how it happens.
I'm not going to read that.
I know you're not. Well, what do you mean you're not going to read it?
I've read stuff because I'm busy right now. I'm not going to sit here and read it.
So save it as a link, but just so that you don't.
Here's the point. There's the bones are some of the bones are unfossilized. There's still flesh attached to them. The proteins are still viable.
It's mineralized flesh.
Did you just?
It's actually preserved.
That's not true, Thomas. It's not mineralized flesh. You have organic tissues there. That's not true. You don't know the facts there. I mean, this for me it was. I think the font is mesmerizing. It's some of the most funny things I've read the last 10 years. But the mesmerizing thing about it is that we have not understood how we don't know anything about the process of fossilizing or how organic tissues can be preserved. And they also found blood cells there. These are not mineralized.
Yep.
You could also find a rabbit.
They are tough issues.
If you could find a rabbit skeleton fossilized under the KT barrier, you would again.
They would all they would do is redraw the line. And they're not looking for that. They're out looking for dinosaur bones because that's what the money is. They're not out looking for rabbits. And
so
if they found a rabbit,
how old are dinosaur bones?
There's no money in $1 million.
There's no money in a fossilized rabbit that's below the KT boundary. No.
Tommy, how old are the thunder lizards?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If somebody found
old Earth or young Earth creationists?
I'm a young Earth creationist, so I'd say less than
6,000 years old.
7,000 years, yeah.
10,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tommy,
found a rabbit, it would be the most valuable fossil on Earth.
No, it wouldn't.
Realize that. Yes,
No,
it would.
wouldn't.
Everybody would want to have it on display.
Look, hey, the scientific community is not in favor of that at all. It'd be kind of like saying,
wait. You know what, Tommy? I am so tired of you saying they're not going to look for this. The scientific community is not going to do this. They won't do. You have no idea. You can't back up any of those things you're saying. Please just stick to things you. All right. Please.
Well, those
stick
things
to
are
things
claimed by creation.
Quit saying stuff about
I can't even hear every other word is broken up. So.
Yeah, you're cutting out there.
It's not good though.
But I mean, it is totally unbelievable because if you want to preserve something in a formaldehyde. Yes. So it will deconstruct. Every organic matter will deconstruct, and it's just totally it's blowing scientists away how this is possible because. You actually have organic material there, and 60 million years there is something we haven't understood at all about conservation.
That's a good question. I mean, do you really think that these organic fleshy materials could last 60 million years, Deidre?
To me, it's mesmerizing.
You have ice ages. You have ice ages. You have things with weather. I mean, and you have compressed rock and it's preserved and entombed. 60
million years. I mean, we've got dog bear in our backyard from years past, and they're probably already gone.
You should dig them up.
I don't want to. Too much heartbreak.
I think one of the theories is that iron is a very strong conservation material. So But anyhow, the problem there, Tommy, is really by the carbon dating methods, because if it goes outside the range, if they measure something, they will. If you use this method, they will have some results, but these results will just be arbitrary, and it will actually just measure contamination of some kind of sort.
Why do you assume that when other animals could be theoretically carbon-14 dated, and you're okay with those? You're assuming there's no contamination there. Why do you assume contamination must occur in a dinosaur bone?
Because it will always. Contamination is impossible to exclude. Totally impossible. And I don't know all the physics behind this, but you will at least get a result out of this. And if they then test it and they get the result, that you will have some crazy result. You know, so it's not like you put it in to this. You measure it and you get 0. So result is 0. Okay, it's older than 50 older than 50,000 years. You don't get the 0 result. You get some result, and this result is because of the carbon dating method says nothing about the age. It can be everything between 3 years old and 10 million years old.
Do you guys have any explanation for the for the proteins that are reactive to chicken collagen? So they found these proteins in these dinosaur cells.
Yeah.
And they have a reaction, an actual chemical reaction to the chicken collagen. What do you think about that, Deidre? Do you think that's feasible after 68 million years?
I'm sorry, my dog was jumping around. What did you say?
I'm saying that they they found proteins in the dinosaur bone that they extracted, and these proteins are reactive chemically with chicken collagen. So do you think that is logical after 68 million years that these proteins could still be functional and viable?
I don't know, Tommy. What do you think?
I am not completely sure.
I'm thinking common sense says no. I'm thinking that they're much younger than that.
Are you? I mean, are you an expert in the field to make that call?
That's just my opinion. No, I'm not an expert.
So it's an uneducated opinion.
Well, no one's been around 68 million years, so it's an uneducated opinion from everybody.
So
nobody knows how in the world that could happen, that proteins could stick around that long and be still viable.
Okay, are you sure about that?
It would be a guess from anybody.
I agree with Tommy. It goes against everything that we have known about biology. Everything, organic matter. It doesn't. I mean, and it is organic matter. It is soft tissue. It is blood cells, and it goes against anything we have known about this.
That's right. That doesn't make it a miracle or anything, right? It just means that there's a process of preservation we were not aware of, and now we are. Yay!
No, there's no miracles. Here's the thing. You know, it's just a dinosaur. I mean, crocodiles and alligators lasted until recent times. So, what is so hard to believe, and why are they so attached? And you guys are too. Why are you so attached to these things being that old and so unwilling to even consider that they're young? To me, it's a big red flag that there's biases running science, not actual science. You know.
Why, Tommy? Are you done?
Science is not neutral. You know, as they pass themselves out to be. You know. Yeah, I'm done.
Why are you so biased against science? Everything out of your mouth is scientists are lying about this, and scientists are lying about that, and scientists are biased about this, and scientists are biased about everything constantly. Why do you hate science so much?
I didn't say they're lying. They're lying by omission, but I didn't say anything about particular people lying.
Yeah, you don't say the word lying, but you're like, oh well, they won't do this because it goes against their paradigm, and they won't do this, and they,
Well, and Tommy's a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. Come on.
I am.
Yeah, you are. The way you talk about medicine, it flags me that you.
That's not. I don't think they're conspiring.
Would it be fair to say, guys?
Cancer.
Would it
That's
be
not
fair
a conspiracy theory.
Hey, listen. Would it be fair to say that, or is it an accurate statement to say that science is, or those that are in science, or I hate me saying it like that, but would it be fair to say that they're doing everything within their power to disprove themselves, or could it be that they have something in mind and they're we can piece together things that confirm something we want to believe, right?
Yeah, for Creation Research Institute, you could argue that. I don't know about regular scientists. I mean, what's in it for them?
Here's the well, Deidre, I wouldn't, as a Christian, I'm not appealing to scientists for anything regarding something that's going to directly contradict my faith. Obviously, they don't have the truth, and their foundation is built on a lie. That's a Christian perspective.
So when you go to science, you always have to look at Genesis. Take it extremely literally.
No. What I'm saying though is,
read it like a science book.
Have they honestly? Now that people say, "Oh, science is always just trying to disprove itself," but in reality, that's not what we see. It seems like all you hear about is how right science is, because science is right, and that's about as far as it goes.
That is probably the mistake of pop culture. I mean, we like sites like IFL, we like Neil deGrasse Tyson, these pop culture scientists. Time magazine or somebody might grab. Studies have shown, and part of the problem is that when the message comes down from the mountain, shall we say, in this Moses sort of scenario, when the scientists do their thing and they come down, they talk to the everyday man. Sometimes they are cherry-picked. Sometimes people grab one study and run with it. And I would say that you could argue that the media mishandles it, but does the scientific community mishandle it? I don't know. I don't know if I'm as skeptical as you guys are of scientists.
I would agree that all these public figure like Tyson and so on, they have an agenda, and they are very consciously using science to get into mindset there is no God.
I don't know if I agree with that.
It just seems like the celebrity scientists, like, not only are they championing their positions, but they're also championing how we need to get rid of religion and things like that. I mean, let's be honest. There's something else going on with at least those particular individuals, right? I mean, wait a minute. You're a scientist. Why do you have to have this position that we need to destroy religion? What does science have to do with religion?
We see that in Dawkins. We see that in Dawkins. But Neil deGrasse Tyson plays the game where he's like, I'm agnostic, and kind of. Yeah. But Dawkins does that.
No.
I think you actually put Sam Harris in his place one time.
Digress. Tyson games is much more sophisticated than Dawkins' game, but his game is the same.
He's likable. He's extremely likable.
Yeah,
I don't think that they're necessarily well. I mean, Dawkins clearly is rabid, but as far as Neil deGrasse Tyson goes, I mean, take some of his jabs he does on Twitter. He does take jabs at Christians here and there, and take it with a grain of salt. But whatever, the thing is part of it is they want to take the science and give it to the everyday man in layman's terms. I don't think that's necessarily wrong.
What is the layperson benefiting from
try to pull?
What does the layperson benefit from understanding science? The same thing that you benefit from understanding theology.
Well, no.
Think about it like this. The intricacies of church history or the science of God. It still benefits you to know the layman, right?
I guess I'm not really concerned so much with like the theology. I guess what I'm saying is, like, okay, the age of the Earth is contributing what to the average person, if any person's actual life, right? It's nothing. Okay, what is evolution? We observe certain things in evolution, right? But what is this idea that we can look back in time and build this model, which is built on something we don't even know what it was that started from? Like, how does this stuff improve our lives, right? Like I don't think there's like a medical conspiracy, but I haven't, since I got out of the Navy, I quit getting all those shots and stuff, and I haven't been sick since, and I've been around sick people. It's like, okay, at this point, I'm not sold on that. I'm not saying there's like some vaccination conspiracy or something. I don't really even know what that is. I know I've heard people talk about it, but I just personally, I don't need it, There's certain things in my life I'm thinking, like, I'm starting to wonder, like, why is this being pushed so hard? right? It's being like pushed like you have to accept science in every regard. I mean, it's like
Peripheral, I can give you a direct.
Not a cut in.
Hold
Oh,
on. Yeah,
yeah, science was worried about it. It's all the mostly transphobia, but homophobia. And yeah, all science is good for so.
Did you just say? Did you just say it's because of transphobia?
And homophobia too.
Science?
I mean, if you
Gotta tie it in somehow. Okay.
if you oppose
Hey,
but if you oppose the old Earth, you are opposing the whole scientific project since the beginning, and you shouldn't. I mean, it's not about improving our life; it's about the truth. And you are, if you go against the old Earth, you are really going against the whole scientific project. And then you have to drop out all medicine, everything science have given us.
May I please give Peripheral an answer to his question?
Yeah. I was going to say, ultimately, the social issues are one of the big, strong reasons to advance, say, philosophy and science as good alternatives for answering the ethical and the, say, whatever kinds of factual questions and so on, right? At that point, that's the agenda to get science over religion, right?
I think science makes terrible philosophy, absolutely awful, horrendous philosophy.
Science can't verify science. That's circular.
Philosophy makes better philosophy, which is why we, of course, have...
Philosophy is the exercise of the mind, and most of it's garbage, and we know that. And even your philosophy professor knows that. Most professors reject most philosophies. They attach to some, but I mean, most of it's an exercise of the mind. So I don't know if philosophy quite replaces religion either, as religion is an experience in a community. So I'm not really sure about that.
What isn't an exercise?
May I answer?
What isn't an exercise of the mind? Any kind of thought process and so on.
Please, may I answer Peripheral's question?
Religion qualifies as the mind.
Can Fudd reply?
Okay.
I'd love to. Yeah.
What's the question?
Here is how the old Earth model and science of geology directly benefits you. Oil exploration. It's a very expensive thing to do, and by following those particular models that are used for old Earth and
they don't have those
how does that help
don't have ages on them.
What it does is basically it allows oil companies to locate energy reserves and exploit them so that you can have cheap gas for your car, cheap natural gas for your heating of your house or what have you. It basically has a direct economic benefit on your life.
I have a rebuttal to that, Fudd. Could it be we've created these things for ourselves, thinking like, okay, they're making our lives better, and they're actually not making our lives better, but now we're kind of dependent on them, and therefore we need to find more oil, we need to depend more on fossil fuels? I mean, let's be real.
That's a deflection, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
You didn't actually address anything that Fudd just said.
What are you talking about?
So you asked for an example. Right?
Sure.
Okay,
yeah, no,
I gave you one. So you agree?
I'm countering him. I'm countering him with an idea, right? That we have, in an effort to make our lives easier, right? Like, oh, I don't want to walk all that way to the store, right? Because it's so far. So now, we need cars, right? And that makes our lives better. But in reality, there was a period of time where everything you needed was within walking distance, right? Like, we bring these burdens on ourselves, and then we have to sustain these burdens. Right? When in reality, we don't really need them. We just want them.
But it's due to a growing population.
I'm sorry?
It's due to a growing population. The energy demands of the civilization we call humanity are increasing rapidly, while the cheaply accessed resources are decreasing rapidly. And so the energy companies are basically scrambling to find whatever economically viable resources there are to provide energy, basically as a stopgap before the shit hits the fan and we literally run out of the fossil fuels and such, as an interim to working towards renewable energy resources like solar and what have you.
Well, we could have solar energy, but that's going to take a lot of money out of out of other industries. We're not going to do that. Calm down. God forbid we exploit the most, perfect energy source we can imagine, which is the sun. That would really mess with a lot of companies' money, and you don't want to mess with the corporation's money.
Oh, believe me.
God forbid.
Yeah, but see, the corporations are switching over and buying the the copyright, the trademarks for the solars. Okay,
sure.
They're not going to be.
Yeah, there's a crap load of money being made in solar and wind and so forth.
Yeah.
So it's
very profitable field right now.
Yeah, it is a profitable enterprise going on.
We can do whatever we want. We can, but all of us are on the bottom. We're not the guys at the top making all the money and saying, you know what, Jack, I'm sorry. I know that sounds great. I know it would really benefit the people, but it really kills our bottom line. We can't do that. Well, come on, man. This is a good. No, we can't affect the bottom line, Jim. Go on. It's like I truly believe, just given the greed on this planet, the greediness of men. I mean, we could do so much more than we do, but we don't because people are greedy. And we're all at the bottom saying, taking everything that they're telling us. I can't help but look at it and say, there's something else going on here. I'm not saying a conspiracy. What I'm saying is just greed in general. People.
I mean, we have medicine, and we also look at Mexico. Look at Mexico, for instance. Mexico, I can go and get my medicine for $7 a pop at Mexico. If you have a prescription, you can legally do it. I can walk across the border as long as you have a passport. I live in San Diego. Come back, $7. All right, not too big of a deal. Do it here, uninsured, $100.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yep. The other thing is, people are dying around the world for things that they don't need to be dying. We have plenty of food. We have plenty of water. And people are dying because of malaria. They're dying because they don't have access to clean water. Things that are incredibly preventable. And when sometimes world aid goes out to areas in Africa, the governments are corrupt and stop them. So it's not always just us being greedy in America, though I think we're extremely greedy, fat country.
Yeah, the average American probably throws away enough food to feed a person for an entire year.
But the world is upside down. I mean, we still have child slavery in the world. We still have people. If you took the entire population of America and dropped it into Africa, that's how many people do not have access to clean water. That's insane. So when you look at it that way, I think I agree with you, Peripheral. Not that the world is broken and irreparable as much as we could do more, and we're not doing more because we are greedy. I mean, not just the middle class or anything like that, but I just mean a lot of us are greedy.
I mean, where does it stop to where we're all basically just sitting in a room connected to a virtual reality machine or something, and where you have a robot? Like, you seen that movie where people are like all fat and like have beards and like pimples and stuff. They never leave their house. They just sit in their chair and they control their little robot minion to go do our. At what point are we just going to try to disconnect from reality altogether and try to put it all on autopilot so we don't have to get off our butts and till the ground? You know what I'm saying?
We're doing that right now.
There's an imbalance in the way that we do things. Something's going to break if we keep on doing this, and it's going to be us that's doing it. And then where's science to save us then?
Yeah,
nowhere.
We're doing it right now.
We're not doing we're doing a terrible job, though, Fudd, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I agree, but we're already doing it right now. That's what this hangout is.
It's true. R2, get me a coffee, please. Thank you.
I wanted to kind of rewind back a little bit because I was thinking about it, and somebody said, "What good is it to study dinosaurs? What good is it to do this and that?" I want to point out that the study of evolution, if I remember right, the study of evolution was part of the reason why we figured out about DNA. If I remember right, it was within that study. And if you read about our moon landing and our efforts with NASA, some of the technology we have today is because of their efforts in the past.
Right. I'm not saying that the technology isn't a product of that. I'm saying is it something that's truly necessary? You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it like this: had we not had this lust for getting to places faster or doing things in a way we perceive to be more efficiently, when ultimately there might be creating an imbalance, right? Like one person can have a piece of property and supply enough food for them and like a small community by themselves and have plenty left over, and yet people are struggling to get food. Not only that, people don't even know how to grow their own food. People don't know how to take care of themselves. If the stock market was to bottom out, drop 4K or something like tomorrow, and the grocery stores got cleaned out, everybody
I don't know what to do.
I'm
Especially
sorry?
in the state of California.
Well, everybody would be screwed because no one really knows how to sustain themselves. You're fully dependent on prepackaged food and preservatives to keep you going.
There's an
it's
organization, I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're called foodisfree.org, I want to say. Food is Free. And they actually try to teach everybody how to garden and work with their community. So say Peripheral and Tommy and I are neighbors, and I say, hey, I'm going to grow a garden, and this is what I'm going to grow, and you guys interact and go, well, that's sweet. I'll grow this, and I'll grow that, and we all share. And there's an organization actually that's out there that's trying to teach people how to do community gardening. And I know that sounds really hippie stuff, and some people freak out. Oh yeah, of course you'd like that because you're Californian, but I think it's
humans only
cool.
used to do that for most of our existence. I mean,
I think it's cool. I think the less reliant you get on money and the less reliant you get on just having someone else provide. Feed me, Uncle Sam. Everything's trucked in San Diego. I mean, most of it. And we're so reliant on everybody else. If you could get off of that, that's awesome.
One thing you got to remember though is that this is a privilege that these people have. Most people, most working class people, don't have the time to till their little plot and plant their little seeds and all that. So farming is time intensive, very time intensive.
It is, but so is Google Hangouts.
So is going to a job every day. Think about it.
Right. So we kind of have to realize that there are definitely benefits to modernization as well. It's a cost effect ratio that we have to figure out. There's benefits to it. There's obviously huge pitfalls to it as well. So I don't think that it's intrinsically bad or good. It's sort of what we make of it.
We should go back to the horse and cart.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I gotta go. I want to say something to Deidre real quick. Going back to something she said a second ago, and it seems to be ingrained in her head as if it's the truth, about the idea that if someone came along and disproved evolution or something really dramatic like that, that they would win some sort of a prize. But here's the thing, and I gotta go real quick. But if that were to happen, if someone were to come along and show, I mean, Darwinian evolution is a fairy tale, so it can never be done. But if someone did disprove evolution, the reason people fight against that is because their jobs are on the line. Think about it. If Darwinian evolution was shown to be false, and evolution false, and creationism to be true, look at all the fields of science that would instantly become irrelevant. And I'm talking about if it was a young Earth, astronomy, evolutionary biology, chemistry, paleontology, all of this stuff would be instantly, totally irrelevant.
Chemistry would not be irrelevant. Astronomy certainly would not be irrelevant. I
said if it's a young
disagree.
Earth. I said if it's a young Earth.
Actually, pretty much all science would suddenly be invalid because the thing is, all science supports the older.
Think about it. It's all of creationism has been called a science killer.
Well, old Earth is supported because if you look at how long it takes light to hit Earth from a star, then you could calculate that the Earth is.
You don't know where that light source started. In other words,
so it could already started at the point of Earth instead of the source.
It could have started a lot closer. You do realize that space expanded very quickly, right? Right. So you don't know where the light source started, right? Right.
Well, if it expanded very quickly, it certainly is really slow right now.
It's still expanding.
Right.
I gotta go.
I know.
Y'all take care.
So just to respond to Tommy's thing, it wouldn't matter if space is expanding. So if two objects are moving away from each other at an incredibly rapid rate, so let's say you guys can see me. So a photon from one end of the screen to the other end of my screen. So if this object on one end of the screen suddenly moved away super fast, the light would still only travel the distance of the screen to me, and we'd be able to measure how far it traveled based on its wavelength due to redshift. So
we have a changeover.
Cool.
Sidebar text chat.
All right. All for themselves. Climb over the sweaty bodies to get to the new room.
Oh, well, won't be too big a deal. The main thing is I think everybody can hear or whatever continuously. Yeah, I'll screen share too. There we go.
Is this the new one?
Yeah, this is the new one.
Alright. For some reason, the window just closed on me.
Yeah. This is titled, I Am the Left, Taking God Out of the Public Square, #2. It's a sort of response to Bobby Jindal's accusation that the left was trying to take God out of the public square. I'm confirming. I am the left trying to take God out of the public square.
That's right.
A godless communist. There you go.
Nadia, you're given absolute control over planet Earth. And it's Nadia make all the rules. She can do what she wants. What would you do with Christianity at that point? Or any religion? Let's not even single out Christianity. What would you do with religion if you had the authority to dispose of it?
Well, I would engage in a rather concerted campaign to persuade people that, well, there are no such things as gods or souls and afterlives. Yeah. Found gigantic departments of atheological studies.
I like it.
Yeah. Dedicated to researching the falseness of the historical claims of, well, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and, well, any other major religion.
All those other isms.
As well as...
Nadia.